Good morning. I want to welcome all of you to the May 23rd, 2017 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. And it was time to call to order. Everybody was getting quiet, so I'm glad you're here. And I know we've got some presentations and certainly a very, very full agenda today. Large consent calendar, and I know we have a few folks that want to address the board on a couple of items that are on the agenda and some that aren't on the agenda. And again, we will be here through the morning as well as into the afternoon and again tomorrow. So we've got a lot of business to conduct, but we want to also recognize some folks today too. So with that in mind, then let's get on with the meeting. I'll ask Flo to call the roll, establish a quorum, and we'll make some announcements and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll be on our way.
Okay. Good morning, Supervisors. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, May 26th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Please take a moment also to silence your electronic devices.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Well, we have a number of guests here, but I see one in the front row, and I'm going to ask Arnie Zimmelman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, Arnie, would you step to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Arnie. I know it was a bit of a surprise to him. We're going to recognize he and his family in a moment, but thank you, Arnie, for doing that. So, okay, with that then, Flo, let's go to our agenda and look to items that are continued and or we have speakers on a couple items. So.
Okay. So for your consent matters, you have items 1 through 66. You also have an addendum item number 1. You are adopting an ordinance for your addendum. An ordinance adding Chapter 6.90, Title 6 to the Sacramento County Code relating to resale and possession of butane. You waived reading on this on May 9th. You are also adopting an ordinance for item number 3, adding Chapter 11.02 and amending Chapter 11.32 of Title 11 of the Sacramento County Code relating to airports, waiving reading on this on May 9th. And for item 42, you are adopting an ordinance adding Chapter 16.140 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the technology cost recovery fee, waiving reading on this on May 9th. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Okay, let me turn to my colleagues and see if there's any items that you want to pull off to discuss. Sue Frost, anything? Susan?
Yes, let the record reflect I'm recusing from item 3 to a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, please note that. Recusal on item 3. Mr. Cern?
None.
Okay. And I just had a couple of quick items to reference, if we could, before we take the consent calendar motion in. On item 5, could you read that into the record, please?
Item number 5, adopt the resolution approving the retroactive termination agreement for the hotel development and operating agreement at Sacramento International Airport.
Okay, I guess my question to the county executive and to our senior staff is, so what next?
John Wheat's here. He'll give
because
you that.
This is termination of an agreement. We spent a lot of time in these chambers talking about that. There's been a lot of staff time devoted to this.
Yeah, we're going to be developing an RFP, and John has all the steps.
Okay, so if you could maybe outline that, John, that would be helpful, please. I know there's been a lot of interest in seeing something happen out there, and your staff worked very hard. We don't recoup any of those costs for the investment that we made. So, what's your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, we're looking for all the luck we can get. On this, we were developing this, with the approval of this, that will end the agreement that we have with Sonnenblick. It's a mutual termination agreement. His financing fell through. We have been working on a second RFP, which we'll be reviewing with the county executive on March 31st, or excuse me, May 31st. Once we have completed that review, then we anticipate that we'll be going back out into the market first or second week in June to gauge the interest. Now, we've already been contacted by 3 local developers who have expressed interest in at least getting the RFP package, and we'll go from there. But the site is going to be the same site we had developed with the last potential operator, and we're hopeful that today's market will be a little more aggressive than what we've seen in the past. But it always comes down to, the hotel business is kind of a rotational business, or it has its ups, it has its downs, and building at the airport will be much more of a challenge than I think building on a different green site that's available there. We'll have additional costs, so we'll see what comes in, but schedule calls for us to be back to the board by in the fall of this year with regards to what we found out and what recommendations we have for you.
Okay, John, thanks for the summation. I have a couple of members of the board, Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the chair bringing you to the podium, John, to answer the question. I guess I have a follow-up, which is, what, if anything, will we do differently in terms of the subsequent RFP exercise so that we have a clearer understanding of a go, no-go firm commitment in terms of financing? In other words, how do we avoid 3 years, 4 years worth of work only to be told again, sorry, the financing didn't come through?
Well, on the proposals, there's very difficult for someone to get financing arranged or guarantee financing. I mean, Sonnenblick said he was going to build it with his own money when the board approved that agreement years ago. I think the biggest change on this is that the interest that we've received to date so far from local developers, people who are developing hotels, who have been doing that for quite some period of time. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis placed on who the developer is and what their history has been in the local market. We may get interest from outside of the market as well, but a lot of the focus is going to be on their financial stability, but more importantly, or as important, what have they accomplished and what are they capable of accomplishing, and what the proposal then is really going to propose. It has to be a business win for them as well as for us, and so the proposal is going to be asking, the cost of what your estimated cost per square foot is, what you're looking at, the investment, your whole proposal with regards to the fee structure. So I think we're going to be spending a lot more time really analyzing the financial stability of the people or the firms that propose.
Is there anything that we learned or assumed in this, during the past 3 or 4 years in negotiations with Sonnenblick that's relative to some soft labor commitments that would inspire our thinking in terms of the next RFP? And I guess what I'm trying to say here is that, my office was made aware very early in the process that there would be some commitments for the use of organized labor for the hotel operations itself. Mm-hmm. And I would hope that moving forward with an RFP process, that that would at least be part of the narrative that is explained to candidate hotel developers, that there's at least an interest by this supervisor that be remain a soft commitment, if not a firm one.
I appreciate that. And we're meeting with NAV, like I say, on the 31st, and that's an item that's on our agenda for discussion.
Okay, good. Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I'm just interested in your thoughts on this. I've read some of the reports of the failure of Sonnenblick to follow through on its commitment, and some of the reasons that people were speculating is that the occupancy rate in hotels and along that line, and my memory is that the airport hotel always runs about 90%, give or take a couple. And so I was kind of surprised to see that as a potential excuse for the failure of the organization.
Yeah, I have a hard time with that one myself.
Okay.
I mean, my experience at the hotels in Tampa and the previous hotel, which I didn't have experience with, but what I've heard here was the vacancy rates were the lowest rates of any of the hotels in the competing market. And they also have usually a 5 to a 7% premium pricing associated with them as well. So they're not only filling the rooms better than anybody else, they're also charging a premium price associated with it. So I mean, I don't think.
So you're not
that's-
buying that excuse?
Yeah. No, I surely don't see that. I mean, I simply think this was a situation that, for whatever reason, the deal that we negotiated, we were informed that financing was available and was in place, and then at the last minute, that financing was disappeared.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, good. Thank you, John. Okay. All right, and then I had one other item, if we could leave that just for a moment and come back to the consent calendar. Item 38, if you could read that into the record, please. Item 38.
38. Okay. Item 38 is an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $2,200,000 to fund the inmate treatment account for fiscal year 16-17.
Okay, thank you. And I've talked with the county executive about this in a briefing yesterday, and the reason I wish to highlight this is that I think it continues to bring focus to what I believe needs to be a ongoing review of where we are, certainly from a budgetary standpoint, in cost containment as relates to correctional health services. I intend to support the item, but what I see here is that there were salary savings because of a high vacancy rate in the or 12.5% vacancy rate that allowed for savings to then move to outside medical costs. And again, we do these pretty frequently on consent calendars. 2 weeks ago, we did contracts that were 3-year contracts that amounted to almost $20 million for in-facility and custody treatment and care. And I think we need to see the whole picture, Nav. And I've told you this. I know we see it in a budget unit in June, and then again in September, and then we see things dribble in throughout the course of a year. And I've made it very clear. My view is that we continue to see large general fund investment on the order of magnitude of well over $30 million annually. It's going up. And I do believe that rather than just see items come in, like on May 23rd, we now discover we've got salary savings. This was got to have been known somewhere earlier in the year. And again, I intend to support this, but I think it calls for a more comprehensive review by this board, by the county executive's office, certainly working with our sheriff and with our health services. Again, we need to provide these services. There's not a choice in that matter, but in my view, we can't continue to just pump money in and then make these changes on consent calendar week after week without having some broader discussion about this. And I know you know that, and I think you concur at least in part with what I say. And so I don't know if you want to offer any comments this morning, because I shared this with you and I was concerned when I saw this. So.
No, we're going to continue to work with the sheriff's office. A couple of these AARs are coming in late in the year. We need to have a better system put in place, and we're going to work on that and see if we can minimize the changes to the budget.
Yeah, but it's not just minimization changes to the budget. That's the AARs before us. But we take contracts in a consent fashion. We have others in health service, mental health services, public health contracts that are order of magnitude of many millions of dollars that are on today's consent calendar as well. It's just with this one, we enter into three-year contracts that then bind us for those periods of time for services, radiology, for dialysis, for registry for nurses and such, all important support personnel and services for the health and welfare of folks that are incarcerated. But I think it speaks to a broader issue about how we're going to contain costs in our correctional institutions.
To that specific point, the board is aware and our departments are aware, we are going through a review of our whole health and human services function, including correctional health, alignment of functions, cost containment, what we need to do. Our timeline is to get that review done, back to you late fall, early winter, with some recommendations on the structure and what we found in that. So that review started last week. We've identified the areas. Nancy and Paul both are taking the lead in reviewing that particular concern. On the AAR, that's an issue that quite frankly, I've had for a long time since I've been with the county. is that we do make a lot of changes that come in. I understand that there's need and there's an operational need. I support that, but I do think we can do this a little bit more effectively. The example that I gave you yesterday was when I got here, we used to have changes in personnel every week. We used to meet weekly, and there's always a change in a position here and there. And we've put a new system in that we don't change positions. We've gone to quarterly basis. Something similar I want to look at is that if there is that kind of big changes happening, you're absolutely right that if there's salary savings, they should have been identified much earlier, and we should have had a dialogue with the department and with the board if we need to make the change. So those improvements we are working on, making the changes internally and streamline the process that you see in front of you.
Well, the other piece that's embedded in this, and it's right in the title, is that we've seen an increase of $2.2 million in the last 11 months or 10 and a half months, I trust it's been during the fiscal year, in outside medical services and costs. I have no idea what all that means. Are those treatments for certain diseases, for ailments that are related because of people, all the staff report says people, it attributes to AB 109 and people staying longer in county jail prison. Well, I get that piece of it, but so it's just treated as a budget, but I think we need to drill down into the issue as well, is that if we're not capable of providing those in custody in the jail, I get that because we weren't set up to be a prison or prisons with regards to our facilities. But again, somebody's been tracking this for some time, and again, I'm not critical of providing those services or the recommendations here before us. I guess I want to know, where we're going, because all I see is that this continues to go climb and climb and climb as far as the investment, and these are either general fund and or realignment dollars that then take away from our ability to do for the broader public a number of services and programs. And so that's the issue that I see, is that these are outside medical services on the order of magnitude of $2.25 million. Maybe it's, and I don't know what the total tab is there. And again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on a consent item this morning talking about that, but that's
part of our review that we're looking at.
Okay. I have Supervisor Cernan and Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. So I too brought this up during my briefing with the CEO. Find it frustrating that there's a high vacancy rate and that we're facing a fairly sizable adjustment in terms of discretionary revenue and how it's applied here. And I guess I would ask you, Nav, is it do you think there's merit in the board working with your office to explore a policy, if we don't have one in place, that institutes what the look back and look ahead would be in terms of expected salary savings from any department that is expecting a difference in their expected vacancy rate? Because as you know, especially this time of year, we start looking under every stone for revenue to accomplish a whole variety of governmental functions, and this just feels very ad hoc. And I'd encourage you to think about that. Maybe encourage this board to think about it. We want you to be nimble as the CEO. We don't want to do your job for you, but at the same time, I want to know, and I would expect that the balance of the board would want to know exactly what we have to work with during budget deliberations, but certainly during the course of the fiscal year in terms of how best to apply discretionary revenue when it's identified.
Yeah. So our policy right now, this is because of the need, we brought this item forward. Our policy right now is that when we're preparing budgets, anything that is a carryover, salary savings, any savings, goes into a central budget unit, and we use that to reallocate for next year. It used to be, we've been on a couple of spots here, it used to be at one point that the departments got to keep the savings that they had. And when the fiscal cliff came for us, we went away from that policy and put all the reserves into a central place for reallocation for next year to give the flexibility that you brought up. This is a situation that they had some cost overruns, and that's why we're making the recommendation, but we do watch it carefully. I think the lesson learned from this is that we should have been aware of this much sooner than on May 23rd, and we're going to fix that issue going forward.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I have a slightly different take on this. I took this to back to conversations the sheriff's had in front of us and with all of us, that they have a lot of vacancies in the department that are very hard to fill for the various reasons he's told us to find qualified deputies. So the savings, either asking for a transfer to correctional health, and everything we've read and had and discussed in public is that when the AB 109 population came in, that they were a much sicker population, and we were going to have vastly increased correctional health costs. And so I took this to mean, I mean, if the sheriff hadn't requested this transfer, we would have had a request for additional general fund money to pay for correctional health problems. So to me, in the size of the budget, and it seems like a completely reasonable thing to do. So knowing more about it would be helpful, but...
And Supervisor Peters, part of our review is this AB 49 population that's come in, is that we've provided correctional health based on an old model, and
Right.
we've been going through the year making adjustments, and we need to further look in and come up with what's the realistic population, what's the trend that they have in there. So we are looking at that. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons that we did bring this forward, the alternative was to use general fund, which we don't have. So in a way, this is taking money away from next year's pot of money, but the services were provided. That's why we brought it forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for those comments. I guess one other thing occurs to me too, Nav, that in this broader look, that, you know, again, 109 may have shifted the population, and certainly, you know, with, you know, chronic health conditions and to the point Supervisor Peters made, obviously, you know, maybe a sicker population in some respects, ongoing specialty care. Again, the example that was shared with us recently when we did a tour of the jail, some of us, that we had a party that came in at hepatitis C, and rather than use the generic drug, they had to use the, you know, the brand name Harvoni, and it was a $340,000 treatment for one person who, again, is going to, you know, was in our custody, and they weren't even given the discretion to under the health provisions to you know, to change, you know, what was being, you know, utilized. And again, obviously that person benefits, and but they're not incarcerated for life in jail, so they go back out, and whatever may have got them into that situation before may very well show up again if they were to return to the general population of the jail. I guess my point being here, though, I think that we ought to look at legislatively, because we're not the only county jail in the state. There are counties bigger than us and counties smaller than us. And I think the time may have come that at least we need to push back to the legislature and to the governor of this state and say that, you know, just because you deem it so, we can at least take a run at it if we can find a legislator that would carry it, that would say that when folks come into the jail population, either by the state shifting responsibility and or those that would come into the population otherwise, that, you know, have the counties bear all that health care costs while they're incarcerated, and now for longer terms, in some cases 7, 10, 15, 12, 15 years, there's equity to the people of the county that we represent. And so I guess I'd like to have our legislative folks take a look at that and maybe have the discussion, and we have folks here to serve on CSAC and certainly on NACO, but to take a look at, you know, the parameters. You know, to me, this is a serious enough issue, and it's got to be statewide. I got to imagine the LA counties and the San Diego counties, as well as the rural counties, are looking at, you know, similar, you know, relative to their own budgets. And I guess I'd like to have us take a look at this, and, you know, maybe we push back. They can find all these other ideas for spending the money over there. Well, maybe they ought to put it into the population they've now shifted to the counties that, you know, put a much greater onus on the sheriff, but certainly the boards of supervisors and the people of the county, because it is a general fund expenditure.
Well, wait till you hear what they have in mind for bail bonds. With the county having to do all the pretrial services, that's going to be a couple $1 million more.
Yeah, I know.
Supervisor, tell you, absolutely we'll look at it. I will be remiss if I didn't point out the state does give us some money with the transfer that
The
we
qualifier is some.
Some, and we don't
So
get.
it's, yeah.
So I don't want to leave the impression there's no money coming.
Oh, and
There is-
yeah.
Yeah, there is some money we get, but always we can go back and...
Well, maybe you can tell us the difference between what we're spending and what we're getting, and that may be a good place to start. Because
Yeah,
I got to believe it's on the order of magnitude of tens of millions of dollars.
And that's what we're looking at, is that since the population shift happened, we get about $27 million, but DA gets a portion of it, probation gets a piece, public defender, and the sheriff gets the lion's share of it. But that's the exercise we're going through, is that with the shift in the health costs, how much more are we putting in that population, and is there an adjustment possibility with the state?
All right. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to comment regarding my tour of the jail, and the problem isn't just the unhealthy jail population. In my conversation with the physician over there and some of the healthcare professionals, a lot of the people that are coming in are not healthy and they haven't been to the doctor for a long time, so there's a lot of deferred medical and dental services, and some people come in just for a short time, maybe for a year, and while they're there, they catch up on all the work on their teeth and all the work that they haven't been able to get done on the outside. So we're basically, the problem is bigger than just their current problems. We're catching up on lost time. It's a challenge. I agree with you. We should push back with our legislators.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks for the good comments from my colleagues as well. All right. That's all I had on the consent calendar. I don't have anyone signed up to speak on the consent calendar. I have a couple of speakers off agenda, one for an item a little later in the agenda, and then some presentations. So anyone here in the audience wish to address any item on the consent calendar this morning? All right. Seeing none, then motion will be in order.
Move consent.
Okay. Chair would second it. So moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar, noting the recusal by Supervisor Peters on item 3. And if there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Can we do the presentations first and then do off agenda?
Yeah, presentations, yeah. So we're going to go to the presentations.
Okay, item number 67 is a service award recognizing Marlon McKinney for 25 years of service.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Gary Hawkins. I'm program manager with the Department of Human Assistance, and I'm proud to introduce you to Mr. Marlon McKinney on the event of his 25-year anniversary with Sacramento County. Mr. McKinney began his career with Sacramento County in 1992 as an eligibility worker in the AFDC program. Now, AFDC no longer exists. That tells you how long he's worked for the county. In 1998, he
Not in that form, but it's still in another form. So,
in 1998, he transferred to the EVES unit, which basically is responsible for reviewing thousands of monthly electronic matches related to potentially unreported income, and then writing up overpayments and overissuances based on those reviews. And this can result in hundreds of thousands of dollars recovered in overpaid benefits back to the county every year. Mr. McKinney has been a member of the unit, the EVES unit, since 1998, and he's been commended for a strong work ethic, a positive attitude, and a willingness to help others in the unit. He has and continues to be an immense asset to the EVES unit, and we are lucky to have him on the team. So please join me in congratulating Mr. Marlon McKinney as I present him with his 25-year service award.
all right, Mark. Congratulations, Marlon. Would you like to say anything? Your opportunity here after 25 years to tell us how things are in the trenches. So.
Well, I hadn't really planned on saying anything, but I've been really lucky to work with a great group of people over the 25 years. Everybody in the county is just very nice, from management to line workers, and it's been a good time, and I plan on working quite a few more years before we hang it up.
Good. We'll see you back for your 35th then, right? Yeah. Anyway, congratulations, Marlon. Thank you for your service and for your good work and serving the people of the county. So appreciate it.
Thank you
very
for
much.
having me here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job. Okay, got another service award.
We do. Item 68 is we are recognizing Alan Sieber, Assistant Chief Deputy with probation of 30 years of service.
Great. All right. Good morning, Chief Seal.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. On behalf of the Sacramento County Probation Department, we're here to celebrate Alan Sieber's 30 years of public service to the County of Sacramento. Public service is essential to our communities. Our public servants begin each day with the well-being and safety of the entire community in mind. They ask important questions, they develop important strategies, and they solve complex problems in our community with values of honesty, respect, tolerance, and innovation. And in public service, we're challenged every day to be our best for other people. Alan's career personifies these ideals and serves as a model of the Probation Department's mission and vision, supporting positive change in our community. Alan has served the County Probation Department in nearly all of its divisions and has developed an impressive cachet of institutional knowledge along the way. He began his career on May 24, 1987, as a probation assistant on call at the Youth Detention Facility, better known as Juvenile Hall. He was hired permanently as a probation assistant in 1988. 2 years later, he was promoted to Deputy Probation Officer on April 1, 1990, and it was assigned to Juvenile Work Project. In November of that year, he was transferred to Juvenile Court Services Division, serving as a court writer and a presenter until January of 1995. He then served as Juvenile Field Services Division as an armed field officer in 96 until June 1996. And during this time, he was promoted once again to Senior Deputy Probation Officer and assigned to Administrative Services. On December 21st, 1997, he received a promotion to Supervising Probation Officer, assigned to the Juvenile Day Reporting Center, setting the stage for his tenure with the Adult Day Reporting Centers in the years to come. In 1999, he was assigned to Drug Court Treatment Program until 2000. He thereafter did another stint in Administrative Services, after which, in 2003, he was promoted to Assistant Chief Deputy. During his tenure as ACD, he served the Juvenile Field and Placement Divisions, Administrative Services, Youth Detention Facility, the Warren E. Thornton Youth Service Center, and the Adult Community Corrections Divisions. Alan is currently assigned to the North Adult Day Reporting Center and also oversees the collaborative court programs, including the Adult Drug Court Treatment Program, Mental Health Court, Prop 36, Co-occurring Mental Health Court, Veterans Court, and Reentry Court. Did I forget anything? It's quite a bit. And I'll add also, just the other day, we celebrated our 853rd graduate from our Adult Day Reporting Center. So I think in the next couple years, and hopefully Alan will be there to oversee it, we'll hit the 1,000 mark. Great. So it's my pleasure to acknowledge Alan as an instrumental figure in the ongoing success of various programs and the rehabilitation efforts affecting hundreds of probation clients. Among his peers, Alan is best known for his quick wit, his sense of humor. He represents the department in a professional manner. He's always ready with thoughtful remarks, and as he demonstrates today, a very sharply dressed appearance. I had to make sure I wore my tie because I knew I'd be standing next to you. In his private life, he enjoys spending time with his family, exercising, and appreciates a good glass of wine. He's married to his lovely wife, Micah, who's here today to join us, and his two sons, Blake and Dominic, and his stepson, Keaton. Alan, your dedication to the department's mission and vision, your desire to find new ways of achieving goals, and personal involvement is greatly appreciated. On behalf of the Probation Department, I would like to thank you for the important work you do each and every day. Please join me in congratulating Alan on his 30 years of distinguished service with the Probation Department and Sacramento County.
Thanks, Chief. Good morning, Alan. Your chance to say a few words if you'd like.
I'll try to keep it short here. First, I'd like to thank your board for allowing me to be honored here this morning. I'd like to thank Chief Seal for his kind words. I'd like to thank my wife, Micah, for being here. Thank my fellow managers and officers who are the backbone of our department. It's funny, I had a few part-time jobs in high school and college before I came to probation. My actual hire date was my graduation date from Sac State, and I've been here ever since. It's a very rewarding career. Our department provides our clients with the assessment, treatment, supervision, and support necessary to prevent reoffending, resulting in a safer community. Our highly skilled workforce is using innovative strategies to support positive change on a regular basis. And I like to say that after 30 years, I don't have to be here. I get to be here. And it's an honor. So thank you very much.
That's great. Thanks. Well, thank you, Alan. Obviously, your graduation day was a great hire day for Sacramento County, so congratulations to you and to Marlon as well. Between the two of you, obviously 55 years of combined service, and it says a lot certainly for your dedication, but obviously the commitment you've made to the people of this county and the good work as has been outlined by folks at the podium. So congratulations, and hope you have a good rest of your careers and stay with us for a while longer. So congratulations. Yeah, thanks. Okay, we have some other presentations. I think we'll take 69, 70, 71 all together.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and read them all.
Yeah. Just give it just a chance for people to exit. What's it, 69, 71, 72, 73, so.
69 through 71?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm going to read items 69 through 71 into the record. Presentation of resolution recognizing the Sacramento Tree Foundation upon its induction into the California Parks and Recreation Society District 2 Hall of Honors. Resolution recognizing Iris Zimbelman upon her induction into the California Parks and Recreation Society District 2 Hall of Honors, and a presentation of resolution recognizing the Sacramento Valley Conservancy upon its induction into the California Parks and Recreation Society District 2 Hall of Honors.
Okay, well, very good. I know that we've got Wayne Lowry here, I think joined by Barbara Wackford and Charlie Willard that are here on behalf of the society, and I know that are going to offer some words, and then we've got some recognitions, and I don't know that we have anyone representing the Conservancy and or the Tree Foundation. If we do, we'll appropriately, but I know we have Arnie Zimmelman and folks from the Strauss Festival here, and so we'll get a chance to recognize everyone. I've got resolutions that have been approved by the board, but Wayne, I maybe invite you first to come forward, and Barbara and others, if you wish, to kind of give us the rundown on our distinguished honorees here and a little bit of background on the award, and then I'll come down and join you and we'll make a presentation. So.
Great, thank you. Good morning, supervisors, Mr. Gill. Appreciate being here. It's been a long time since I've stood before you. Retirement's great. My name is Wayne Lowry. I'm a past president of the California Park and Recreation Society, also known as CPRS, and currently the vice chair and secretary of the CPRS District 2 Hall of Honor Committee. With me today is Barbara Wackford. Barbara's retired from the Casumnes CSD and is also a very active member in CPRS and our Hall of Honor program. The California Park and Recreation Society provides resources to and is the public advocate for California parks, recreation professionals, and the agencies in which they serve. The Hall of Honor was established for the purpose of recognizing, documenting, and promoting significant and historical park, recreation, and leisure contributions to the quality of life within its 19-county geographic boundaries of the California Park and Recreation Society District 2. The program provides the opportunity to chronicle the events that have helped shape California local park systems, leisure and historical programs and facilities, recognize significant programs, areas, or facilities in the sponsoring organization, collaborative partnership, foundation, and/or individuals, and interpret the significance of recreation, parks, and leisure services in improving the public's health and wellness. This year, 3 awards were given in the Legacy and Regional Treasure categories. Mrs. Ira Zimbelman is honored in the Legacy category. This category recognizes current or historical individuals or organizations who created a vision, then championed and led important and significant improvements to the quality of life in the region. In the Regional Treasury category, it identifies historical significant programs, areas, or facilities and their sponsoring organizations, collaboratives, partnerships, individuals, and/or foundations. This year, the Sacramento Valley Conservancy and the Sacramento Tree Foundation were inducted into this category. CPS District 2 and the Hall of Honor Committee are extremely proud to induct these 3 recipients into the Hall of Honor class of 2017, and we very much appreciate the resolutions that you adopted today. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. I'm going to come down and join you if you want to stay there at the dais.
Sure.
Foundation or the Conservancy? Is there anybody here from the Barbara? Okay, Barbara's going to receive them? Okay, good. So we'll do Arnie first then, right?
Let's do
okay,
that.
let's do Iris. Okay. Arnie, if you come forward, and I know that Arnie's accompanied by Margie Jones and Mario Tsukamoto from the Strauss Festival, and if you want to come forward too, and have a resolution, and just turn around here, that certainly recognizes, obviously, someone who's very dear to all of us, and her husband Arnie, who was her constant companion over many, many years, and actually traveled with her, obviously, to Austria, that when they got the idea of maybe bringing the Strauss Festival, and at that point it was a dream and a hope and a thought, and with her inimitable energy and certainly the love and support of Arnie, and then embraced by an entire community to move forward and to establish the Strauss Festival, which now is well into its third decade of providing outstanding presentations or productions that really, I think, touch the minds and the emotions of people of all ages. And the thing about it, it's still free to the public. It's not put on for free in the sense that there's a lot of fundraising. Just ask Margie and certainly Arnie and Mario and all the committee with the Strauss Festival folks what it takes to raise money throughout the course of a year. And but it really is an outstanding. And I trust my colleagues may have had a chance to have attended, and if not, certainly it's a real treasure. It occurs during the last weekend of July, and I think if you actually expanded now, you actually do 5 nights of presentations. Right? Still 4. Okay. You don't have like a premiere night or something like on Thursday?
Well, yeah,
yeah.
Thursday nights.
Yeah, well, yeah. So if you want to sneak in, get a sneak peek. But I want to just focus on Iris just briefly, and I thank Wayne for his introduction. Iris certainly appeared before this board on a number of occasions, and she and Arnie and a whole cadre of folks from the Elk Grove community back in the 1980s, asking for the county's support. Obviously, Elk Grove was unincorporated at the time, but this dream was in the making, and this board, certainly through its transient occupancy tax, stepped up on a number of different occasions and provided some of the level of support, but there was a tremendous amount of folks that answered the call. And Iris was right there at the lead of all that, certainly organizing and directing, but also bringing about the dream that now is a reality. It has been for many, many years, the Strauss Festival of Elk Grove. And Iris got called home by the good Lord a couple of years ago, and we certainly mourn that, and obviously it leaves a big hole in the hearts of folks in Elk Grove. On the other hand, though, the Strauss Festival and certainly Arnie's continuing his work and his presence and that of obviously of their family and the broader Elk Grove family really provides a lot of fulfillment, and it helps us remember the tremendous contribution that Iris made to the community. It continues to make through those performances that are just delightful, and the people who've learned about dance and about costumes and about music, and those that come and perform each year. And again, thank you, certainly Margie, for your contributions, Mario, in so many ways, and Arnie. We want to just join in the congratulations that she's in the Hall of Honors, and maybe someday in the Hall of Fame if there's a Strauss Festival Hall of Fame. But if not, she's in our Hall of Fame here in this community for all her good work. And so, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and people of Sacramento County, we join with the CPRS District 2 and certainly all the folks in the Elk Grove community and say congratulations once again. We love Iris, and we love you too, Arnie. So thanks. Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I feel like an interloper accepting this for Iris. After 65 years of marriage, I lost her a year ago. But thanks to Margie and to others like Mary Allen, so on the board, the Strauss Festival continues. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I did just want to say the SMAC, the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission, members told Iris the very first year when this started that these things last. 94% of these things die after 1 year. Next year will be the 30th year of the festival. Thank you, one and all. And thanks again to Don and to all of you.
Oh, you bet.
For what you've done.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can we get a picture? Oh, thanks, Mark. You guys got a picture? We'll get a picture here. Oh, Barbara's got a picture, so let's get you off. Get them in. Get our. Sorry. Oh, good. All right. You can get her by Wayne there. Why don't you go over there by Wayne? Oh.
Thanks again.
Okay, and Wayne, if you'll step here with me, I'll invite Barbara to come up here on behalf of our other two organizations. Again, neither one of these organizations are strangers to folks on this board, or certainly the community, because I think, as Wayne outlined, the reason they were selected for the Regional Treasurer Awards is because of the work that they have done in our community. And both the organizations, the Sacramento Valley Conservancy and certainly the Sacramento Tree Foundation, have left very deep and positive imprints in a physical way on the landscape and geography of our community, certainly in the preservation work that the Conservancy has done and working in restoration of lands throughout the county. They started out in a very small way. I think like a half-acre property was their first easement or acquisition, and now obviously with Deer Creek Hills and the work in the American River Parkway, certainly Amy Rutledge and her board have done a tremendous, and I think, Susan, weren't you on that board for a while? Weren't you on the Jazz Festival? Oh, I thought you were on the Valley Conservancy board, not on the Valley Conservancy?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you. No, yeah, I thought you were. So yeah, I knew you were very supportive of it, as other board members have been. So. But we just want to recognize again, I think, and add our kudos to the recognition of them being in the Hall of Honors as well. And it's a tremendous recognition that I guess all three, either the individual, Iris, and then the two organizations, were all from Sacramento County or the Sacramento region for this year's award. And that's pretty outstanding as well. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and again, the people of Sacramento County, we want to recognize the Conservancy, and present this to Barbara Wackford, I guess, in lieu of Amy or somebody else being here. So
you're right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You want to say anything on behalf of the Conservancy?
You know, I think I know that the Conservancy was extremely honored to receive this award.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Stand by both of them. Okay. I know that the Conservancy was extremely honored to receive this award at our banquet last month. And I know that they will truly appreciate this resolution from the Board of Supervisors. I'm also active with this group and recently attended Camp Pollock, which they now own along the river, took a group of special needs children there, brought in REI, had a wonderful time just to explore, for these kids to get out in the open space, something that Sac Valley saw as a treasure and truly saved for Sacramento County. So, thank you.
Round of applause. And then last but certainly not least, we want to, as I mentioned a moment ago, certainly recognize the Sacramento Tree Foundation for also having been inducted into the Hall of Honors. And they were established in 1981, and actually I think came out of the work that both the city and county of Sacramento had put forth in discussions regarding the need to preserve our tree canopy, to do more to help with the quality of life as it relates to trees and the contributions they make to our natural environment, but certainly to our quality of life. And the foundation over the years, certainly for more than 35 years now, has been stellar in their work, certainly with public agencies and with private nonprofits and with neighborhood groups and individuals throughout the community to help improve the canopy. And I know that they've contributed many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of trees through their efforts, again, working collaborating with many different organizations. It makes for a healthier community and one that obviously is much more livable, certainly, and it helps with energy savings and with wildlife habitat and certainly just the general appearance and desirability of our neighborhoods and our river areas and our areas, both rural and urban. And so we want to compliment the foundation, its board of directors, and certainly the work that they've done. They too have been before this Board of Supervisors over the years and making appeals for our participation. In fact, on our consent calendar 2 weeks ago, we had an item where we're working with their Neighborhoods program and providing some grant monies for the efforts that will help bring additional trees to areas that may be underserved or underrepresented when it comes to the amounts of trees in those particular neighborhoods. And so, with their record of achievement and certainly leadership to Ray Trethaway, who is a very familiar face and name to folks in this room, but throughout the community for his leadership as well and that of his board, we want to recognize and join with the CPRS District 2 and recognizing their induction into the Hall of Honors. And again, Barbara Wackford's here on behalf of the foundation this morning to receive their award as well. So, Barbara.
Thank you. Just a little bit about the Tree Foundation. I was on their board for 8 years, and it truly was a wonderful experience to see all of the impact we had on the community in allowing trees in communities and trees at schools and trees in parks. And I had a daughter when she was in first grade. We planted about 30 trees at her elementary school. She's now 35. Those trees are still striving today. They're absolutely beautiful. And that's what the Tree Foundation is all about. And we truly appreciate this honor. Thank you.
Want to do a picture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, we got one group picture here with like Wayne and maybe somebody can just take that picture. Oh, you take a picture? Okay. You're okay.
Here we go.
Did it flash? No.
Probably took them.
Okay.
Paul's got it up there.
Let's come on. Okay. Thanks.
Historical.
Thank you, Tim, so much. Really appreciate it.
And before Wayne and Barbara leave the podium here, I just want to acknowledge their work. When I first met Wayne a long time ago, he was out with the Fair Oaks Recreational Park District. That's actually when District 5 had Fair Oaks in it, so long time ago. And certainly Barbara and her work with, at the time, I think we worked with Fruit Ridge County Service area, and then went obviously to the Elk Grove, and then with the Kissimmee CSD. But both of these folks, and I know Charlie Willard's a part of the group as well, and we know his work. We're going to recognize the Epi Johnson, the Epi's great race here in a moment. But those three individuals, along with others, certainly have devoted their professional careers to working in parks and recreation and in open space, but I think continue, obviously, in their retirements to, I think, promote certainly good, wholesome and healthy activities, but in recognizing others that do as well. And so I want to thank you for your years of service and appreciate you being here this morning. So, Yvette, thanks. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, okay, we're going to give one plug for the Strauss Festival while we have our folks here. So, Margie, you want to just give a quick...
All right, hi. Well, thanks. This is our 30th year this year. We're the last week in July 27th through the 30th. every evening, starting at 7:30 with Promenade. After 30 years, it's still free. That was Iris's dream, that it would always be free, so that everybody could attend any economic level. And so our theme this year is, or our storyline is, the wonderful island of Oz, kind of a Wizard of Oz theme. We really promote families to come, and they can bring picnic lunch, spread out a blanket, or we do have some reserved seating that's possible to purchase if people are interested. Only thing we charge is $10 per car to come into the park, and that goes directly to support us. So it's a wonderful event. If you've never been, you ought to come. We have 40-piece orchestra and volunteer dancers and board members, beautiful waltzing, all ages from 3 to 75. That's our age range of people that perform in it. So please join us. We love it, and we really think you will too. So thanks again for the beautiful resolution. Much appreciated. All right, thanks.
Item number 72 is the Federal Emergency Management Agency to present recognition to the county for improvement in the National Flood Insurance Program's community rating system.
Okay, Michael.
Good morning, Michael Peterson, Department of Water Resources. One of the main functions of the department is floodplain management. And every day, every year, staff throughout the department focus on identifying, mitigating, and preventing flood damage for the residents in Sacramento County. One aspect of that program is our participation in FEMA's community rating system. And in a nutshell, the community rating system is a program that allows a local community to comprehensively identify all of its efforts for floodplain management and mitigation, and have that reviewed and acknowledged by FEMA. And then based on the scope of our program, the community receives a classification. That classification translates to savings on insurance premiums for every resident in the county who has a flood insurance policy. Today, I'd like to introduce Dr. Asha Tribble with FEMA Region 9. She's here to give a presentation to the county in recognition of our moving up to Class 2 in the CRS program, and she'll have some more details on that.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Chairman Natoli, members of the board, and county staff. It is my pleasure to be here today with the FEMA Region 9 team to present Sacramento County with a well-deserved Community Rating System Class 2 plaque. Congratulations to the board, to your floodplain administrator, George Booth, to your CRS coordinator, Don Pimentel, both of whom I met this morning, and your entire floodplain administration team for this remarkable achievement and a job well done. This is a prestigious award. It is a recognition that very few communities across the country have earned. Sacramento is the only Class 2 community in the state of California.
Does it come with money?
Well, it comes in a way. Okay. In a way, I'll get to that. And there are only 6 Class 2 communities across the nation, so you should congratulate yourselves on being part of this elite group. Through your longstanding leadership and commitment to preparing for flood events in Sacramento County, your residents are safer, and your community is more resilient to the damaging impacts associated with flood hazards. So let me take a quick moment to explain the community rating system and the benefits of a class ranking. The CRS is a voluntary flood mitigation program within the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. The CRS essentially encourages and incentivizes communities to implement flood reduction activities on an ongoing basis that exceeds the minimum NFIP requirements. So what is the incentive? Participating communities receive discounts on flood insurance premiums for residences and businesses. Specifically, the CRS works by providing communities points for implementing and documenting actions from a set of management activities. These activities serve to reduce the risk of flood damage to structures within the floodplains, increase public awareness on how to protect life and property, and promote environmental protection within the floodplains. So based on the number of points received, you get a class rating. So there are 10 CRS classes. Class 1 is the best you can achieve, and that results in a 45% flood insurance discount. Class 10, on the other end, means you basically don't participate and you get no discount. So Sacramento has been participating in this program since 1991, where you started at a Class 9, where you get a 5% discount. In 2008, the county strengthened its program and was upgraded to a Class 5 ranking, where you get a 25% discount. By 2013, you had earned a Class 3 ranking, giving you a 35% discount, and just 4 years later, and now here we are today with a Class 2 ranking. So as a Class 2 community, your policy holders are eligible for a 40% discount on their policies, which equates to an average savings of $446 per year per policy. So that could, if you add all that savings up, could equate to roughly about $1 million in savings, which could be reinvested into your community. So that answers your question.
All righty, thank you.
All right. So with that, and of course the flooding we just experienced, your communities are more resilient. And so we thank you very much for your participation and for your leadership in this program. And with that, it is my pleasure to present you with the Class 2 ranking plaque to Sacramento County.
Okay. Michael, you going to receive that? You going to receive the plaque? Yeah. George?
And again, congratulations to the board and to the county.
Thank you very much. Very good.
I'll let George take it. He does most of the work on the floodplain management
All right.
program.
Is it hanging on his wall? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. George, anything you want to add?
You know, I've been here for a long time doing this. I came to Water Resources in 1995, just months after one of the worst floods. And it was my job to visit flood victims. I visited hundreds and hundreds of flood victims. And people told me, I wish our house would have burned down because at least you can rebuild and have some sense that you won't catch fire again. But with a flood, every time it rains, you can't sleep at night, wondering if it's going to get you again. As you know, I've become very passionate in this effort to mitigate flooding, and this is quite an honor, actually, from FEMA. And so the question that people might have is, well, what does it take to get to Class 1? We'll be back here in 4 years to talk about that.
Very good. Well, thank you, George, and thank you for your good work. So. Congratulations to all our staff, certainly Water Resources. We thank the FEMA folks for being here this morning, and certainly for their work both here and statewide and nationally. And again, compliment the effort. And we truly a big recognition, and we're pleased to receive it. So. Okay, Flo, we continue. We're on a roll here. We've got some other presentations, and we'll...
Would you like me to call the next two at the same time?
Jeff, do you want us to do the next two? How do you want to do that? Mr. Leatherman's got his hands full there, so what do you want to do?
I do. Let's just, if we could do them separately, that would be wonderful.
Do what, Chuck?
Do them separately would be great.
Do them separately, okay.
Yes,
do you prefer to do...
the first would be the EPI's Great Race item first.
Okay, very good. Okay, all right.
Okay, so item 73, resolution proclaiming July 9th through the 15th, 2017 as the 44th annual EPI's Great Race Week.
So again, Jeff Leatherman, Director of Regional Parks, and thank you for having me. As I invite George Johnson and Lisa Mangels to come up as part of the presentation for EPI's Great Race, just want to offer a couple of comments that a lot of communities have different history on how we kind of open up and kick off our summer. And for 44 years, this item has been kind of our general kickoff to summer for Sacramento County. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here once again, not only to celebrate EPI's Great Race, but then to dedicate the resolution for EPI's Great Race Week here in July of 2017. And as our tradition, we bring not only the race crew, but also the family members of EPI Johnson here, not only to tell us about the race, but to kick off the race officially and receive the resolution, and then talk a little bit about the money that they raise on a historical basis for not only the county, but our TRS program. And as they do that, I just want to recognize a couple of people associated with the race from last year. this year we have some great office photos that they could hang up on their wall or someplace of prominence, hopefully in their place of business. But we have, Brian is not here today, but Brian Hobdy from the Epi's Great Race program, who is also the race director last year. We have Charlie Willard, who is our race director emeritus, who couldn't be here, and then George Johnson, who is the president of the race, along with his sister Lisa. So thank you so much for being here, and George and Lisa, come on up.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Good morning, George and Lisa, and thank you so much again for making this annual trek. I mean, you have an annual race, but you make this annual trek here, and it's certainly a very positive one, and so we really appreciate it.
Well, it's been a long-standing family tradition, and so we're here to keep that going. Celebrating our 44th year this year on July 15th. Last year we had another excellent year. Of course, everybody fretted about water levels and all that. It all worked out great. I think people still are convinced that we're paying somebody off for that, but we really aren't. They certainly thought my dad did, but it's like, no. They got to protect the fish and whatnot. But anyways, that was great. Obviously, that's not going to be a problem this year, so we're not really worried about that. But we had about 1,500 participants last year. 3,000 spectators. It's become just a fantastic event. Couldn't do it without our both not only our foundation board for the Epi's Great Race Foundation, but we also have an executive committee and a general committee of about combined probably about 30 volunteers plus the 500 to 700 throughout the course that makes us all work. So we're really proud of their effort to just keep this thing going. And it's been great. And last year was the first year we introduced stand-up paddle boarding to the event. It's always been a kayaking and in some canoes, but and we had about 25 stand-up paddle boarders, so we're hoping to grow that this year. So it's pretty exciting.
So they participate, they're able to, for that leg of the race, then substitute the stand-up paddleboard for the kayak?
Yeah.
Really?
So, trying to keep the event current, right? So that all the different trends and things that are catching on out there, and stand-up paddleboarding has certainly been one of them. So, and that's very exciting. And then this year we're adding some food trucks instead of having to worry about doing the food ourselves. And it should be a very fun event. So we're excited about it.
That's great. Thanks, George.
The other thing we always want to do is present the proceeds from last year's event for County Regional Parks and Therapeutic Recreation Services. We're happy to have, certainly when my dad, in his last year, he was happy to cross the $1 million threshold. And so now I've lost count. We're over that.
Yeah, you're on your way to 2 million. You're on your way to 2 million, right?
About 1.1. We're getting close. Here's another $25,000. So if you want to come down, we'd like to present that to you.
What was it? Come on down. Come on. All these guys. Soup, come on. Big deal.
Just right there in front.
I'm done.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the left one. Oh, wait. Is that lunch?
Shirts for you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
And George and Lisa, before you get away, we again want to express our thanks and appreciation certainly to the Epi Johnson family, certainly to his son and daughter, to all the organizers of the race. And over the years, both you, the two of you, but certainly Charlie Willard and your father and many others were in these chambers. And I see Ron Suter here, who's our former Director of Parks and Recreation for the County of Sacramento, had some really good times. I think some of us will still recall a competition where we had to dress up and we rode our bicycles and stuff around the chambers in here, and we had bags of dollar bills dumped in the on the floor.
$100 bills.
Was it $100 bills? Anyway, it was a lot of money, and again, I think, but your father was always very clever, and I think that one year I came in with a suitcase. What was that? The $1 million game. And anyway, and guess what was in the suitcase?
That's right.
At any rate, a lot of good times, and certainly, again, it was a reflection, obviously, of his sincere commitment and that of your family to helping this community by reinvesting dollars that were raised through a tremendously, great event, one that's recognized both nationally and internationally, and certainly the focus that brings, but also the focus then to the Therapeutic Recreation Services Program, which has been so important to folks who may have challenges in their life, but nonetheless get a chance to explore the great outdoors, to be competitive in events, and to enjoy life in a way that we would all want to enjoy it. And so it really has been critical and key to, with more than $1 million contributed to TRS alone, let alone all the goodwill that comes from the race and the competitiveness, and certainly the memories that people take away. And again, the memory of certainly of your father and of your family is a very positive one. And I want to just express our deep appreciation and thanks to you for, again, contributing not only the dollars, but also the differences you make, and certainly the crowds that come here to participate and witness the race. And I'm glad that you maybe get the food trucks doing it, so you have to cook so many hot dogs.
That's right. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work. And so, and obviously your father, your family being in the restaurant business over the years, you understand food preparation as well as anybody. But so on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and a grateful community, we again recognize for the 44th time this year's annual race. We want to wish you well, and certainly all the competitors, and proclaim the entire week, July 9th through 15th, as EPI's Great Race Week here in Sacramento County. And with that, we encourage folks to come out to participate, and to witness and to be a part of this great event in our community. And again, with a great deal of thanks, we present this to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Thanks again. Thanks again for the T-shirts and so forth. And Jeff, you want me a picture?
No, that's okay.
Okay. All right.
Thinking about the next item.
Okay. All right. Okay, anything else on that item, Jeff?
No, that's it, sir. Just as a reminder for the viewing public, too, episgreatrace.org, also some great videos of the race from last year, great photos, and, of course, the ability to sign up. So we encourage, as you said, everybody to sign up for the race this year.
When do sign-ups close? What's the last date or time when people can actually...
You can actually...
George, come on up, just for the... Yeah.
You can actually sign up... they'll close online about 2 days before the event, but you can sign up. We have our packet pickup party on the day before, on the 14th, and people can actually register that day. We have registration open, so plenty of opportunity to get registered for the event.
So if you're sitting around with your buddies, talk about how macho you are, and then you say, okay, let's go do it. You can do it on the spur of a moment. You can't use the excuse, well, we'll do it next year because we missed the sign-up. So
that's exactly right. We got plenty of opportunity, and as Jeff mentioned, thanks to Jeff, we do have on our website a brand new video that highlights the event. I wanted to also highlight the American River Parkway for people that were from out of the area. Mm-hmm. So with Jeff's permission, we hired a company. Turns out it was headed by a 17-year-old and a high school student that has a FAA certified for drone pilot. And so we had some great footage going over the parkway and whatnot. And his dad was at ground level doing photos, and it turned out really well. So that's on our website for everyone to see.
Okay. Well, maybe we get a clip of that. If not, in the next few months, this time next year, if we can maybe work that in and
that's right.
show a clip at this presentation next year.
Great. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, George. Okay, Jeff, do you want us to call the next item?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Item 74, approval to dedicate and name Riverbend Grove in Riverbend Park, Epi G. Johnson and Nancy C. Johnson Grove in honor of Epi G. Johnson and Nancy C. Johnson.
Okay, very good. Jeff.
And Flo, if I could also have the overhead too. This map was included in your board packet, but just want to be able to provide some context of Riverbend Park itself. And try to straighten myself out. As many of you know, there is a plaque associated with the start of Epi's Great Race at William B. Pond that really recognizes where the race starts and the race itself. And with the passing of Epi Johnson, the community really wanted to have some dialogue about how do we recognize the history that he provided to not only our community, but to this great legacy that he left us with Epi's Great Race. And the photo that you see here is our Riverbend Park. You can see the bridge going across to William B. Pond. And this is the finish line area for Epi's Great Race. And as the kayakers, paddleboarders, canoers, all the water sports finish, they finish down on the beach and then they kind of walk up into Riverbend Park where we have the after party. And in this area that's circled kind of in the call out there, I'm going to move this up. We've called out that space as a recommendation to name that grove after Epi G. Johnson and his wife Nancy Johnson, and just memorializing their contribution to the community. So with those opening comments, I invite Ron Suter up to provide some other comments as well.
Okay, thanks, Jeff, for introducing the item. Mr. Suter, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Natoli and board members. It's kind of funny and strange that we saw some other retired park directors here, and we honored some people from Elk Grove and other people. The Great Race was honored last year. I served on that committee for 3 years. The Epi's Great Race was honored last year as a Hall of Honor award winner for its commitment to the community. So Ron Suter, 9340 Cantor Drive, Elk Grove, California, 95624. As a former county employee of Sacramento Regional Parks, it gives me great pleasure to speak on the naming of the picnic area at Riverbend Park in honor of Epi and Nancy Johnson. In my 40 years as a park professional, I can count on one hand the number of times that I had the opportunity and honor to name either a picnic area, a park, or any kind of recreation area after individuals. Individuals who have distinguished themselves in a manner deserving such an honor. And as a park professional, it is a major honor to have a park or park area named after you. Today, your board has that choice, and I would like to see your board follow the recommendation of your park commission and your parks director, Jeff Leatherman. I've been involved in Epi's Great Race since the first days of my employment with the county in 1982. I had the pleasure of working with both Epi and Nancy as a county employee and as a volunteer. And I would like to say that I certainly like to thank Jeff. He gets up real early on that day and he comes out and he volunteers and he's up at the Sac Bar and at Jim Jones Bridge helping out. So that's a commitment that most park directors sometimes don't take. They go home on the weekend, but Jeff certainly contributes to that.
Ron, I would just say that I saw him 2 different occasions this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. He was at McFarland Ranch with his 4 boys on Saturday afternoon, and again bright and early Sunday morning out at Cordova Creek at the restoration. Jeff, accompanied by his 4 sons once again, and again, so he is working weekends, I can assure you. So.
Yes, he does. I can say that the majority of park directors work 7 days a week.
Yeah, on call.
On call.
Yeah.
Epi and Nancy Johnson served the community of Sacramento, the American River Parkway, the greater race community, and the therapeutic recreation services, and is more than deserving to have the picnic area named after them. This area that we're talking about, as Jeff has indicated, is the finish of the Great Race. Over the 44 years of the Great Race, considered to be the first triathlon in the nation. 44 years ago, we didn't have triathlons. They were single races, marathons, and Epi in the brainstorm decided he was going to have a triathlon. A little bit different than your normal triathlon, throwing a canoe in there, a kayak in there. Epi was a great kayaker. The Great Race, so named, has served over 100,000 participants, over 250,000 spectators, and as we discussed earlier, contributed over $1 million to Sacramento County Parks. Both Epi and Nancy Johnson worked countless hours to make the race a success, showcasing the American River Parkway, which we all very proud of. Riverbend Park and benefited the Sacramento County Therapeutic Recreation Services. It's a great honor to speak on behalf of the thousands of participants and individuals over the year that knew both Epi and Nancy Johnson, and to recommend to you the naming of this picnic area. These are two remarkable individuals that gave many hours to their community. They gave back, and that's what this is about, giving back. With your vote and approval, I'd like again to ask Epi's and Nancy's son and daughter, George Johnson, Lisa Mangles, to present a check on behalf of the Epi's Foundation for $30,000 for site improvements to the newly named Epi and Nancy Johnson Memorial Grove, the finish area of the Great Race. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron. Very well said. Okay.
Should we vote on it first?
Yeah, so I guess we're going to go ahead and vote on it. So.
Oh, yeah.
Unless George wants to talk us out of it, so. No. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and take an action and.
I'd move approval of staff recommendation.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we approve the recommendation to name the grove the Epi and Nancy Johnson Grove at Riverbend Park. And with that, unless there's anyone else wish to speak to the item, we're going to vote this right now. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Can't do any better than that today. So.
Thank you. And I just a side note, I can remember times, you're talking about the $100 bills. Let me tell you, $25,000, or at that time we gave $35,000. $35,000 in $100 bills. And Epi just threw them up. And the board, Don knows this, and I think Susan was here when that time. All the board members started putting it in their pockets. And we had...
I remember it a little differently.
Well, they came out. They came out of the pocket.
There's video.
Yeah, there's video.
That's right. It was a paper set.
We got the $35,000, but it was a joke. And the other thing is...
It was all accounted for at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was all accounted for at the end of the day. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. Yes, make that very clear. It was all accounted for.
No, the janitors found a $100 bill in the trash can up here later in the day because they were floating around.
Hey, Epi threw them up.
We missed one.
And the other time I remember Epi wheeling $25,000 of silver dollars in wheelbarrows.
That's right.
And we had armed guards following those wheelbarrows. So anyway, it was a fun time. I was very fortunate to know Epi and Nancy.
You're not going to talk about the girls in the bathing suits?
I'm not going to say anything about that or the cheerleading issue. Not anything. I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Thank you for your comments. Thanks for the foundation too. That's great. I think that'll bring some, very worthwhile improvements. So, George, you want to come forward and Lisa and.
Well, we really appreciate the county and the Parks Commission making the recommendation to name it to the Epi and Nancy Johnson Memorial Grove at Riverbend Park. What happened is that once my dad passed in 2013, and then my mom just passed this recently in December, money came into the foundation in memory of them, and what the foundation decided to do was to match that money. And that's the check that we're going to present today for $30,000 for improvements to that grove.
Oh my gosh! So you're talking about $60,000 for the?
No, 15 was what came in.
Oh, 15. Okay, come on.
Plus, we matched 15, so we got $30,000 to make improvements there. We're very excited about that.
That's great.
Thank you.
So
Thanks.
thank you.
I want to hold this one up. This one, yeah.
That's a little. That's the real deal.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Ron. Thanks, George, Lisa, and certainly all of your race organizers. Thank you for the T-shirt here today. And is there anything else we should know about the race while you?
Nothing, I don't think so. Just
Okay.
go check out our website, epiesgreatrace.org. It's all there.
Okay.
And get signed up, and it's a lot of fun.
Okay, great. Well, thanks again. One more round of applause. Thank you for all your. Okay. Thank you all again for being here, and again for the great contributions of the Johnson family. And we look forward to seeing those improvements at the Grove as well. So, okay. With that, then we'll move to some very serious items of business. This was serious, but ones where we're going to have, I'm sure, some audience participation in a different way. So we got a number of people signed up on these items. So if you want to call the next item, please.
Okay, item 75, Property and Business Improvement Districts, proposed plan for funding the annual administration, formation, and renewal costs, and resolution authorizing the execution of agreements with owner associations.
Okay, Bob, you're going to do the introduction and the presentation on this? So.
Yes, Bob Davison, Division Chief of the County Engineer Division, and I do have a short PowerPoint presentation, if we can get that up. Okay. As it was just stated, I'm here to present both the proposed PBID cost, well, I should say Property and Business Improvement District. We often refer to them as PBID, so I'll just get that out of the way, and I'll say PBID for the rest of the presentation. And we have a proposed PBID cost recovery plan, as well as we're recommending approval of an agreement with owners associations that provide the services from these PBIDs, the PBID assessments. So with that. So, as the board's aware, we've had PBIDs in this county since the late 90s. The Florin and the Fulton Avenue PBIDs were approved in the late 90s. And then there was a long period where no PBIDs in the county, well, in the unincorporated area, were approved until 2015 when the Watt Avenue PBID was approved. And then just last year, Carmichael PBID with the PBID Academy was approved. And we actually have 3 pending PBID formations that, if they achieve their status in their petition drive, 50% of the owners submitting petitions, then those will be on the June 6th agenda. So with this, there's a need to have a discussion in regards to the proposed cost recovery plan and the agreement, because one, we're going from 2 PBIDs in the late 90s to possibly 7. And 2, there were some funding sources with the Fulton and the Florin Road PBID that are no longer available to pay for ongoing annual administration or formation or renewal costs. So with that, we were bringing that discussion to your board today. And this is just a map that shows all the existing or proposed PBID within the unincorporated area. We'll point out that 2 of the PBIDs, the Watt Avenue and the Florin Road, overlap with some territory with the city, and so the city consents to be included in those PBIDs. And then not shown on this map, and not really part of the discussion today, are the city-administered PBIDs, many of which the county participates in, either with territory within those PBIDs and also with properties in many of those city PBIDs. So with that, I want to talk about the proposed PBID cost recovery plan. This plan was developed, and then it was outreached to the existing and proposed PBID proponents. We did receive several comments, which I'll go over later, and so the plan was changed and updated. It was a collaborative process, and I think this plan at least meets these PBID proponents at least halfway. And so with that, I'm going to go over the 4 components of the plan. First of all, annual administration. And when we're talking county cost, we're mostly talking about the cost of the county engineering division to prepare the annual levies and the annual reports, and then the reports that are required to form and renew a PBID, including the balloting processes and such. There are some county council costs and some other smaller costs. The DTEC has a direct levy management system which helps us levies these assessments. So we are talking about those costs. What we're not talking about are the Department of Finance costs, which any tax or assessment in the county goes to the Department of Finance, and there's a standard cost that any organization pays based on those taxes and assessments. And just so you know, those are only a couple $100s for each of the PBIDs. So with that, the first component is annual administration. We estimate that the annual administration cost is about $7,000 a year. This plan proposes that each year, through economic development, through a general fund allocation, to pay up to $3,500, about 50% a year for each of these P-bids, and then the P-bids would pay the remaining 50% each year. For future formations, and these are P-bids that have not approached the county yet, but we estimate that should some entities come forward and they want to form a new P-bid, the county cost is about $25,000 for each of these P-bids. Now, this doesn't include the consultant costs that those those entities would also have. They would go out and hire their own consultant, and so there's other costs beyond just what the county costs are. And again, we're proposing a general fund allocation to economic development to front these costs, and that the county would pay 50% of those costs, capped at $12,500, the remaining amount to be reimbursed by the new form P-bid over the following 3 years. The third component is renewals. Every 5 years, or possibly 10 years if the initial renewal was for a 10-year period, the P-bids are renewed. It's actually the same process that it takes to form a P-bid, but typically the costs are a little bit less than the formation of a P-bid because it's not a new thing, so there's less issues to deal with. So we estimate that the cost to renew a P-bid for the county costs that I mentioned to be about $18,000, and it's proposed that economic development front those costs, but that this entire amount be repaid by the P-bids over the next 3 years. Just want to point out that there's a current Florin Road P-bid, which was the renewal of which was initiated today. That P-bid effort is, since this plan hadn't come to the board yet, that effort is being funded by the remaining existing funds that I mentioned earlier. So that would not be funded pursuant to this plan. With that, the fourth component of the plan would be the P-bid Academy formation cost. So with the P-bid Academy, which has been going on for about the last 3 years to help incentivize P-bids through the formation process, costs incurred to date, estimated through the end of this fiscal year, are about $221,000. General fund allocation to date is about $146,000. So this estimated gap right now, it's estimated to be $75,000. And the proposal is that the successful Academy P-bids reimburse the county this cost. However, through the discussions with the P-bids and the proposals, we did get a request which the county is recommending that we cap each P-bid's cost to $20,000 per P-bid, and then to be paid back over 3 years. So, if 4 P-bids formed, there would be more money coming in. If only the Carmichael has formed, if 2 P-bids form, then that would be $40,000 contributed to the cost recovery. So the second part of today's item is the agreement with the Owners Association. P-bid law does require such an agreement to be in place. There is no current agreement with the Florin Road and the Fulton Avenue P-bid, I think mainly because when these P-bids were formed, that wasn't a requirement of the law. And I actually searched files and could not find any such agreement that was put together when those P-bids were formed or renewed. We do have agreements with the Watt Avenue and Carmichael P-bids, and those were approved in 2015 and 2017. And they do include a cost recovery component. Today's action would actually authorize the same terms of whatever the board approves today to also go to Watt Avenue and Carmichael, and so we would be able to enter into an updated agreement with them. And so what's in your board packet today is a template for an agreement with Owners Association. The terms of these agreements, of this template, includes this proposed cost recovery plan. And today's action authorizes the Deputy County Executive to enter into these agreements with P-bids subject to minor changes that are approved by the Deputy County Executive in coordination with the County Council. As I mentioned, and I know there's many people in the audience today, we've had outreach over this proposed plan. Certainly through the P-bid Academy, there were many, many meetings with the proposed P-bids formed through the Academy, and components of this plan have been discussed along the way. In December 7th and on February 16th, meetings were held with the general PBID community, and those meetings were well attended. We received many comments, and we actually had continued discussions and emails and communications with many of the people that attended these meetings after those meetings were held. So I do want to point out that this agreement, many of the comments we received were addressed in this proposed agreement. There's a commitment that the county is going to provide the same level of service it already provides, so it's not going to replace what it already provides with the PBID provided services. The agreement incorporates the county cost recovery plan, which I just explained. There was a subcontract requirement that was initially in the agreement that we requested and worked out with county council to have a threshold, so only contracts above $25,000 would require multiple bids. That if the PBIDs are ever audited, that the county would pay audit cost. There was indemnification language proposed by the Fulton Avenue PBID board member, and honestly, our risk management liked that language better than the language we had in the draft agreement, and so we incorporated that language. The county also agrees. We have a lot of parcel information through our GIS and through our direct levy management system that could be of assistance to these PBIDs, and we agreed to share that information with the PBIDs. And also, what I mentioned before, through this process, we got the request to cap the PBID Academy PBIDs, the payback at $20,000 for each PBID. So with that, I do want to say that staff will report back to the board in 3 years on the proposed plan and how it's working, as well as we have annual reports that come back to the board every year on any of the formed PBIDs as well. So I'm recommending that your board approve the PBID cost recovery plan and adopt the resolution that authorizes the Deputy County Executive to enter into agreements with PBID owners associations. And with that, I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Bob. And I know we have a number of speakers signed up. I'm going to take some questions and comments from board members. I guess one of the questions, and I go back to a little earlier this spring, and again, I appreciate the work certainly that you've been tasked with, Bob, and the recommendation that you bring us today. But I, for one, would say to folks that you might have saved yourself some of the commentary you'll hear from me either now or as we get into this hearing if we'd have had this workshop around this, not so much about the contract piece of it, but about cost recovery. For one thing, the PBID Academy was, again, something that was started under a previous administration relative to county executive and staff there. And I don't know if cost recovery was a part of that. We really haven't had that conversation. And I'll just tell you that having been a member of this board from the time the first PBIDs were formed in 97, 98 up until this moment, that something got lost in the translation here. And I don't know that it was lost so much with staff as it was about cost recovery and about the benefits that accrue because of PBIDs. We are asking folks, again, they do it of their own volition, but basically in areas where either business retention and or infrastructure improvements and or other needs need to be addressed, basically they're taxing themselves over and above what general property taxes provide for as it relates to county services and programs in the unincorporated area and some incorporated areas of the county as well. And I have and I said this to Nav yesterday, I have a basic disagreement with the premise by which this even comes to us. Not that I don't expect people to pay their way and not to accrue certain benefits from the county that others might not. But this, from an economic standpoint, when you look at a Fulton Avenue or a Florin Road or even some of the more recent ones, and you look at even the sales tax from car sales on any given month or from a major retailer or a group of smaller retailers, this county proffers, from the standpoint of its general fund and the ability to contribute service, multiple times about what we're asking here today. And I frankly disagree with this approach. Not so much the contract and all that stuff, but I don't even know why this is here before us. To me, this is a general fund contribution. The money that accrues certainly to the public side of the house, and I don't know if anybody's quantified that or qualified that, it's got to be on the order of magnitudes of millions and millions and millions of dollars over the years when you look at the sales tax and the retention. And again, we've done our part, but we were a partner going into the early ones, and we're a partner now. And I got to tell you, I don't have these in the areas that I represent, but to me, I just disagree with the premise of this. And in the academy, it wasn't the folks that formed the P-bids that put the academy on. The county was. Did you tell them from the get-go that you were going to be charging for this? I'm not so sure that we did, at least early on. Maybe more recently we've done that. And I know that Supervisor Peters, and certainly in her district, has worked very hard. My colleagues in other districts as well. Again, if we'd had this conversation in a budget context or whatever, I would have expressed that then, but I just don't. You can meet people halfway. I don't think I don't see meeting people halfway as being the compromise here. I don't know why we got in our head that somehow we got to go back and get a couple $100,000 and we got to cover these costs, and maybe that's the direction from other board policies relative to cost recovery. But what accrues to this county relative to the economic benefit and the business benefit and the quality of life in neighborhoods that spills over from these business districts, that's almost unquantifiable. And I just don't see this as even being reasonable. And so that's, again, that's no take on your work, Bob, or that of the exec's office, but I disagree with this. That's where I'm at. Supervisor Peters?
I would say I'm in complete agreement. From the beginning of this, when I go out and talk to the business areas about forming a P-bid, it's never mentioned that you're going to have to pay for it, but it's all about providing services that the county won't, for whatever reason, usually budgetary, provide. And so these people are taking their own time to go through the whole process, but also to have monthly meetings to discuss what's going on in their formation area, and that does nothing but benefit the county and the residents in the area. In Watt Avenue, in the first 6 months, the crime rate went down 30%. That's not a direct cost recovery, but it saves the sheriff's department money. It's pushing pimps and prostitutes and drug dealers out of these areas, and I think we should be encouraging them. And I know when I'm talking to them, I say to them, government's not going to be involved in this other than collecting the money and sending you a check. And I think that's what we should be doing. I know we've struggled with this, and I know the counties are different than the cities in the way they're funding, but I think we should find a way to fund these programs within our budget. And specifically then back to the P-bid Academy, my feeling was, my memory is that this was the county's idea of ponying up some money to encourage groups to form P-bids, and nothing about you'd have to pay it back and oops, we went over budget, so now you got to pay back more. I just, I'm spending a lot of time promoting P-bids, and I just don't think we should be charging them. So that's where I'm going to start from in this discussion.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Frost.
I'm looking forward to hearing public comment if there is any, but I did have a question relating to Florin. Did you say that Florin did not have a cost recovery component in their contract?
That's correct. Currently, there is no contract with Florin. With this renewal process they're in now, so we'll want to get them to sign whatever template agreement your board approves today.
Yeah, Florin and Fulton that were formed several
in the 90s. They were formed
20
in the
years
90s.
ago. This idea didn't exist then.
Correct.
So how do we go back and just change the rules on them when they've been going down that road? I mean, I think it's fair for these businesses who form a coalition, a P-bid, to come together, because what they're assessing themselves for is going to save them at the end of the day. Together, they're going to save cost and improve their businesses and improve their future. So it's fair for them to pay part of it. I don't have a problem with that. The struggle I'm having is to change the deal midstream on those P-bids that have been operating and are used to operating in a certain way. If it comes to the point where the county is forming so many P-bids that it's becoming a burden on our budget, then we have to look at what's equitable and how much what can we do. But is there a way to grandfather those in who were operating under a different rule, I guess, is the question. Are they saying that they can't? My understanding is that there was one that was going to fold if they had to pay. Is that?
We might hear public comment on that.
Yeah, let's hear. I guess let's hear public comment.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's a question out there, Supervisor Stern.
Thank you. Question for you, Bob. How much, if any, thought was given to how this would work if there's the formation of a future PBID that has both incorporated territory and unincorporated territory in the PBID? In other words, if we were to, let's use Fruit Ridge Road between Highway 99 and Stockton, where you do have some parts of the north side of Fruit Ridge that are in the incorporated limits of the city of Sacramento. How would this work in terms of cost share, or maybe better put, joint contribution from both jurisdictions?
Well, what would happen in that case, and that does happen now, is that if the county is going to be the main entity forming the district, then whatever actions are taken today would apply, and the city would consent through their process to be included in that PBID. If the PBID is formed by the city and then the county consents, as it does in many of its PBIDs, to be part of those PBIDs, then the city of Sacramento, rules apply, and they may be a little bit different, but there's an agreement there as well, and they have a certain cost recovery program. It's a little bit different. So I don't know if there's a rule on. I would imagine if most of the PBID is in the county, it would be a county-formed PBID, and it would be a county-administered PBID, and then the city could and probably would consent to be included in that PBID, just like they do in Florin Road and Watt Avenue.
So there would be some equitable contribution made by, or there is today an equitable contribution made by each?
Yes, and that would be through the PBID assessments. So,
but we're talking about the administrative costs here.
Oh, okay. So, so if you're talking about the cost recovery plan,
right?
Then there was no discussion in regards to whether the city would pony up for the portion of the costs that are in the city. The proposal is that the county fund these admin and renewal and formation costs, and no, there was not a discussion in regards to if it was half in the city, how that would work.
I don't disagree with what Supervisor Antoli and Peters have stated today about the import of PBIDs and the fact that they go over and above what we're able or choose not to provide, and they have obvious benefit to those corridors. I would encourage us, though, whether it's what's being recommended by staff or if we choose to modify the recommendation to perhaps fund something different, that we look at existing PBIDs that split territory with incorporated cities and future formation that splits corridors with between incorporated areas and unincorporated areas, such that there is some equitable contribution made by participating jurisdictions to alleviate the administrative cost burden, because to me, that's what this is really about. Does that make sense?
The only thing, I mean, sure, it makes sense, and the only thing I'll point out is that there are many city PBIDs, that would probably, the discussion would be, there's city PBIDs and there are county PBIDs, and there's probably, money that would go both ways in such a discussion, but it's certainly a discussion that could be had.
Maybe to add some clarity to Supervisor Stern's question, Bob, if there is either the city or the county or the administrator of a given PBID, and there's a decision made, is this going to be a city PBID or a county PBID? Right. There are city costs, the costs that we're talking about in this discussion. There are equivalent costs associated with PBIDs that are administered by the city. They're not the same. They're close, but they're not the same. And there's been a lot of examination of what those costs are and what are the drivers of those costs as the recommendations have been developed that are being presented to you today. But in terms of sort of a hybrid PBID, be it formed or existing, there are PBIDs that have county-owned property in it, and that's what Bob was sort of referring to. It's not jurisdictional interest, it's county-owned property where we pull or contribute our fair share based upon the property that we own. In terms of jurisdictional authority, a decision is made. Is it a county PBID or will it be a city PBID? And once that decision is made, the jurisdiction that is selected serves as the administrator, and it's their rules of engagement apply for the associated cost.
That doesn't foreclose the ability then of the jurisdiction that is going to be the principal jurisdiction to recover those administrative costs then from another jurisdiction that part of the corridor lies in. Right?
In theory, it wouldn't preclude that. It wouldn't preclude that from recovering those costs, but to the extent that a portion of those costs are automatically go to that other jurisdiction, to the extent they own property or controlled property in there, they would already be contributing.
Yeah, that's not principally what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the jurisdiction in which private property lies in either an incorporated territory or an unincorporated territory.
You're correct, Supervisor. Whichever jurisdiction becomes the administrator, that's where the fees go.
Okay.
Okay. We do have some speakers. I'm going to ask one of the questions. I mean, I mentioned my comments, but did anybody take a step back and look at what difference this makes not only to the economic generation, but also, again, some of the things that may not be tangible to Supervisor Peters' point? Because, again, I got to say, I think it's lost in translation here. It's like, you know, we got costs in this one department, we got to recover them. But to me, over the years anyway, I've seen this has been our part of the contribution. We contribute in other ways. We've been a partner, and certainly our engineering folks and our transportation folks and our economic development folks and our law enforcement folks and others have all been a part of that. But to now go and say, well, we got to get $7,000 back here and $20,000 back here because, you know, we got to offset the general fund contribution. I mean, to me, it's like apples and oranges. What you're getting in net benefit, the tangible, real neighborhood and business district benefits that are over and above most anything this county would have been able to do or would have done. I'm going to be very honest about it. That's not that's not a diss on anybody. It's just the truth. The improvements along Fulton Avenue or Florin Road, again, we were a partner. The housing agency was a partner. The redevelopment agency was a partner. Transportation, others I mentioned. But we wouldn't have done those of our own volition. I don't believe we would have. We would have picked and chose, and you wouldn't have seen the vibrancy, the restoration, the preservation. And I don't even know how you can quantify it in dollars, but I got to believe there's some ability to say when we talk, and I know in the years past when we talked about Fulton Avenue and the potential to lose, you know, the auto dealerships, but also just businesses there. Florin Road, similar thing. And so why do we come back 20 years later just because we see more of them being formed? The county, again, certainly has taken some initiative to promote that. And now, oh, woe is us. My gosh, we're going to be spending $25,000 here and we're going to be $40,000 over here. Again, it doesn't make dollar sense to me. Because
I was just going to say, it's not unlike a tax increment benefit that we used to enjoy under redevelopment.
Right, exactly.
Supervisor Natoli, my understanding, and Bob, correct me, is that there's been charges all along for 20 years, right? Mm-hmm. So this is not a new charge. The issue that was presented to us was that new agreements had to be signed since state law changed, and that's what Bob has been working on. And the decision in front of you today, this issue came up a couple months ago about whether we should, what's the charge that needs to be in here.
So we've been charging this amount. So I'm going to go on the record. I want to know what you're saying. We've been charging this all along?
So these costs...
Or been eating it all along?
No. No. Just for clarification I want Bob to make.
So, so with the Florin and the Fulton Avenue PBID, which don't have agreements, we've had funds that were put together in the late 90s that were there for a lot of the improvements, as well as for the renewal cost and the annual administration. So these were actual costs that are incurred, and they were charged through those funds. For Watt Avenue, we have an agreement, and we have collected some of these costs. We've had them pay some of those costs, and we've from the assessment proceeds, and then the assessment proceeds are sent to those districts. And Carmichael, we just recently did a hand billing, and we also collected some costs from.
But that was subject to us.
I paid for that out of my funds, district funds.
Both.
Some of it.
Some of it, yeah, absolutely. For the hand billing, that did come from your office, absolutely.
So I think part of the issue that we were faced with on this is some of the funds, the way I understand, is that there were funds set aside, and the county went in and whatever the admin fees needed to be collected out of it. I've also been told from both Bob and Rob that the entity that the funds were set aside didn't realize that those funds were set aside and the admin cost was being taken out. So the purpose today is to clarify this once and for all and get direction. If we're going to charge, what's the charge? If we're not going to charge, here's the rules of engagement behind it. Also, what compounded the issue is, your recollection, Supervisor Peters, is correct, is that in the last couple of years, the county got into let's have a PBET academy. And I don't believe, and Bob will correct me hopefully, I don't believe that discussion was ever had who was going to pay for it in a budget context or even upstairs. So this is one of those things that we have this academy, we got the money sitting there. My preference will be, once we resolve this, whichever way we go, is to get out of the PBET academy. I don't think that's is way to go at it. If folks want to form a PBET, Bob and his staff are available, and they should assist in creating the PBET for the reasons that you stated, that this is an economic incentive, and we should be assisting with that. So the PBET Academy is whatever we decide today. I would like to sunset that, be out of that business. Then it's down to the renewal cost, the annual fee is what we're down to. What policy do we want to have? Do we want to recover costs, or is this a general fund contribution? That's how I'm viewing the question in front of us.
That's fine.
I think there's also a question, according to at least the Fulton Avenue group, that they were unaware of this money that was set aside 20-some years ago that I guess the county has technically been reducing on an annual basis. I don't know what that money was, why it was set aside, but they, to my understanding, they have not been getting either a bill on it or a notice that your balance is X, and now we've deducted this, and your new balance is X. So yeah, I think there's a real strong case to be made for the legacy groups, the Florin and the Fulton, to be exempted from this at least. But again, I also think this is such a benefit to the county. I think the county needs to absorb the cost.
I think before Bob answers that particular component, the other component I wanted to piggyback my comment a little bit is what Supervisor Frost said. If the policy decision we get is that we will incur the cost for it, we'll have a budget for it. If it gets to a point that it's starting to become too much burden, absolutely we'll be back to you either in a budget setting or some other kind of setting and say that we're incurring a lot of cost. Board, here's what the pros and cons of that is. Yeah. So as you're debating this amongst yourself, we're open to that suggestion too, that we set the budget up. Again, I can't emphasize enough, this was not so much to say, here's a cheat sheet on how much we want to charge. That started the discussion going, but it's really got policy direction from you, which way you want to go on this.
Yeah, you'd need to be prepared to do an economic study on each of the PBIS to see how much money had been generated in other benefits in order to understand, to have a fair discussion.
Yeah, I made that note once it got. So, Bob, you want to answer the fund?
And Supervisor Peters, to your point, I can tell you that there's an annual report that comes to your board every year. This discussion of the annual administration and where it comes from is part of that annual report every year. The districts, the PBIDs, they come along with that annual report. That annual report is shared with us PBIDs, so they certainly have that information. And I also know that I communicated this issue with the Fulton Avenue PBID with the last renewal. And
well, I think that's when the surprise happened. Yeah. And I'd like you to supply me with that information that you're saying is in the annual reports, if so I can see how obvious it was and if it was footnoted and explained.
Yeah, sure.
And I think anything going forward, lesson learned, and this is there needs to be a little bit more formal annual communication.
Yeah.
I think that's part of processes in Bob's shop now.
Yeah. And I think that's more formalized with the new groups. The two legacy groups, obviously I wasn't here.
Yeah.
There's only one member of the board that was, and I know you have a good memory. I don't know if you can remember the detail on that, but I don't know how much it was called out that this was a cost that they were going to have to pay, or it was part of the documentation or anything like that. So
I think having learned from the legacy group, we do have it in the new ones, and whatever we come out of this product, absolutely, we got to have that communication.
Yes, I agree.
You know, just that point that, you know, some of my recollection is that we were worried that, you know, we were going to see a, basically those areas, Florin and Fulton, go upside down because of a combination of factors, and that, you know, the formation, you know, it was iffy proposition because property owners would go out to one another, those that were, you know, pushing for them, and asked to go for additional dollars. And I don't, you know, there may have been built in to cover some of those costs, but that we were worried about what the county contribution was going to be on Florin and Fulton. You know, how are we going to help them with some of the infrastructure costs, and then, you know, allocate that through DOT or Measure A, whatever it might be. And I think even our TOT tax at the time may have provided some funding for some of the startup. But I mean, that was very incidental to conversation. You had to worry if we were going to get the votes to put this thing together, because, you know, people had to go out and we had hearings in these chambers about, you know, folks that didn't think it was such a good idea to charge more money, and where was the proof in the pudding? You know, what are we going to get for this? And, you know, the county was obviously very supportive. But to your question, I don't recall, you know, a great debate about
the annual cost.
Cost of formation or annual costs. They were nominal compared to the challenges we were going to be faced and we're facing with loss of businesses and, you know, vacant storefronts and increasing, you know, blight. And so there was a lot of conversation about that. It wasn't the focus of, as I said, picking up a few $1,000s annually to cover the costs. I mean, I think it was assumed on our part, but maybe they were built into some other documents. So,
and I think if you look at the recession we just went through, and I'll speak to Fulton because it's in my district, but when that happened, it kind of looked like the locusts had gone through Fulton Avenue. There were a lot of businesses closed. And one of the first areas in the county to come back and produce jobs in the businesses and all the tax revenues that come from that was Fulton Avenue. And I very strongly believe that was because of the district and the strength of the district, and they're working together to come up with new ideas. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Fulton Avenue could still be a lot of empty car lots now if we didn't have the association. So, it's hard to quantify in a budgetary sense and in the way that we work how much benefit the county and the county residents receive from something like a PBID. But I think back of the envelope we can certainly say a lot more than $6,000 or $7,000 a year in annual costs and an $18,000 renewal fee. I think we should be promoting these things. I started a couple years ago and came up with the idea with Lori of the PBID Academy, and maybe that wasn't the right way to go about it, but it did produce a couple of PBIDs, and I'm not suggesting we have to do that going forward, because I think now we have enough of the ball is rolling on PBIDs, and so people are learning about it, and we get questions about it. So I know the accounting types, just want to account for every dollar, but I think you have to count the benefit into it too. And money doesn't often roll into the county coffers, but in this case it does. It's just diffuse and hard to put your finger on. So, maybe we ought to do a study about it.
And I can't emphasize enough the conversation. The reason we have this in front of you today is not on a merit for PBID. We know
it kind of is, though, Nav. It kind of is.
It wasn't the intent.
It brought up the discussion then.
It did. What we were stuck with is there's this cost, and there's been this expectation, if you will, that we were recovering costs. Just the conversation we had, it's not been very clear who was recovering, who wasn't recovering.
Right.
It was more just to have direction, is that what would the board like to do with this cost? We're making the recommendation because what you have in front of you, and Bob looked at it, those are the kind of costs that he has to recover. And that's what the recommendation is coming forward. And as I said a little bit earlier, if the board direction is that because of all the economic value that this brings, that there's interest for the county to absorb all the costs, absolutely, we'll take that direction, and we'll also monitor it closely if it's getting to a point that that cost is getting too high, and then we'll
But
come
wouldn't
back.
that be great? That means we have a lot more P-bids
And I
doing the work,
Yeah, I mean, with
improving our neighborhoods.
with the district tours that I took when you first put me in as county executive, every one of your district, I mean, there's areas in there that I think will benefit tremendously from this.
Right.
So I mean,
I'm thinking if I have the conversation with a group of people on any given, boulevard, let's say, and I'm saying, you get this passed and it's going to come in the tax bills and we're going to give you a check back. How different it would be if I had to start the conversation with, well, we're going to charge you $25,000 a year to do this. That's kind of a non-starter. I mean, $25,000 in the scheme of what they raise it's a fair amount of money, but it's a deterrent to the conversation about the benefits that would derive.
Yeah, and this is good feedback for us because we are hearing from you directly on what the expectations are. And again, if we came across that we were trying to recover every penny, that wasn't the intent behind this. And if we left that impression, I do apologize for that.
And I was just saying, Supervisor Frost wants to weigh in, that just to the point here about kind of the backdrop, not necessarily the intended, the point of reference for discussion this morning, but to go into areas that may be challenged or struggling or facing the threat of loss of business and or showing those net impacts, and to say to folks, basically say to themselves, that guess what, we're not doing so good and we need to charge ourselves some more because we're going to help to get better. In the early years, there wasn't a lot of proof of that. Now, obviously, we have two, districts that are, 20 years or approaching that I think have shown, a good deal, if not a great deal of success. We got more recent ones that will, again, I think, complement that. And so, to the point that Supervisor Peters made a moment ago, to go into folks and say, yeah, have we got a deal for you? You get some leadership out there, and but it's going to cost you right from the get-go. If you're successful, you're going to get, here this bill is going to come to you on top of everything else when they're looking at vacant storefronts, maybe issues of crime, of blight, of needed street improvements, all the things that, again, are county responsibility through one agency to the other, and that because of the spread we have, because of demand on services and the limitations we have, we aren't able to do all those things. They're not just the nice to have, some of those are the need to haves in order to have a quality of life, and they supplement that with the dollars that they, over and above their tax obligations they pay. So I think it is about the message. It's not so much about the money. And in my view, I've said it already. So anyway, Supervisor Frost. Bless you.
To the county's responsibility, we're trying to form a PBID in Antelope, and what is described to me is that we have a situation out there where there are homeless, and there are actually people who come right into the yogurt shop and offend people or steal from them, and that a lot of the businesses in that area are already having to hire security guards because we don't have enough boots on the ground. So the county is not able to meet the needs of those. They can't be there 100% of the time to police the situation and help that situation. So the PBID does solve that, but I think the businesses are already stepping up and saying we need to put something in order to be successful here. So I just wanted, I'm not sure it's all the county's responsibility in it. We have a growing problem, and this is a way that businesses can work together to help themselves. And I think it's fair that they should pay for part of it. I don't think it's fair to go back and change the rules on people from the past. And I also know in the last couple months we allocated $1 million for economic development. And I think our economic development department we should continue to find ways that we can support small business owners. And I wonder if this is a challenge on the general fund, and I know we have 149 applications that we're working our way through for that small pot of $1 million, but I wonder if this could be something that's included in economic development support funds that we allocate annually, and it's there as a resource for grants for businesses that are trying to make this happen, so that it's not just a surprise on the general fund. It's just a thought.
Okay. Yeah, I think some of those TOT monies were used in early years to support some of the activities in Fulton and Florin both. So, okay, unless there's any other comments or questions by board members at this juncture, we'll go to our speakers. We have several, and I'll call them in the order they were handed to me. Ann Billington, Teresa Higgins, and Melinda Epler. And I know we have some off-agenda speakers, so please be patient. We'll get to those before we conclude the morning session. So Ann, Teresa, and Melinda. Coming up, again, I'll just read them all the rest. I got Randy and Tim Cahill and Melinda Levy, Storms, and Michelle Smyra. So, anyway.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Ann Billington, and I'm here as a member of the Assistance League of Sacramento, and we are a national nonprofit organization. And 3 years ago, we purchased a building on Fulton Avenue. And excuse me? And it's beautiful. I just want you to know that we selected the building because of the improvements that have occurred along Fulton Avenue. We are thrilled to be there. Our business has almost grown by 30% in 2 years. Up in the last 30 years, we were doing $274,000 a year. Within 2 years, we're almost close to $400,000. We believe that it's because of the improvements along Fulton Avenue, the cleanup, the renovations, the activities. The Cruise Fest has benefited us. And so we directly receive benefit from the organization. And I felt, I'm the manager of the shop, and I felt it was important to participate with the local business organization. So I am the newest member on the board, and I'm thrilled that the activities of the association are ones that bring the community together. So I'm just here in support of it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Teresa, and then followed by Melinda Epler.
Yes, hello, my name is Teresa Higgins. I own one of the shops inside Town and Country Village. This is our 20th anniversary. My business is Capital Confections. Yeah, it's one of the best chocolate shops. So I'm here to speak about the longevity and what happens during a 20-year part of time in history of Sacramento and what has happened in Fulton Avenue. And I can tell you that when we bought the shop, Town and Country Village was a bunch of wonderful little businesses that came together and was very well organized under the Donahue Schreiber or the owners of Town and Country Village. Now, that's not so much. The rebuild of Town and Country has been a huge change in our neighborhood, and the one thing that has supported all of the change in our neighborhood has been the PBID. I've been very active with Melinda and the other members of the PBID for the last 7 years, and continue to do so. And I can tell you that Town and Country would have questioned their rebuild of that conversation and of that shopping center if that PBID had not been there. So longevity and support. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Teresa. Okay, next Melinda, then Melinda's followed by Randy Graham, followed by Tim Cahill. Good morning, Melinda.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board. Melinda Epler, Executive Director of the Fulton Avenue Improvement Association. You know, I'm really happy we're having this discussion, and I really appreciate each of your comments and the comments of staff, too. This has not been an easy discussion to have. And I want to thank Ann Billington and Teresa Higgins and the others here representing the association for taking the time to come speak to you, because everything that each of us has to say is important. Most PBIDs are formed because there are needs that are not being met. That's been very clear in your comments. It's evidenced by the number of PBIDs that are popping up all over the county and in the city, in the state, in the nation. It is a wonderful vehicle to get things done. The Fulton Avenue Improvement Association has been in place for 20 years. The projects and improvements that we have completed in that time we could not have completed without the county's assistance. We're very appreciative of that. It's a partnership that's worked well for both of us. We are a shopping and dining destination, and always have been. And who wants to go shop and dine in an area that doesn't feel safe, doesn't look good, it's dirty? It's not a place you want to go to. That has been completely transformed. It has come back to as close as it can in this economic climate to its original beauty. Now, 20 years ago, we made a commitment to our constituency. Our constituency are our property owners, our business owners, and our customers. And let's not forget the neighborhoods around the Arden Arcade area, because predominantly those folks are the ones that are coming to shop and dine on Fulton Avenue. They are generating those sales tax dollars for you. Our commitment was this: we're going to collect this extra sales tax from you, or property tax from you, and then we are going to honor that money and reinvest it in the street. We are not going to spend it on superfluous things. We are not going to spend it frivolously on administrative costs, internally or externally. We have honored that commitment. When our property crime spiked in the downturn in the mid-2000s, we hired the Sacramento Sheriff's Department off-duty program to patrol our district 5 nights a week. We did this for 10 years because when a property crime occurred, we didn't get response on the avenue. The county's law enforcement team was too stretched. If there wasn't blood, a vehicle wasn't going to come make a report. We took care of that. We hired the off-duty program. Over 10 years, we paid the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department $1.2 million. $1.2 million. We probably saved deputies' jobs over that time. We had more off-duty deputies wanting to patrol Fulton than we could possibly hire. Well, that changed. And then we couldn't get off-duty deputies to come patrol. They had been promoted, they had moved around, whatever the reason. So we hired private security. But $1.2 million over 10 years. When our palm trees, the 67 palm trees that were planted in the landscape medians 18 years ago, were not being cared for properly, I gave Supervisor Peters a call and said, our palm trees need to be trimmed. We have a parade on the 4th of July. It's in 2 months. And it was suggested to me after conversations with staff that perhaps we could hire our own landscaping company to prune those palm trees, which we did. And so we had our landscaping company pruning the palm trees, 67 of them. It's not a small effort, and it was quite expensive. We have a conservative $375,000 annual budget. We own that budget. We stick to it, thanks to our board of directors and our conservative treasurer, Randy Graham. The county's $3.8 billion budget is owned by you. We're doing an excellent job for our constituency. We're doing an excellent job for you. And we support this agreement as written, with the exception of the cost recovery piece. If this agreement is approved by you, with the fee structure, the cost recovery piece included, we run a very significant risk of dissolving our district next year, because we will no longer be honoring our commitment that those dollars are going to be reinvested in the street. That would be a travesty. So thank you all for your support. I think I'm hearing that this needs a lot more work in terms of whether or not you're going to be able to recover the costs, the administrative costs that go to help support our PBIDs. But we do so much for you too. And so we ask for your support to take this cost recovery piece out of this contract.
Could I ask Melinda, remind me how much money was leveraged in grants to do landscaping and improvements? 20 million, 23 million?
We're just under $7 million of collected private money over 19 years, and those monies have been leveraged to $23.5 million in improvements.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are transportation grants.
Yeah.
SMUD grants.
Air credits.
Air credits, yeah. Okay, good. Thanks, Melinda.
Thanks.
Okay, next, your conservative treasurer, Randy Graham. Didn't say it here on the list, but
tight-fisted. Thank you very much.
Hi, Randy.
My notes say good morning. I've got 6 minutes.
Yeah, you do.
My name is Randy Graham, and for those of you whom I have not met, for approximately 35 years, I owned and operated a General Motors dealership on Fulton Avenue. During that time, Fulton Avenue went from an auto retail hub in the greater Sacramento area to an afterthought as the surrounding auto malls were developed and prospered. I often relied on the numbers to run my business, and I'd like to talk some numbers today. As Melinda said, we would support the county's proposed contract with the Fulton Avenue PBID with one major exception. That's the fees or taxes. It makes absolutely no sense that we should be assessed fees or taxes for the privilege of self-assessing ourselves additional property taxes. The Fulton Avenue Association has been in place for 18 years. During that time, we have raised $6.7 million that has been spent on behalf of the district. I will not relive our improvements and successes. I'm hoping that you are all familiar with them. And I must remind the board our role in the sales tax generation in the county budget. Back to some numbers. Our $6.7 million of private money has supported public services such as the following: police coverage, trash removal, SBA rezone funding, and fire protection. And you want to tax us for doing that? This is a total disconnect. The proposed county contract was amended with negotiation to split some of the fees. I was certainly involved in all of those meetings. The language in that contract is horribly one-sided, leaving us with no right to appeal, audit, or any explanation of fees in future years. And I would wager that none of you supervisors would agree to such tax or fee language if it were proposed in your own homeowners association or your mortgage lender contract. I ask that the board not return the proposed contract to staff to work this out, because frankly, I don't think your staff gets it. The staff should not be looking for ways to increase county revenue by charging P-bids. I think they should be out buying thank you cards for all of the P-bids that they have. Perhaps they simply don't understand the youthful story, please don't bite the hand that feeds you. In conclusion, I remind the board that any fees associated with a P-bid presumes the existence of a P-bid. Don't be presumptuous on the existence of our P-bid if the rules are changed. And Ms. Frost, I appreciate your rule. I mean, we had none of this dialogue. I was one of the original founders when it was put together 20 years ago. Cost recovery is a concept that's brand new in our horizon. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them. Otherwise, I thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thanks, Randy. Any questions, Randy? If not, thanks, Randy. Appreciate your comments here this morning. Okay, Tim Cahill. Tim's followed by Melinda Levy-Storms, and then Michelle Spira.
Well, I have 3 minutes to say good morning. My name is Tim Cahill. I'm president of Charles C. Bell Company. We're property owners on Fulton Avenue. I'm also the chair, this year's chair of the Fulton Avenue Association, and I share the pleasure with Randy Graham of being one of the founding members of the association. We have had a public-private partnership from the very beginning. When the district formed, or we were trying to form, then County Supervisor Muriel Johnson asked us to form something to help bring up the street, do something. And we worked hard. A lot of us put in seed money. We weren't sure we were going to get it back in order to get the district formed. And we did form it. And we have been good partners, and we have enjoyed, and thank you very much, the support of this board constantly, and for senior staff. And we do appreciate that. We don't take that for granted at all. But this contract presents a number of problems. As others have said, we don't object to the contract terms. There are certain terms in there, such as, the competitive bidding, the insurance, the auditing. Those are common sense sorts of things. We don't have a problem with that. But the fees are a non-starter. Because we have a public-private partnership, one of the things that we did was we created a public benefit nonprofit corporation. We have a board of directors. We do all of those things. And we have worked consistently with the county. Many of you may not know this, and I'd like to point out a few things. That back some years ago, the county decided that it was necessary to put a 12-inch water line down Fulton Avenue so that businesses such as the new Cooney dealership could actually develop. In the process, they realized that we were short 56 fire hydrants. That means we were underserved in our community, both the businesses and the residential, by 56 fire hydrants. I had a meeting and a discussion with the then head of the Department of Transportation, who said, Tim, it's costing us more than we thought. We can't afford to put in 26 of those fire hydrants. He wasn't asking for money. He was stating a fact. The next day, I went to our board, and one of our board members, a businessman and conservative, had said, the county's been upfront with us, we'll be upfront with them. And we voted to give you $160,000, and we got the 26 fire hydrants. And it was good for us, and it was good for you, and it was good for our community. Then some years later, the county planning department said, it would be really helpful if we had a special planning area for this area so that we could encourage businesses. And so they went through the process. And we got a phone call one day and said, we're short $90,000. Can you help us? We gave them $90,000, and we got the SPA. Melinda has talked about the over $1 million that we've supplemented the Sheriff's Department. We have an ongoing district cleanup that costs us tens of thousands of dollars a year. All of these things that I've mentioned are municipal functions. We're not getting any money from fees or anything else for Melinda Epler's services. None of us on the board have gotten one dime. Randy's been on there for 18 years, as I have. We do this because that's our civic duty. Now the staff is proposing, I think, to violate that public trust. As I said, we don't ask for reimbursement for some of Melinda Epler's countless hours that she's put in helping staff and answering calls from different people that your staff doesn't have to answer. And on renewals, yes, the county may cost them money. We pay over $60,000 for renewal. That's just for the consultants. That has nothing to do with the cost that we incur for countless hours of work to put that together. So the money that is generated by the PBID, that $375,000 that Melinda talked about, that's over and above all the taxes we pay normally. And that's coming out of my pocket and their pocket and all of their other constituencies. And I don't know, to pay a fee so I can tax myself just isn't right.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Thank you all for the history, too. I think it's important, and I think that's kind of what lost in the translation, as I said earlier. So, all right, Melinda Levy-Storms. And then following Melinda is Michelle Smyra. If there's anybody else who wishes to address this item, those are the last two speakers I have on item 75. So,
Thank you. My name is Melinda Levy-Storms. I am the in-house counsel for the Nilo Company, and I've had the privilege of working with the Nilo family for almost 13 years now. We have 13 lines of vehicles in the Sacramento area, 14 dealerships, 15 operations, and 700 amazing employees. And I mention that because part of the reason we have amazing employees and we're able to attract people is because we provide great places to work. And one of the reasons that we provide great places to work is because of just the environment of our dealership. And remember, we're in the car industry, right? We are in the automotive industry. Some people would rather have a root canal than buy a car. Hopefully not from our company. But we are voted like the best place to have a root canal over and over again because we have amazing people under great leadership. And part of that is making them feel safe in their workplace. And making them feel safe in the workplace is where the PBID comes into play. The role that they've played on Fulton Avenue, and I'm on the board, so I'm a part of it as well. I'm just not the Melinda, I'm the other Melinda, is really invaluable to us as an employer. And as we're bringing new businesses, hopefully, into Sacramento, we are now not only touting in our presentation, our marketing presentation to other lines of dealerships or manufacturers. We say, oh yeah, 96 years in business, selling vehicles to, generations of families, 700 employees, great leadership. This last time that we did it, we actually sparked a whole page about the PBID and the importance it plays in the environment in bringing new business into Sacramento. So the critical role that the PBID plays for us as one of the bigger fish in the area is important. But I'll remind you all also that Fulton Avenue is made up of smaller businesses, many smaller businesses, and it's a hard sell to get them to renew sometimes. So while it might not be that big a deal to a larger company like us, it's a tremendous deal when we go to renew. The other night, Rick was honored as the Humanitarian of the Year at the United Cerebral Palsy event downtown. And the gentleman who was doing all the comments just repeated over and over and over again how 90 cents of every dollar you donate to UCP goes back to its constituents. And I think the Fulton Avenue PBID would be able to say something very close to that. I don't have that number, but that is part of the argument that we have and the positioning that we have when we go up for renewal. So I'm here as a champion of the PBID, and any threat to it, including what may seem like a nominal fee, is got to be rejected. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
Yeah.
I would just say, I recall in some of the early formations, and I'm sure Randy and Tim do, we had some of those small businesses who objected, even when it came down to do the formation action by this board that reflected obviously the majority. But I remember a beauty salon owner, another very small car dealership, who again didn't see any particular benefit to what was being proposed, and it was a hard sell because again not unlike anybody big or small, but they didn't see in their bottom line that it was going to necessarily benefit them. And I think to your point about some of the smaller businesses who then, have to step up as well as the larger ones, and that group has come together and held together. And so I commend the effort and certainly the Nilo Company for their work as well. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Lunchtime.
Michelle Smyler. Michelle, I guess you get the last word from the audience on this particular item today. So. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Michelle Smyra here this morning, or this afternoon now, on behalf of the Watt Avenue Partnership. Here also with Greg Lobatetta, our new Executive Director for the partnership. I don't want to mimic everything Melinda said. We certainly agree. I do want to thank staff, though. About a year ago, we had great sticker shock when we got our assessment or fees taken out of our assessment. Supervisor Peters had put in $20,000. We thought that was the fee. So to get another $38,000 taken out on top of the nearly $60,000 paid to the formation consultant, it was quite a bit more than we anticipated. Our quotes initially came in at $65,000 for formation collectively. But in sitting down with staff, and I think that's a lot of how we did get here, one of the things we had asked for was an understanding of what all the fees were, but also certainty going forward. So we need to budget year to year. And we needed last year, because we ended up paying back about $83,000 last year in formation costs. And that really impacted that's 20% of our budget. So that really took down what we could spend on security and on maintenance, which are 70% of where the resources go. As Melinda indicated, all the money we don't pay goes right back into services. And I mean, these PBIDs operate lean and mean. I mean, we have donated office space. Greg's got a cell phone and a laptop. And that's really it. That's the administrative side. And as next year we go to start looking at doing outreach for renewal, you know, our members want to know, where's the money going? What are you spending it on? They don't want to think that they're putting money in to go back to administrative, whether it's staff administration or whether it's county administration. They want it to go back to services. We've had great success last year, and we absolutely want to keep going with what we're doing. We'd love to get into more of the fun things, you know, in terms of marketing and branding the district, but first really needed to get a hold on the clean and safe side of things. But we do appreciate it, and with everything Bob and John on the day-to-day have done, it's at least helped us get to an understanding of what the numbers look like. We would love to pay less, we do, but we do need that certainty as well, year to year, of what we have to spend and what kind of contracts we can put going forward. So, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, that's all the commenters I had on that particular item, and thank you all for your comments and your input. And I'll bring it back to the board now for a discussion and direction. So, Ms. Peters.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to put a motion together. I would remove the number one, the cost recovery plan from it, but I know the resolution needs to be adjusted to reflect the removal of the costs, the renewal costs and formation costs, and administration costs. So I would think that, I'm just going to pause for a second. If you listen to the Fulton Avenue story, and they've spent over $1 million on the sheriff, and they paid for 26 fire hydrants, and you go down the road, they got a credit balance when it comes to administration as far as I'm concerned. So, and I think we're looking to all the PBIDs to potentially, you know, help the county, help them, and I just really don't think there should be any doubt in anyone's mind that these organizations are worth more to the county than we spend in administrative costs. So, as the county executive, what would be the best way to go forward? To just come back with a resolution that takes out the county cost recovery plan out of it?
That's correct. If you give it back to us, we'll take that out and resubmit it to you.
Okay. That'd be my motion.
Okay. I would second your motion. Do we have other comments or questions? All right, so the motion is to send this back to staff for a reconstruct of the resolution, taking out the cost recovery for the items that were listed, so that would include no cost recovery. Okay, that's the motion. All right, please vote.
Unanimous vote for those members present.
Thank you all for coming in and telling us your story.
Yes. Yeah.
Couple of agenda management items.
Okay, so this item, you're going to bring this item back, though?
Yes.
Yeah, the resolution with the agreements first.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
We are going to move our closed session today because of the time to tomorrow at 1:30.
Okay.
Working with your offices, rescheduling meetings that you all might have. One of the requests we have is we have Gibson Ranch, and then we have our Medi-Cal Dental Advisory
Right. Folks are here
Committee.
for that. Yes.
And our presenter for Medi-Cal has to leave by 2. So if you could do Gibson Ranch, Medi-Cal, and then come back to the planning items.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. And I know we have some off agenda, so I know Mr. Anderson and Ms. Ash have been in the audience, so if you'll stay with us, we'll try to get to you before we break for what's going to be a delayed lunch. So, okay, so let's go call the Gibson Ranch item first, you're saying?
Yes, Gibson Ranch first.
We'll call that item first, and then we'll come back to the dental cal, and then we'll come back to the other ones, okay?
Item 76, report back on the operations of Gibson Ranch County Park and authorize the Director of Regional Parks to execute the First Amendment of the lease agreement for Gibson Ranch and amend the Department of Regional Parks fee schedule.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board. Jeff Leatherman, Director of Regional Parks. And what I'd like to do is just walk the board through a couple of key items in the staff report, and then also introduce Doug Ossie for some comments and explanation on this item. On March 21st, you directed staff to return back to your board on a couple of items related to Gibson Ranch. Primarily, it was noted, and the intent of the board, that the discussion around Gibson Ranch was about how we operate Gibson Ranch. It was not a discussion about closure of Gibson Ranch, and we are continuing that direction from the board. It was also the intent of the board to work within the existing lease structure to see what type of model we could put together without amending the existing lease structure to the point where it was no longer valid. And the recommendations in the staff report and in the resolution, we believe in working with county council to do that. What we're asking the board today is to consider giving the department director the authority to execute an amended lease agreement and provide some parameters that are included in that resolution to do so. As you look at the parameters, and I'll outline the majority of them in a major way, the key, as we look at the revision of the parameters, starting with the utilities. As we look at the Gibson Ranch operation, Mr. Ossie explained to your board in March that there's about an average of about a $50,000 loss on the property to get it to break even. And so taking a step from that point, we're looking at paying the utilities and taking that cost on to the county, which would be a general fund contribution, specifically paying for the utilities associated with the operation of Gibson Ranch. We estimate that cost to be somewhere around $53,000 a year. We would also take on the cost associated with the water wells there at the ranch and maintaining those wells associated with the utilities and the pumping of water. We would also provide a $50,000 annual contribution to the capital improvements, and that is a specific reinvestment back into the real property of the ranch. Items such as facilities, rooftops, HVAC systems, similar to the contribution that we made early on in the contract period. We would renew that commitment into the facility and commit annually $50,000. We would also install an automatic pay station similar to what we're using along the American River Parkway, also at Mather, and along at Elkhorn. The intent is that Mr. Ossie then could decrease the amount of staff time in the off-season that he would use to staff the kiosk area and still be able to continue to collect revenue through the parking pay station. That parking pay station would be maintained on a day-to-day basis by Gibson Ranch staff, but we would be monitoring that pay station and making sure that it stays within its warranty period by doing the major maintenance associated with that, as we do with our other pay stations in the park system. Included in our recommendations is increasing the vehicle entry fee from $5 to $8, and I'll touch on that piece in just a second. The current lease term expires March 31st of 2021. Our recommendation is to move this contract into a year-to-year contract, and we're requesting the authority for the board to allow the director to extend that contract for no more than 5 years. So we would do the initial term contract for 1 year, and then we would have 4 more extensions beyond that. Just going down one more item in the chart in your staff report. The contract terms would be 1 year, but it was also provide GRP a 90-day notification period to vacate the property. This is a very tight window from staff's perspective, but we do have a strategy in which if Mr. Ossie were to give us the notification to vacate the property, we would be prepared following that notification to provide recommendations to your board almost immediately. And that recommendation would look similar to a RFP type process that we would go back out to the public community to look for opportunities for operation of the ranch. Any questions about those pieces before I move into the fee schedule and the parking?
Mr. Cernan.
Sure.
Yeah, Jeff, on that last statement of yours, that if Mr. Ossie decides to vacate, that we'd go back out for an RFP. That would be the only option you'd present to this board? You wouldn't present to this board that the Parks Department reassume all operational functions of the park?
Thank you for the clarification. We would provide all of those options to the board, but we would also be in the process of preparing the RFP early on so that that was an actual viable option to the board. If you remember in March when we had the discussion, we had a significant amount of lead time in order to prepare an RFP and then put it out to the public. We would do that preparation work now so that we had it available to us as a tool should Mr. Ossie give us that 90-day notification.
Okay, but just to be absolutely clear, you would give us back, some kind of option matrix that would show all the operational functions that Mr. Ossie was previously responsible for, and how those functions would be reassumed by Parks.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
So I just want to clarify that my understanding back in March was that if we made any substantive change to the contract, that it needed to go out for an RFP, and that we're extending this contract in an effort to just for continuity, to keep the park open, but we're still looking at our options. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is this just is this the decision that we're making?
The decision that we're making today is to renew the lease agreement under new terms within the existing structure of the lease agreement. And those items are outlined in the previous bullet points that I just went over. And that's within the existing structure that can be done with your board's permission through the Department of Regional Parks without having to go back out to RFP. The 90-day notification period is a fairly tight window. And so if Mr. Ossie were to exercise that 90-day notification period, we need to have a plan that we can present to your board to be able to move forward, and we would be preparing that plan as well.
So your plan is to prepare the plan in the event that this
in the event that something changes, yes.
Jeff, can you just clarify, this is just continuation of existing?
That is correct. This is a continuation of the existing operations as it stands right now, with the county taking on some of the financial burden.
Okay, and our county council confirms that we're good to go with that without RFP. Okay.
If there's any changes that happen to the terms, then the RFP comes in, or discussion with the board on what's the future. Is it an RFP, or do we look at having the county operate the park?
You don't consider these changes to the terms?
Not substantial to trigger us into the RFP or provide other scenarios. That's correct. We're within the framework of the existing lease agreement now.
And I have a question relating to the fees. What are the fees that we're collecting now at Gibson Ranch consistent with all the other parks in the district? What are the fees in the other parks, and now, are we now going to end up at Gibson Ranch with the highest fees in the county?
Sure. So specifically related to the fee picture that we're looking at and making the recommendation for your board to increase the fee opportunity from the $5, which is our traditional fee throughout the entire park system. So currently, we do charge $5 for each vehicle entry into our park system. This recommendation includes the ability for Mr. Ossie to charge $8 per vehicle entry. The consideration for this is two parts. We're looking at taking on some general fund obligations specific to the real property, utilities and facility maintenance, and that equates to about $110,000 worth of general fund contribution to Gibson Ranch and the operation of Gibson Ranch. That allows Mr. Ossie to break even operationally by taking on the utilities. It also allows the county to reinvest into the facilities to continue to maintain and protect them for the future benefit of our community. The last piece of this puzzle that we're working with Mr. Ossie is, by giving him the ability to increase the fee, he has the opportunity to offset some additional revenue increases, or operating expense increases with additional revenue, especially surrounding his staffing costs associated with the operation of the ranch, as well as look to turn a profit associated with the operation of Gibson Ranch, as his lease currently allows him to do. And so, again, the general fund obligation of the utilities gets into a break-even point. The increase in parking fee allows him to realize revenue in his operation of the property. The other piece that we're looking at is it transfers the obligation for Mr. Ossie to perform in competition with regional parks, that where he has to provide an enhanced level of service in order to have people visit the park in order to realize that additional revenue. So it does put him in direct competition with regional parks at a higher fee, but there are other park systems around the Sacramento County, specifically state parks, that are higher than Gibson Ranch would be should you approve the fee increase. State Parks is currently charging $12 for vehicle entry.
But county parks are all at the lower, all consistent with what Gibson Ranch is now, so Gibson Ranch will stand out as the highest fee structure in the county. And the average loss that we anticipate with parks or golf courses is around $200,000 or $250,000 a year. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
So we have a general fund allocation to the Parks Department that is well over $6 million that is a general fund allocation into our department. So when you look at individual parks specifically, some of them generate revenue on the surplus side, and some of them are not revenue generators. They do not generate enough revenue to cover their operating costs. And it varies. Normally Discovery Park, which will be open on Saturday on a limited basis, but normally Discovery Park is a significant revenue generator for the department, or smaller operations down in our Delta communities. They do not generate the revenue to offset the cost, but we do provide that as a service, and that is supplemented by the general fund.
And do equestrian, like when they drive in, do they pay a fee every time they drive in to see their horse?
The equestrian operations are a little bit different.
Cars,
this
right?
is just for vehicles attending the park. Mr. Ossie has other relationships with his horse boarders that he can describe to you on how they access the park facility.
So I guess I want to say that this is not probably the high income area of the county. Mm-hmm. So I'm not comfortable raising the fees to that level. I wonder why we can't raise all the fees in the county just a tiny bit to recoup some of those funds to the county so that we can cover that loss. I'm not expecting Mr. Ossie. I think he's trying to figure out a way that we can increase our revenues and make this work, and I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, it's the end consumer it's those residents that are using the facility, and it doesn't seem fair to charge our residents and our users of that park significantly more than the other parks in the county. I'm wishing we didn't have to do that. Yeah. Wishing we could find another way to come up with $90,000 to make him whole, or to give him the resources that he needs in order to staff.
Yeah, agreed. And our challenge in this this framework was to work within the existing framework of the lease agreement, and changing changing substantially the terms of the lease agreement, where we would be providing additional general fund revenue into the operation outside of the utility costs for the real property, was considered a substantial change to the lease agreement that went beyond the boundaries, and could potentially trigger an additional RFP. And so as we were looking at all of our options, the best option that we could come up with within the current parameters of the lease agreement was this increase in fee that allowed more revenue generation to offset operating costs and potentially make the operation profitable for Mr. Ossie.
Well, there must be some other way. What's the other way? What's another way to do it without passing it on to the consumer?
The other way would be to revise the entire lease agreement outside of the parameters that we have now, in that more public RFP process.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know we have Supervisor Cerna, but I just, on this point, because it's what I circled in blue in my staff report, and I appreciate the explanation, I appreciate the reasoning why, but as I sit here today, it's still a county-owned park facility under a lease agreement with an operator, obviously, who's very capable and competent, and we gave you direction to try to, work within those parameters.
Right.
But I'm not going to charge 60% more at the gate for use of that park, irrespective of what, amenities may be behind the gate that people would attract them there. I just, we have a fee schedule for our county parks, and to think that we're going to go from 5 to 8, and again, this is, and that's the way we deal with, the overall cost assignment that obviously Mr. Ossie has as a business person, but certainly we as a parks department, because when you were here before us last and we gave you direction to go back and negotiate this, is that you were willing to take it over at the cost of about $200,000 a year, assume the cost of doing that. So we're talking about putting some more general fund money in that get invested in, obviously, ongoing activities at the ranch, because at the end of the day, whether it's Mr. Ossie or anybody else, we still own that facility, and it's still users of those parks in large part that are county residents. And to think that by virtue of disagreement, and we put our stamp of approval on it, that the fees are going to go up for the period of the term of this lease and be, again, approaching 60% more than what people pay at any other park. And in fact, when we've done other agreements, and when we did the agreement with Elk Grove Park, they did away with the entry fee altogether. You can use that park now. Obviously, they have to find a way to cover that. Again, I just, I appreciate the recommendation you bring, Jeff, and certainly we'll hear from Mr. Ossie in a minute, but I find the argument weak, and I'm not prepared. To me, it is a fairness issue. And again, you can have the greatest amenities, and maybe you can drive a premium, but that's not necessarily assumed here. There may be services associated, because what I heard the explanation is that we cover the loss components by virtue of paying the utilities and a few other things. This then allows Mr. Ossie to retrieve revenues that may go to his bottom line, being black versus red. But whatever it is, it's still a higher fee. And if I'm the person who wants to get my family into that park, it may mean fewer visits, or that I go elsewhere, I travel elsewhere, or I don't go at all.
Sure.
And again, I just think we've got to find another way, and we're going to hear from other supervisors or from Mr. Ossie, but I would concur with Supervisor Frost. And if it's, we got to find another way to do it, then we find another way, but I don't find this palatable here today. Mr. Cerner?
Thank you. So I just have a general, overarching question, I guess, for you, Jeff, is if the reason we're here today is that because since Mr. Ossie took on some of these operational functions, now with the years of retrospect, looking back at some of the challenges to make a pencil for him, what is it that you can tell us today the Parks Department, Regional Parks, has to benefit from continuing with any lease agreement with, or any operational agreement with any operator? I mean, my understanding is that, or my recollection is that we went down this path to begin with because we were back then, in a more difficult fiscal position. This is before your tenure here. And we were facing the closure of the park, and the community was understandably very upset about that, and they've certainly made it clear, not just then, but over the years, and certainly with this most recent development, that their preference is obviously to keep the park open and operational. I think there's no disagreement up here that that's what we want to achieve. But I guess my question is, why wouldn't we assume the responsibilities that we once had to operate our own park?
We definitely have that option. The direction that the board gave us in March was to look at options within the existing lease structure to continue Mr. Ossie's operation out at Gibson Ranch, and that's how we move forward in this. The concern being that we were running up based on a fairly tight deadline in getting to this point where Mr. Ossie's notice to vacate is at the end of the month. And a broader discussion about the overall operations of Gibson Ranch, or for that matter any other park that's under lease or other arrangements, can absolutely be made, but in this case we were following up on the board direction specifically into the parameters of the lease agreement. As it relates to the overall operation of the park, there is that a cost-benefit trade associated. What can Mr. Ossie provide as by way of services where he can outperform the county? And in Gibson Ranch specifically, it centers around the equestrian operations. That is a very technical business, and you're dealing with people's animals on a 24/7 basis, and the county isn't positioned, and we haven't been positioned to deal very well with the equestrian facilities. I think our arrangement with Gibson Ranch, and then we have others at our Mabel Jean Ranch with the horses down in Elk Grove that kind of speak to that issue. And so those are the parameters that we were working in. And then we also look to other arrangements associated with facilities, ARNA on the American River Parkway, and Soilborne Farm, being able to work within existing buildings where they can provide kind of that high-touch customer interface for sometimes on a volunteer basis, sometimes on a paid basis, and they can do that at a better cost point than what regional parks can. Where we can perform and where we perform well is on the maintenance side when it relates to cutting grass, also on the recreation side as it relates to providing special events and those types of services that we do very well, and of course our golf course facilities and others.
So you can tell us and the public that with what you're recommending, that there is expected to be some cost savings for the county?
There is, yes.
Okay. I guess that's what ultimately that's what I need to know.
Yes, there is.
All right, thank you.
With the chair's permission, I'd introduce Doug Ossie for some comments as it relates to this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any
Yeah,
sorry.
Sue Frost, yeah, again, Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to say that it seems like we're asking Gibson Ranch to step up to a higher standard than the other parks, and then we're charging more to the end consumer for that higher standard. So I don't understand why the county can't find a way to create those resources so that Mr. Ossie can do what he needs to do without raising the fees.
Sure, and I understand that. And I think the challenge that we have is trying to stay within the boundaries of the existing lease agreement. That's the challenge in this situation. The county absolutely can make other decisions as it relates to utilizing general fund revenue. Your board certainly has that obligation. As it relates to this lease agreement, we had certain parameters that we had to work in to make a proposal functional according to your board's direction.
But you said that was the best, that it seemed like the easiest, cleanest option, but there were other options. So I'd be interested in what those other options were.
Sure, other options would be outside of the existing lease agreement. So we would be looking at a general fund obligation or contribution into the operation of Gibson Ranch. But in making that change, in my understanding and interpretation, along with my conversations with county council, that would be a substantial change to the existing lease agreement. And so then we would have to go out and rebid the process.
Well, maybe, Robin, you need to weigh in here. I know that Sue Frost asked you earlier, and so where are we with this? Because, again, I think this is a very important question to what we're talking about here this afternoon.
That is the gist of it, that the terms of the lease as it exists does not include a county contribution. The county contributions were laid out very specifically for, I believe it was $100,000 a year for certain specified improvements. And beyond that, we're opening up the terms of county participation in that lease.
So we don't have the ability to renegotiate the lease? A lease?
But 90,000 is under 100,000. You said up to 100,000 for improvements.
Those were physical improvements in the first 5 years that were to be completed. Reduction of the
It's deferred maintenance.
It was for deferred maintenance associated
right,
with the physical
maintenance
structures.
participation were the terms of that agreement. So those terms were very specified as to what the county's roles would be.
I think there must be another way to do it.
We can certainly go back to the drawing board on that. This is an approach that...
I mean, this is basically, Mr. Ossie has generously offered to continue the lease while we work through how we're going to move forward so that it's more equitable for him or whoever ends up doing it. But there must be another way to do it.
Well, and if you can't do it, then the question about this as it relates to an $8 entry fee is right front and center, because that is a major policy issue. It's not just in a lease, and it's not just in the arrangement with Mr. Ossie. It goes to then, if we can't find another way, and if it means going back to the streets or doing something else, then we ought to have that revisit conversation. But when we left here last, again, recognizing you stay within those parameters, both council and our executive staff, that now we have before us basically setting aside a part of the county that's going to have a higher fee charge. Again, recognizing all the explanation behind that.
Sure.
But we have an adopted fee schedule for all the facilities. It relates to vehicles, to the types of vehicles, to people's, in some cases, income levels and their activities and so forth. And it doesn't say that in Gibson Ranch it's going to be $8 and it's going to be $5 over at the American Parkway, or somewhere else. And now we can do that, but by virtue of doing this, we're going to do this in an agreement. And to me, that's even a bigger conversation yet. And it's a matter of fairness, I think.
Yeah. And I will offer, just as you continue the dialogue around fee structures, that Gibson Ranch will continue to accept the Regional Park annual pass. Those fees are not changing, and the Gibson Ranch also has an annual pass at $49 that's available. So, there are options that for
it could push a lot of people to buy a pass.
It could, and Doug and I will debate which pass you should purchase, obviously. Purchase mine
You'd probably
versus
say
his.
both.
But, yeah, he would say both, and we both get the benefit. But, there is that advantage as it relates to the annual pass system for our visitors who are frequent visitors of the park facility. And we also continue to have the reduced or the low-income fee pass that's available for purchase at our office at $10 as well, that this board has included in your fee schedule. So I will offer that as part of the dialogue. And with that, if there's any other questions for me, I'll turn it over.
Supervisor Peters. Yeah, thanks.
Sure.
A quick one. This is an amendment of the lease agreement after we got an extension from the operator a couple of months ago. Will we be out, if we don't pass this today, are we out of contract?
So the contract expires, the contract does not expire, but the notice to vacate the property does, yes.
Yeah.
And so that happens at the end of this calendar month. And so Mr. Ossie can kind of speak to next steps should your board give us different directions on where we can go from here, from his perspective, and we can provide some input on that as well.
Okay. All right. Any other questions at this juncture? If not, Jeff, stand by. Thanks.
You got it.
Mr. Ossie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Doug Ossie, managing partner at GRP 2011. We're the operators at Gibson Ranch. First, let me just say that working with Jeff Leatherman and Rob Leonard, they are sometimes the most difficult people I've ever met. They are tough. And notwithstanding any of the discussion to date, sometimes they just don't agree with me. And I want you to understand that they represent your interests very well. That's the reason I say that. I want to review a little bit of history. Prior to everybody but Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Peters joining this board, the county was operating Gibson Ranch. And on a regular basis, like every year, the county was losing $300,000 to $400,000 a year operating that ranch. Still open. It's open to everybody. Had equestrian, had fishing, had camping, had cabins, had all this other stuff. But the county was losing $300,000 to $400,000 a year. From April of 2011 to May 31st of this year, the county will have contributed roughly $215,000 to the deferred maintenance. So for $43,000 a year in quick math, which we have implemented the solutions for. We've addressed a bunch of deferred maintenance out there. But that's the only thing the county has paid during that period of time. So what you were paying was $300,000 to $400,000 a year to have a park that was open. And then commencing in April of 11, that basically dropped to $43,000 a year, all of which went towards correcting deferred maintenance. Okay? Now going forward, the proposal in front of you is that the county contribute $50,000 a year towards continued capital improvements and an additional $60,000 a year to defray operating expenses, largely utilities. Now, what has that created at Gibson Ranch? Right now, we're getting over 100,000 people a year without any concerts. Concerts are huge numbers, and it's a big pulse. But just regular, everyday business, we're getting over 100,000 people a year to the park. That's roughly 30 to 33,000 cars, right? Why are we getting this kind of market response? Because our grounds are clean, our bathrooms reek of bleach, and staff is there every day to answer questions. Now, we recognize we're not perfect. There are people who think we should do things differently, and I regularly meet with them, and those ideas that have merit get considered, and we respond accordingly. The proposed increase from 5 to 8 is, I know how Mr. Leatherman presented it. In my mind, it's authority to charge up to $8. And the reason is that if you look at our, if you graph our usage, we're getting 2,000 to 3,000 people a day on the weekends in the park. And we're getting 100 people a day in the park on weekdays. And I need some flexibility to incentivize shifting some of that weekend activity to weekday activity. And moving the weekend charges to $8 while leaving the weekday charges at something less, I think will help us do that. Will there be a decrease in usage on the weekend? Yes. I wagged it at about 10%. And then the other issue I want to touch on, which staff has been very helpful on, is clarifying whether or not there be a possessory use tax imposed by some recalibration by the assessor, and the answer is no. I just wanted to make that for a record. We have exchanges of emails back and forth that says this will not cause a possessory use tax to come in effect. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. My goal is to keep Gibson Ranch open until the end of the lease, at which point I turn it back over to the county in a self-sustaining condition, meaning it's paying for itself. So you're not any longer bearing that $300,000 or $400,000 a year loss that was being incurred before I got involved. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, thank you for reminding us how much the loss was every year on this park, and we did choose to close it rather than continue the loss. And comparing that to our cost now to support a private operator, it's less than half of what our loss was, and would have probably been larger now. I would be curious whether we could, if this proposal moves forward on the $8, to come back in 6 months and see what the if it affected the number of cars that come into the park. Now, this, I got to sidetrack for a second. Bear with me. You may remember the days in the '90s when I started a water taxi business on the Sacramento River.
I'm going to let you tell the story.
And it was $5, you know, for a round trip. We were losing money like mad, and we raised it to $7. Caused a huge drop in business. Went back to $5. It's not very much more money than $5, but it was psychological. A $5 bill versus handing somebody one bill versus, you know, $4 bills
change and all this. Yeah,
it was all very weird, and I had that for a couple of years, and then gave it to the Chamber of Commerce to run, and so I'd be really interested to see if we do go forward with this, if you have a drop in usage and end up not coming up with the additional money.
On weekends, I expect a drop.
Yeah, but you want to push them to the weekday.
I'm trying to push them to weekdays. I mean, it's just, in terms of enjoying the park, it's, when I got 2,000 or 3,000 people there, I mean, it's high stress.
Yeah.
So if I've only got, I think back to days, if I've only got 1,000 people, which would have been just a huge accomplishment back then. If I've only got 1,000 people, you don't even know anybody's there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Mr. Ossie, would you be willing to move forward with a contract without raising the park fees? And while we look for another way to make improve the situation?
I am interested in keeping this park open for the obvious purpose of serving the community. I just can't lose any more money on it. My wife gave me very specific instructions.
But my understanding is us paying the utilities and the capital improvements makes you whole. That was my understanding.
It'll get us to break even. I understand that. We won't have any money left over to create new programs or to upgrade turf maintenance or anything like that, but we'll get to break even.
But if we adjusted the contract to a year, just to do it for a year to figure out a way to another way. That can't be the only way.
Well,
why do we have to separate out the poor community so that they have to pay more to go to the park?
Keep in mind, this is a dynamic enterprise, all right? In a very real sense, I'm competing against private operators like Sunsplash for discretionary spending by a family. You know, can you go here? Can you go there? Sometimes they come to me, sometimes they go there, sometimes they go to a state park, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very aware of the competitive dynamic, but I just want to, I mean, I said this when we were here a couple months ago. I'm not going to lose any more money on it. I'm 200 grand in the hole. I'm not going to lose any more money on it.
So, but let me understand then. So aside from the entry fee, you're at break even. I understand you wouldn't be able to do the enhancements that may draw more folks and or make for a better environment. Is that correct, though, by doing the utilities and the other additional $110,000 that takes you to break even, Doug?
Think of these things as additive, Mr. Natoli, is every time you improve something, that means more people want to come. It gives them a higher quality of enjoyment.
Right, I get that.
Which means they come back again.
Right.
And yes, we will be using those fees to improve the park further.
Okay, but so we couldn't take that approach from a staff perspective to look at enhancements to the park, again, many of which stay there. Some may be temporal. I mean, if you do better turf maintenance, if you did less turf maintenance, then that would return to something else. I mean, if those are the things that, if you wanted a premium that, and again, maybe we'd have to compensate for that. Again, I'm not there, again, recognizing where you are with wanting to operate the park, again, but you don't have to have the perspective. You got to be in a competitive environment. But we've got other parks where all the other parks the county operates have that or less. There may be no charge in some of the facilities, but to go to $8, premium or not, to me, just I think that sends a wrong message. Now, if we want to have those premiums, the enhancements, whatever they are, additive, they build, hopefully, return folks. And I got to imagine that if I could return for $5 versus $8, and you got some of those enhancements, then I may come back even more frequently. And so, again, I don't know with this contract that council's looked at it. Obviously, you and your folks have looked at it. But I'm not supportive of raising that fee. Again, I appreciate your explanation. To say to folks out there at that location, it's going to cost you $8 some days of the week to get in versus $5 every day of the week to get in the county facility. Now, if you want to offer those amenities and we want to help purchase those amenities because it is in the best interest of the contractor and the contractee, i.e. the county and the county residents, then I think we ought to try to find a way to get there. But, you know, my expectation wasn't when we came back that we certainly plug the holes, but that we weren't going to be raising park entry fee and make it disparate to the order of magnitude of 60% higher than anywhere else in the county on certain days of the week. And so I don't know. Again, you may turn this over, so maybe Jeff or Rob or Nav.
I could weigh in on that.
I also want to add, when I park over by the convention center on days where they have big events, they raise the parking fees. Is there a compromise here where if you're having a big event, you can charge a different entry fee on that day during those hours of that event, but on the normal weekends or normal every day where families come to the park, you are at the same price as all the other parks? It just doesn't seem fair that Gibson Ranch has to be now set to a higher standard of losing less money than all the other parks and paying more. It just doesn't feel right.
The county's current pricing strategy, as I understand it, allows for premium pricing on certain days of the year, like Easter or Mother's Day or what have you. And that was the source for originally focusing in on the $8, because that seems to be the number that gets moved to on those days. I don't know how many of you, I know you all
Can't we just do it on those days?
I know, because there are not enough days. I know you all weren't there this weekend, but I can tell you the difference between Saturday and Sunday versus Friday and Monday is night and day in terms of usage. So I'm getting the kinds of usage on Saturdays and Sundays that historically you only see on Mother's Day or Easter or major holidays.
But that's what makes it so wonderful. It's affordable.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So,
could be because of the improvements he's made.
Okay, I know Supervisor Peters wants to weigh in, but any response to previous questions before?
Just to provide some clarification from the department side that Mr. Ossie and others are correct that we do have the holiday surcharge that we do charge in the regional park system, for example, this coming weekend, Memorial Weekend, as well as 4th of July and Labor Day weekend, up to our $8 per vehicle.
And he gets that already?
He would have that authority as well based on our current fees.
But he doesn't get it now?
I have not done that. I've stayed at $5. I think I did that 1 year, the first year, and I have not done it since.
That is correct.
Well, can we make it consistent with what all the other parks are doing so he can do it on those days? That's something. Better than nothing.
Mm-hmm. He does have the ability to do that based on our existing fee schedule for those holiday weekends. As Mr. Ossie said, there's not enough holiday weekends from his perspective and point of view to make that work.
But he's chosen not to do it all this time.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, one of the worries I would have about that is at the parks, areas on the American River Parkway in my district, people don't like to pay the fees at all.
I've witnessed that.
My office developed the residential parking fees, residential parking permit as a result of that some years ago, and I don't know if it might drive people to park outside the park. People will. Maybe that's how we get people to exercise more. We raise the prices of parking everywhere, and so they start walking. But what if we did something like kept it at 5? He keeps track of the vehicles on the days, and we reimburse him for the $3 per car, as opposed to by actual count. And so you still get the encouragement of people coming into the parkway or the park.
I have the ability to tell you exactly how many cars come in every day. In fact, I can tell you right now I've got the 4 months of this year, so.
Yeah, my issue isn't with you getting the revenues. I think the county should figure out another way to pay that.
Well, I think we're all interested in just finding a way to keep the park open and have it pay for itself.
But if we did something on a reimbursement for 1 year based on traffic count, then we could find out whether how many people are coming in and how much adjustment we might need to make. I don't know. Maybe that's how you came up with the $8.
Just from a practical standpoint, let's think in terms of process. So our process it's all about the number of cars.
Yeah.
Car pulls up to the kiosk. If they don't have a county pass, they're charged $5.
Right.
If they have a county pass, we honor the pass and they're allowed in. It's that simple. We give them a ticket. The tickets are each numbered. So at the end of the day, I know precisely how many tickets were purchased.
Okay.
And we tally how many county passes are presented. And that information, if you do the math in here, you can discern it. But the number of county passes, for instance, this particularly favorite subject of Supervisor Natoli, we know how many county passes are presented every single day. Mm-hmm. We know how many cars pay every single day.
Do you pitch does your kiosk operator pitch to people buying a pass?
We do, and here's the way the conversation goes. Do you have an annual pass? Go, yes. How much is it? It's $49. Then we follow on and we say, there's actually 2 annual passes. There's the county's annual pass and our annual pass. The county's annual pass is also $49, and it allows you into every park in the district or in the system, including this one, with no extra charge, and we get none of those funds. Our annual pass is $49. It is only good in this park, and the money stays here. And then they get to decide.
How many do you sell?
We sold about 125 last year. Sold 125 are ours.
Right. Yeah.
Right. But we tell them. I mean, if you don't tell them, they come back.
Well, I mean, it's like if you come to the park more than 10 times this summer, you'll more than pay for it.
Slam dunk. Absolutely.
Jeff?
Just a question I think that was embedded in some of those comments, and kind of asked Robin to help me a little bit as well, is if the county were to elect to subsidize the parking fees out at Gibson Ranch, does that fall within the existing parameters of the current lease agreement?
I would hesitate us to start doing this at this point. I would, if the board's direction is that there's no desire to increase 5 to 8, and if the numerical value is 90,000, let us work with county council, see legally what can we do that will not trigger an RFP at this point. Rather than us try to debate it on the floor, we'll come back to you then.
I concur.
That would be my preference.
Okay, all right, well, I mean, it sounds to me like that, certainly any more comments from board members, but that there's a desire certainly to continue to work with the current leaseholder and operator and to do it within the parameters, obviously, of the existing contract and again, to see if there's a way to get there, but maintain, again, I think that certainly the holiday, if you have that latitude right now, that if that's an issue, I mean, obviously there are, prescribed days, Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, whatever else is in there, you can do that now. But that we, have this on a short string, because my understanding is that the notice to vacate, from what Jeff said, ends in just a few days.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You and I both live in this community. I'm going to play nice in the sandbox here.
Yeah.
We're going to get this solved. Okay. I'm not going to leave you out there.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
All right. Anything else, Supervisor Frost?
I just wanted to say thank you.
So we're going to move to continue this.
We'll work on a date, but I'm thinking June 6th, but we got to look at the
so
agenda.
We'll come back before we go for the June recess. So.
Correct.
Okay. So we're just going to move to continue on with additional direction of staff to continue to work on the component. We're not interested in raising fees at the gate. There may be other ways to compensate for this, but
do you have any public?
And the way we're framing the issue, it's about a $90,000 dollar amount that we have that we have to solve for.
And I do have one speaker too, by the way. Thank you for reminding me. So okay, we'll hold on the motion just for a moment. Mr. O'Hara, Patrick O'Hara.
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, all right. So Patrick, okay, thanks for your patience. All right, so we'll hold on that. Any other speakers on this item? All right, seeing none, then the motion, Supervisor Frost, to continue. Okay. All right, moving seconded, and we'll work to get a date back before we break for June recess. So, all right, thank you everyone for the comments, and let's vote on the motion.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right. Thank you to staff. Thank you to Mr. Ossie and to Mr. O'Hara for being in the audience as well. So, okay, we've got to get to our
Item 79 is the annual update from Sacramento County Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee.
Right. And thank you for your patience. The 11 o'clock item, we just made it just before 1 o'clock, so before somebody has to catch a plane at 2, I guess. So, all right, very good.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to come before you. My name is Terry Jones. I'm a private dentist here in Sacramento County. I'm a commissioner on First 5 Sacramento, and I'm also chair of the Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee. I appreciate this opportunity. I'll try to run through these slides in about 10, 15 minutes, and then I'll open it up to any questions that you might have. And I can hear your stomachs, and mine will be probably growling.
It's all right. So. Take your time. It's important stuff, and I know we've debated and heard about this many times in these chambers. So thanks, Terry, for being here. Go right ahead.
Okay, and I'm not sure how to actually move this, so...
I think is there a clicker? I think.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
This one? And just...
There you
go. Okay, so you can see here that the purpose of the Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee is to provide oversight and guidance and to improve the dental utilization rates for the Medi-Cal population here in Sacramento. And we provide, looking particularly at the preventive and the educational service that are provided. Our authority comes from, we were championed by then Senator Steinberg back in 2012 and gave us authorization to proceed. We're sponsored by the Sacramento County Health and Human Service, and we're convened with the gracious support of First 5 Sacramento and the staffing of First 5 Sacramento. Our scope is to provide both written and verbal input to the Department of Health and Human Services and to the Department of Health Care Services regarding the policies and the actions of the 3 dental plans, Access, HealthNet, and Liberty, and what they have been done on an annual basis. you can take a look at the MCDAC membership, and I think you'll see that it's a broad-based, diverse membership. We think it allows for representation across a variety of stakeholders, a variety of beneficiaries and provider groups, as well as families. Our goal is to provide a forum for all these voices to be heard and for solutions that are developed to be member-driven. If we look at the accomplishments, I think there have been a few. We're talking about what happened in 2016. So first of all, I think that our partnership with the dental plans have been strengthened, and I think that's the good news. The dental plans have been very accessible and responsible for immediately assisting members whenever issues arise. The dental plans have been providing training to the new Family Resource Center staff. That training consists of information regarding how to provide dental care, including how to make a dental appointment, the locations of the various dental clinics, the providers, contact information for all the dental plans, and contact information as well for the state hotline regarding dental services. We've established a general anesthesia ad hoc work group, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, so that they can focus on a more detailed level than we can provide at our regular dental meetings, MCDAC meetings. We reviewed and prioritized some of the recommendations that were given to you in 2015 regarding the oral health utilization study, and that was shared with the Dental Safety Net, I believe. Those recommendations talked about a broad-based oral health campaign, talked about getting out that first tooth, first birthday messages to all non-traditional settings and organizations, about creating oral health education material that would link good oral health means good overall health. We talked about ensuring that all home visitation programs and family resource centers include oral health messages, and that the staff are oriented to provide those messages. In addition, we've set out we think benchmark goals, ambitious ones, of 5% increase in utilization each year from the 2016 through 2019. And finally, we've partnered with the Department of Health and Human Service to apply for a Dental Transformation Initiative grant. You talked about that here, I think, earlier today. That would increase funding for the program from 2017 to 2020 rather. We were one of 15 pilots that were selected throughout the state. We were given $10 million to provide services. Those services, I think, were staged along the virtual, included 3 different strategies. One was a virtual dental home component, the other was a medical dental partnership, and the third was a community partnership training program that we enabled for referral and care coordination. We think these services will build capacity, I think, for the children that are no longer or not accessing care, and it will bridge that gap between dental care and primary care that is currently deprived to a lot of our low-income families.
Terry, was that award of $10 million, was that those other 15 communities were selected grants, were they of the equal amounts, or were we did we receive a higher amount?
The amounts varied to my knowledge, and I think we were one of the largest funders, and I think that's a testimony to our
pretty good sized chunk of money.
It is.
Yeah, it was on the consent calendar. Okay, very good. Thanks for everybody's work on that.
And I think, next slide here. Sorry, hold on. This particular problem with general anesthesia is a tricky one. The issue here is that some of the most vulnerable children and adults cannot access care in the traditional dental office setting. Given their particular medical care, the condition is demands that they be care rendered in either a surgical center or in a hospital setting. That requires prior authorization from the dental plan, as well as separate authorization from the medical plan. The dental plans approve using the treatment. The medical plans often deny it or delay the treatment that is needed. The population is a small percentage of the overall Medi-Cal dental population, but it's high-risk group, and it requires more enhanced safety precautions, and they're experiencing a great deal of barriers in that care. Compounding that problem, there are even fewer dentists that are credentialed that allow them to treat this high-risk group in a hospital setting. So given the delays in the authorizations, we're not only denying service to the much-needed care to the population that needs it, but we're also kind of shrinking the provider base. So we think it's a very critical issue. We want to give it all the attention needed. We set up this work group to work carefully with the providers, with the beneficiaries, and with the state to kind of come up with formulas that will help streamline this process of getting authorization through the medical plans. So in this particular, some of these numbers are not exactly what accurate, so I want to clarify that. Okay. It's important to recognize, first of all, that there's been an increase in the medical population since 2014. The numbers you have before you, I think, have morphed slightly. It should read that from January 2014 to December 2016, enrollment increased to 167,689. There was a question that was sent out to staff this morning, and I think information was provided to the supervisors regarding that, so we want to clarify it. Right. The question revolved about how did that parse out in terms of adults versus children. So it is our understanding that 20% of that number, 20% of that 167,000 were children, 80% were adults. The actual numbers we can verify and provide you with additional information. Staff is here to provide some of that information. So if you have more questions on that, we can, talk about it at the end or so. Okay. The reason that adults increased was in May of 2014, adults were given dental services, and so that really rolled out in 2015, and so there was a denial of service for many years. There was a backlog on care, and I think that number showed a great deal of reception of that care for that. Also in 2016, undocumented children were provided access to care as well. The total population that is served is still accurately rendered as about 427,929 members.
So, Terry, just to be clear then, so under the utilization, on your next bullet, you haven't got there yet, but then is that talking to children, or is that the whole group of adults and children? Because I guess my question would go to is that by having the significant entry of adults into the covered category, and as you just said, pin up, demand for services and needs, did that somehow some of those folks get to the front of the line where maybe children were, somewhere, in queue, but then, because this large segment of adults came into the marketplace. I'm just curious to tell you whether there was any background on that.
So I'm not sure if I can give you that detail, but 2014 primarily, with the introduction of the adults in around May, probably didn't really get going until the end of 2014. So I think this is primarily, the 2014 number reflects mostly children. The 2015, I'd have to caution you, this is preliminary data, so it's not finalized. That's one of the hassles that we have, and you can see in our next bullet point talking about the timely access to care.
You told us that before. We had this conversation in these chambers last year about that, and the frustration, maybe the last couple of years, the frustration with how come there's such a big lag in getting the information. It doesn't, the analysis becomes more of a historical one than it does of anything that has currency to when you start going back 3 or 4 years.
It hasn't changed, and so we're here almost 18 months past 2015 close, and we're still looking at not final data. So this is preliminary data. It does show a modest increase of 41.3%. Which is again, we can provide at a later date, maybe more detailed in terms of it. But
thanks.
And again, the timeliness and access to that data. Even if you go on the website, it's very difficult to kind of get that information in a reasonably reader-friendly way. Okay, so I'll look at our goals for 2017. First of all, we partnered with the Every Smile Counts, which we talked about, the DTI grant. Very important grant, and we think the dental plans have embedded in their care also in that grant. I think they're very important to that. We have worked with DHS, as we talked about, with the data transparency and the timeliness of it. Certainly they hear that request. However, acting on it is still a challenge. We continue to work with DHS and the medical dental plans with regarding getting providers and beneficiary prior authorization so that these services won't be denied or delayed. We work with the dental plans on outreach and efforts, I think, to provide care. We think this is a big thing that the dental plans have been very good about providing that outreach, and we acknowledge as well that the federally qualified health insurance, we've really enhanced their participation in providing care to our community. Given the impact of fewer dentists providing care, given the low reimbursement rate for Medi-Cal services, it's roughly, California is one of the lowest in the country in terms of reimbursement rate for Denti-Cal. We're 38% of the fees comparable is what the dentist gets. The federal qualified health centers have stepped up and been a very integral part of our delivery of care. So we want to compliment Sacramento Community Clinics, known as HALO, Sacramento Native American Health Center, CARES Community Clinic, WellSpace, as well as ELICA. We are encouraged with the dental activities with DHHS rather, and their talk about presenting a overall countywide dental plan. Given the stature, I think, of Sacramento County and how well we are positioned with the DTI grants, we think that, and our state dental director has come to MCDAC and presented. There are few dental plans that counties have done statewide. We think if we do a real comprehensive, we'll do a great comprehensive dental plan. We will be, we think, online to provide more grant money coming to the county if we have that dental plan. So we would work very graciously and appreciative with the Department of Health and Human Services to provide that dental plan. Finally, I think we want to continue our partnership with DHCS and provide input and recommendations, continue an open conversation, and encourage the presence and participation, ongoing presence and participation with MCDAC. Essentially, those are our contacts. So I try to do it in a timely manner. I hope that
No, you did. Thank you, Terry, for your patience and for fielding questions. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Terry, for your service on MCDAC, and to everyone else that's been doing, I think, some good work, and I know sharing some of the frustration with this board about timely acquisition of data. I guess the part of the board letter that I'm most focused on, the statement in the board letter, is that if there isn't measurable progress by June, by a year from now, essentially, that the MCDAC is recommending that we take a different fork in the road, that we take the necessary steps to terminate the GMC program. Given the delay in data and some of the other challenges around getting our rates up as high as we want them on a kind of an annualized basis, what can you tell us today, and please be blunt, what can you tell us today, a year from when the MCDAC is already saying it's going to do something pretty dramatic, or recommend something fairly dramatic, about that measurable progress? I mean, to me, that's the meat of the matter. Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, I think it is as well. And the problem is, I think, that timeliness of that data. So we don't want to abandon the beneficiaries, the families, the children that are already being served. So I think in 1 year time, hopefully we'll have 2015 data. And the data really was to look at 2016, 2017, and 2018 data to come back in 2019 and show what kind of progress has been made. Because really when we asked to do that, we talked about comparing that progress to the 2014 number. And so I think you're right. That's going to be a challenge. At this point, we've had modest changes in the utilization rate. I think last year we worked much more aggressively with the plans. The plans have been embedded in our DTI grants. And I think that's important. They're in the community. They're serving a lot of the Early Smile programs, which all the plans support it, serves about 7,000 children in the school district. I don't have a good answer. I think what we will do on McDAC is we'll look at the data that we have, and we'll come back and see how close did we do with this 5% growth. That's all we can do, and see what numbers we can give you and how we'll look at it. I'll go back. DTI is a 3-year program. Given their ability to help us with accessing information, providing a lot of help, getting members involved in that program, I think it would be critical that we still keep them at least considered during that DTI grant period.
I appreciate that. I guess my my concern is that out of frustration and out of kind of perpetually giving the benefit of the doubt to some of the moving parts in this, that we begin to focus more on, and this is not an accusation, I'm saying as clearly as I can about the concern I have. My concern is this: I don't want the goal line moved. If we don't have measurable progress, regardless of the reason why it's not measurable, by a year from now, our allegiance has to be to the utilization rates. And so I'm stating here and now that at least from this board member, is going to be the question of the hour in June of 18. And I think we need to really consider taking some bold new steps if we're not where we said we want to be, and if we can't even measure in a reasonable way the progress that's being made. So I want to express my appreciation to the McDAC for stating it better than I could in terms of kind of how you anticipate and expect that bold declaratory intent has been again re-emphasized in the materials that we received for this item.
I agree firmly. I mean, it's a shame that we aren't serving at minimum 50% of our families and children. It's not just a utilization number, it's the service to the families and children that we're responsible for.
And what's the state average?
It's miserable as well, but better, maybe around 50 to 52%.
Right.
So it varies. Again, fee-for-service, utilization is one aspect. The plans will say, and rightly so, that they are measured on benchmark, that they can provide actual dentists that patients can access. When they did the Little Hoover Commission report, they talked about 11 out of the, I don't know how many counties we have in the state, not even having dental providers that would take this. In Sacramento County, we have dental providers that will provide the care to those that do want access. So that's partly due to our plans. I think on the good side, they're there and they've been helping. On the bad side, it's a tough issue. Part of it we talked about with the Barbara Avid study. There is an oral health message, the importance of it, and how we get that message out. But the bottom line is, it still has to be better than 50%. And so we'd be very disappointed if that's not the case.
Yeah, it certainly has to be better than 41 plus change percent.
Yep, agreed.
What was it? That there was a time though our utilization was down around 20%.
Yes, we've made progress. I mean, so that's shameful that it was
When
that
Senator
bad.
Steinberg came.
But
and
there's
obviously-
also some low-hanging fruit there, too.
Oh, no, I recognize that. No, I know, yeah. But still, 40%, again, you can't force people to take advantage of it, but it needs to be accessible, available, and obviously providers can do that. And, going back to days in school, 40% was a miserable F, and 50% was still failing, and 60% was a D. I mean, you don't grade it on shared grades, but I mean, again, it just says we have a long ways to go, and I recognize certainly some of the progress has been made, and I think to your point, Phil, obviously having lagging numbers doesn't help anybody. We have these conversations, and we're looking back, in the mirror, 3 years with the most solid data, and then 3.5 years, and then, squishy stuff from 2.5 years ago, 18 months. It doesn't serve anybody well, and I would just say to the state needs to get their act together, and we can holler at that all day long, and it doesn't make it happen. But it doesn't help us at the ground level, your committee, all the folks that are players in the field as it relates to service providers, and certainly the folks, as you said, the families and people of all ages we're trying to serve. So,
One more thing is that there may be a less drastic method than just getting rid of managed care. I'm not saying that's not necessary, but at some point, if you do, will there be a vacuum? Will the dentists that are providing that managed care service, will they step up and do the fee-for-service type things? And I'm not sure, and I hope so. But if that vacuum exists, what happens to the family and friends when we are children that are depending on that kind of care? So we want to make sure that that provider base remains and is there. And maybe we look at each of the different plans and parse out each of their numbers and see, are they individually making 50%? And maybe somebody's a low-hanging fruit. We've done this before. So there may be ways in which we can look and say, there are strategies that we can improve this.
Just one other comment, kind of goes to utilization and how you, qualify that in that. And so, is 100% measure? Is that everybody who would be entitled to coverage, and whether or not they once use it, ever use it? How? Just real quickly. So because again, maybe there's some too high of a pinnacle because you're not, again, for a variety of reasons, but people may choose not to. I mean, it's still a matter of choice when it comes down to it, if you have all the other factors that are adequate or sufficient. So I'm just curious.
Well, let me go back to Little Hoover. They called for 66% utilization. Private dentists is around 75% of utilization. So I think this is the entire universe of Medi-Cal population that is to be served. And so that's how I read it. But if I'm wrong on that, we can
but again, so this is the whole pool, and then of that, there's a significant subset that you would trust that would you access it if there weren't barriers in place, and anyone encourage that. Obviously, there's outreach and everything else. So.
Right.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Any other comments, Mr. Sir? Okay, any other comments by board members? Anybody else you want to introduce? You had other folks that have been here, the certain parts of your committee and others.
Yes, I do. Certainly, Julie Byers is responsible for most of this input that was received today. Thank you very much. She's the staff. Julie Galelo is our executive director for First Five Sacramento. Deborah Payne was responsible, along with Dr. Kasiri and DHSS, for the DTI grant that we've been given. Robin Alonji is a new member of our First Five team. Then we have Sherry Heller, who's in the background, as well as Samantha Mont, and all of them are dedicated to advancing our goals. So thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry, and Liberty. Both Danielle and Melinda are from Liberty Dental.
Recognize them, you bet.
Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you all for your patience here this morning, for your good work, and we'll be back here in another few months. Thanks. Okay, so this is a receive and file? Yes, this is receive and file, so, okay. All right, we've got a couple more items on the morning agenda, and then we're going to turn to planning land use items.
Okay, so now we're going to item 77. It's the Lynn Estates time extension, a 5-year extension of time for a vesting subdivision map for a property located on the north side of Gerber Road, and this is in the North Vineyard Station specific plan.
Okay. Leanne,
Good
probably do
afternoon,
an
members of the
abbreviated-
board. Leanne Moffett, your planning director. I do have a PowerPoint on this, but given that it's a fairly simple time extension, I also wanted to offer to skip that PowerPoint if you would like.
And that's fine. Maybe you put one up, though, for those that are viewing this, at least show where it is located at and point
Sure,
that out.
let's go ahead and bring it up, and I'll bring up one of the maps.
You don't have to go through all the slides, though.
Right. So here's the location, RD3, the pale yellow in the middle, and there's the map.
Okay. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
Any comments, though, you want to I know you obviously recommended this. It went to the CPAC. There were some comments received at the CPAC.
Yes, it does come to you with approvals by the CPAC and the Planning Commission. The CPAC had hoped for RD2 zoning, but it was already rezoned to RD3, and it is consistent with the map. Bruce Walters, the applicant, is here, but he also does not have a presentation. So.
Okay. Any change conditions from the previous vesting map? All the conditions?
There were a handful of conditions that were edited and deleted based on the review process, but they were all pursuant to state law, which has to do with the safety considerations. So the majority of the conditions are the same.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Questions by board members of staff? If not, Mr. Walters, anything you want to add? Bruce? Okay. Seeing none. Then I have no one signed up. Anyone want to speak to item 77, the extension of time for Lynn Estates? Okay. If not, then thank you, Leanne. I would move the item.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item.
Item 78 is the Sacramento County Zoning Code clean-up amendments. Request to amend the zoning code with clean-up amendments related to Chapter 2, 3, 5, and 7.
Okay, Chris, I think you probably need to run through these at least in brief so we know what we're looking at here today. So.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so if you'd like me to run through the presentation with you real quickly. This item is an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Zoning Code. The ordinance contains 7 amendments to the zoning code, and I'll provide you with a brief summary of each one of those 7 amendments. The first amendment addresses confusing and ambiguous language related to residential dwelling or home additions. The proposed amendment would require that residential additions provide internal access to the primary dwelling rather than allowing conditioned to unconditioned to conditioned space. The second amendment relates to...
What was that?
It would not allow additions to go from conditioned to unconditioned, then back to conditioned space.
Okay, so it has to be attached to the primary part of the home. You can't go from house to patio to house addition?
Correct.
Okay, and is that pretty much standard?
Right. Currently in the code, there's some ambiguous language, and this has been our interpretation of it, and so this cleans that language up.
So you couldn't have a house that went from house to garage back to another portion of the house?
We would not be allowing that with this. You'd have to go from conditioned to conditioned space.
And what's the downside? We're having people adding rooms to patios or to what?
That is correct. Either rooms to patios or rooms to garages and then turning those into rental units. That's really what the concern is, and that's why we're addressing it this way.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks.
The second amendment relates to temporary concessions. Currently, the zoning code limits concessions to items that are sold but not given away. This has been limiting for our code enforcement team in addressing concessions where goods are being distributed, including mobile phones. This proposed amendment would expand the definition of temporary concessions and require that certain standards be met. The third amendment addresses conflicting requirements in the zoning code for lot size requirements in residential and CO zones. The proposed amendment would clarify the minimum lot sizes in these zones as being 1 acre when there is no public sewer and 2 acres where there is neither public sewer nor water. The fourth amendment would allow for single-family detached homes in the BP zone subject to a planning commission conditional use permit. Multifamily and single-family attached are allowed in the BP zone subject to a use permit, and the prior zoning code allowed single-family detached with a use permit. The Fifth Amendment would allow caretaker dwellings as an accessory use in the CO zone consistent with the mixed use, commercial and industrial zones. This use was allowed in the prior code, and this amendment would allow when consistent with development standards. So the Sixth Amendment makes a series of changes related to the storage of towed, damaged, or dismantled vehicles. There were a number of changes made from the prior code to the current zoning code related to permitting requirements and consolidating different uses. For example, auto storage outdoor and storage of dismantled vehicles were combined. Our review of the record indicates that these records did not get much attention during the board workshops on the zoning code in 2015. As a result, the changes that were made did not serve the purpose of making the current zoning code language clear. Therefore, this amendment does the following. First, it clarifies that storage of towed or damaged vehicles, including boats, is allowed subject to a Planning Commission conditional use permit in the GC zone and a minor use permit in industrial zones. Next, the amendment sets clear development standards for storage yards based on the zoning designation. In short, the standards are more restrictive in the GC zone and less restrictive in the M2 zone. Finally, the amendment amends definitions of both storage of towed damaged vehicles and junk yards to be clear that dismantling of vehicles and subsequent storage would be allowed exclusively in wrecking yards. The Seventh Amendment would allow outdoor rec facilities in the commercial, recreation, light, and heavy industrial zones subject to a conditional use permit from the zoning administrator, which was the way that these facilities were permitted in the prior code. To review staff's recommendations, we're proposing the board recognize the exempt status of the project per CEQA guidelines and approve the presented ordinance amending the Sacramento County Zoning Code. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris, for the staff report. Questions by board members of Chris on any of the items? I don't have anyone signed to speak. Anyone here wish to speak to item 78, the zoning code cleanup amendments? All right, seeing none, then we do have a staff recommendation and recognize the exempt status of the for CEQA purposes and an ordinance that's attached. Do we have a motion or any other comments?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We've been seconded then to approve the staff recommendation as outlined, and if there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay. Thank you. That takes us down through all the morning items. We do have a couple of off-agenda speakers that I'll take up before we break. And then for those that are arriving for the 2 o'clock item, I'm going to suggest that we probably get out of here for another 10 minutes or so, or at least 8 minutes, that we come back about 2:20. Get folks, again, the 3 o'clock item has been dropped.
Yes.
So we'll have an opportunity. So just for those that are arriving for the presentations, CPS and other reports that are on the afternoon agenda, we're going to take a break here in a moment and come back at 2:20. So, all right. With that, then we'll go to our off agenda. And two folks. Just give me a second to find it here. Okay, I had Brenda Anderson. Is Mr. Anderson or Mr. and Mrs. Anderson's here? Okay. Signed up early this morning. And if not, I'll call again. But I have Martha Ash. Martha, you want to come forward? And those are 2 off-agenda speakers I have for today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Natoli, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. This is my 7th time in 6, I'll try to be quick. This is my 7th time in 6 years that I've come before you at this podium, and I request your direct intervention and investigation, once again, of the 2 public boards of the town of Locke. Persistent violations of Brown Act, Davis-Sterling Act, and the laws of the state of California and federal laws continue among these 2 boards. No real consequences to this few remaining 7 of 13 originally self-elected board members of both Locke Management Association and Locke Foundation have allowed them to have an oligarchy of basically 2 people who run the town along with their 3 business partners and rental tenants. with an us versus them mentality to the rest of the residents of Locke. The boards have intermixed their funds and their responsibilities and their purposes to preserve the town, to manage the town, and the economic betterment of the town. They've failed miserably at. The owners of the town are, for the most part, afraid to speak at their meetings, and I'm usually the only one who goes to their meetings anymore, and then they call the sheriff on me if I object to something that they say, and they have me removed from the meeting, and then it becomes a secret meeting once again. The people in the town have a fear of retaliation and becoming the victims of character assassination by these board members. Since Locke Management Association and Locke Foundations formed in about 2004 and 2005, Locke still has 12 years later broken sidewalks, rotted out, damaged, dangerous public walkways, trip hazards, fire hazards, no fire inspections, no smoke detectors, no fire extinguishers, no fire drills, no fire evacuation plan or map. Last year we had a fire. Assessments are drastically discounted to the board of directors members for their businesses, for their business properties, with no explanation. Common ground areas and public walkways are being fenced off and privatized one by one for the benefit of the board of directors in violation of the special planning area ordinance and the bylaws of the association. No public bidding. There's no public bidding on town projects that are paid out of the Treasury Fund of the Locke Management Association. County building permits are being selectively applied and required, and the required public reviews that are supposed to be done by Locke Design Preservation Committee and Delta Citizen Municipal Committee are being quietly bypassed. Public record requests of Locke Management Association and Locke Foundation are ignored. There have been only 2 public meetings in the last 6 months for the Locke Management Association, with no cancellation notices and no explanation given to the members of the public or the townspeople as to why the public meetings are not being held. There has not been one noticed closed-door session meeting of the Locke Management Association regarding litigation matters, yet over 200 court filings have been made by the Locke Management Association lawyers since 2013, and $157,000 in billing to the Treasury Fund for litigation matters.
Martha, I need to kind of wind up if you
okay.
could. Yeah.
The boards have no real authority, as they have not held elections per their bylaws and per Davis-Sterling Act since December of 2009. Property owners are double taxed by assessments with no realized benefits to them. We ask that the Board of Supervisors please consider dissolving and putting a motion on your agenda to dissolve these Locke boards that have outlived their intended purposes and have turned Locke into the governance of Locke into a self-serving private club.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. I would just say that I know that, and I know that you've received correspondence, and so has some other folks from County Council. It's not Krista's here today, but certainly June Palmays has been receiving correspondence. I know there's an interest by a number of parties. Certainly you've expressed it, and others have to me, as well as folks that may have a different point of view about having this board have some discussion about the status of certain bylaws, of the functionality of the both the LMA and the foundation, their either their separateness and or their sameness, and I do think it's probably appropriate at some point, maybe later in the summer, that we can schedule time, and we need to be clear about what the discussion will be, but people will be here and to invite folks. And I know I've been approached by folks, certainly from the LMA board. We've been some correspondence, certainly Martha and others have reached out to me in my office, to county council. So, Nav, I think it would be it's probably time that we have a discussion not only about membership, but about the bodies and what their roles are, and obviously allow people, whatever their points of view, to weigh in with this board. So I think, Martha, that's the plan, is to get this on our agenda and to get an update for the board, but certainly for the broader community, and to allow people to weigh in on that and see where we're at. Okay?
Thank you.
Good, thank you. All right, so I'll work with you and county council on that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Martha. And then I don't know, did Brend return to the audience? If not, then those were the two off-agenda speakers. And with that, then we're going to recess till 2:20, return to these chambers, and then we'll pick up the remaining portion of the afternoon agenda at that point in time. And our closed session has been continued until tomorrow at 1:30? 1:30. 1:30. Okay, so no closed session today. So see you back here in about 40 minutes. Good afternoon. I want to call back into session the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors May 23rd meeting, and thank those who've joined us for the afternoon session. We were a little delayed in getting started. The morning session ran quite up against the 2 o'clock hour, so we like to start just a little bit late this afternoon, but appreciate the patience by those that are here, and we still have several items to complete this afternoon. Maybe have a little bit of gaps in time. We'll see how that goes, but with that, I'll ask Flo to please call the roll, establish a quorum, and we'll get started.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Peters?
Here.
Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
And I might just mention, for those I did mention this morning, but Supervisor Kennedy is not joining us today. He's attending a conference relevant to the Sacramento Transportation Authority and his regional transit duties, so he'll be back with us when we come into session tomorrow, as I understand it. So, all right, we'll go ahead, and I think we're going to call a little bit out of order, but certainly with the same grouping of items, and I'll leave that to Flo. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're taking up item 81, which is the Child Protective Systems Oversight Committee 2016 Annual Report.
Okay, and I know we've got our presenter. I'll invite him down and certainly reintroduce himself. I know you were here last year, so you have had at least 1 year in doing this. And we just said that we want to make sure we got the report before we responded to it, so I think take this in the correct order, so at any rate. Good afternoon.
Thank you for having us here today, and we really appreciate your time. I'm going to introduce myself because normally the chair of the Children's Coalition do that, or the vice chair, but they're tied up with their respective organizations with semi-emergency situations, so they couldn't be here. So I'm Maynard Johnston. I'm a pediatrician, retired now. I've been a pediatrician for over 40 years. I've been on the Oversight Committee just shortly after it started in 1990. It started in 96. I joined in early 97, and I've been on it since then. I've been the chair intermittently, and most recently as of the first of last year. So,
well, and thank you for your service, Maynard. That's a long tenure and certainly a very serious business, and we appreciate certainly your representation of the body, certainly the body of work, but thank you for your service too.
So the PowerPoint slides just are a small part of the report, and you have both the PowerPoint slides and you also have the full report. So we'll go through this because time is of the essence. So here's our committee membership, and you're certainly welcome to peruse that at your leisure. And the history, it was established in 96, as I mentioned earlier, by you folks, different members of the board, of course. Came as a result of a severe case of child abuse that happened around that time, 96. That was a boy by the name of Adrian Conley was severely mistreated. And so this committee came out of that. It provides systems oversight, not just child protective services oversight. And it's also, as I mentioned, a committee of the coalition. And in small print, you can see page numbers, and that references where they can be found in the body of the report. So introductions, page 6, presentations, the full wording that comes out of the presentations to the Oversight Committee on page 7, and then on 10 for the follow-up of the 14 and 15 recommendations. Then our recommendations on page 24, and then our work plan for this year on page 7 or 24 or 25. Sorry. So our focus this year, we recognize that Sacramento County is not the only agency that is responsible for the safety and well-being of children. A more unified effort among these agencies can strengthen the safety net. Children and families in our community often have contact with multiple agencies at the same time. We invited several agencies and departments to share what they do so that we can better understand their role. The agencies included and this is on page 7 through 9, and Appendix C, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, the Sacramento City Police Department, the Sacramento County Department of Human Assistance, specifically CalWorks, the Sacramento County Department of Health and Human Services, Division of CPS, and also Division of Public Health, the same 7 through 9, Appendix C. And we had presentations from the Child Death Review Team and also the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. Our recommendations for this report, our 2016 report presented in May of 2017, which are on page 24, these are 1 through 3. And we'll go through the other slides. And these come as a result of observations that we gained during our meetings and investigations. One is to provide the emergency hotline that CP has with public health nurse resources. They have some, they need more though, which could assist with determining response times and conclusions on referrals with allegations of medical neglect and staff training around these resources. That is the PHNs. To assign a PHN to every case that meets criteria, utilizing all on-call contract or registry nurses to fill gaps as needed, to develop the resources to allow PHNs to follow at-risk medical children after the cases are closed with CPS. Currently, PHN services to family and children cease once the CPS case is closed. And over the years, the Critical Incident Subcommittee has reviewed cases where referrals with allegations of medical neglect were not adequately assessed. It is recognized that social workers do not possess the training or expertise needed to assess the risk factors that medical conditions present. Having PHN resources available to social workers staffing the emergency hotline room and providing training around how to best utilize these PHN resources would be beneficial.
Maynard, if I could just ask you on that one. So has that previously been called out? Do you recall in any of the reports that is that kind of a repeat, maybe, or a positioning of a previous recommendation?
Yes, we recommended it last year, and we did get some support from the board.
Right. Okay.
So we appreciate that.
Okay, got it.
But you're right.
Yeah, but we've seen that before. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. To
to fully staff the child abuse bureaus of law enforcement agencies. And as an example, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, their child abuse bureau used to have 10 detectives on their staff, but this was reduced to 7 during the county budget cuts in 2009. And so no new positions have been restored since that time. An additional detective would be very helpful to alleviate the workload that has developed. Provide additional mandated reporter training for the DHA, that's the Department of Health Assistance staff. The committee has a concern that due to the low number of referrals to CPS by DHA, they are mandated reporters, there appears to be underreporting of suspected child abuse that they encountered, so we're hoping to have that addressed and corrected if it is indeed a problem. And we also last year mentioned the idea of a blue ribbon panel that the board would support members from law enforcement, human services agencies, district attorney's office, probation, etc. You can read it so that they can identify gaps and other solutions for this complex problem. This panel would mirror a similar panel that was approved by the Board of Supervisors addressing the disproportional rate of deaths among African American children. So we're asking again for support in that area. The Board of Supervisors request that CPS ensure that stronger drug and alcohol policies are put in place. Again, it's similar to a recommendation we made last year, and that CPS has the resources needed to evaluate caretaker substance abuse. That is, they have adequate training, that there's ready access to testing, that there's consultative support, and that caretaker substance abuse is elevated to high risk when formulating the safety plans. With the recent passing of the California Proposition 64, which is the marijuana legalization initiative, CPS reports that they will review all policies and procedures, ensure that all staff are trained, and policies, including those including visitation, are aligned to address marijuana and its safety. The Oversight Committee will continue to advocate for stronger drug and alcohol policies. 8 is, again, a return of a recommendation that dependents of CPS have the same level of intervention attention as being afforded to the commercially sexually exploited children, or the CSEC population. And this recommendation will continue to be a prime focus on our Oversight Committee. That CPS completes their work on policies and procedures and submits a timeline to the Oversight Committee. The policy and procedures issue has been a long-standing concern of this committee, and this will continue to be a prime focus of our committee. To make these policies and procedures available on mobile devices and to create the ability to for staff to participate in online interactive trainings. Now, the board enabled CPS, what they did this last year what the board did enabled CPS to purchase software for their PNPs. During the presentation by the DHA, the Oversight Committee learned that DHA already has technical solutions in place that could address the needs of CPS. So we're going to see how that collaboration works out. 11 is...
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson. So on that one, you said you understand there was already software available, even though there was somebody was proceeding ahead with trying to purchase it?
Well, I think that will be addressed by the department
Okay.
on their response to our.
So we think we had it, but we didn't know we had it, so we were going to do something else, but now we're not.
The DHA has systems in place that might be of benefit to to CPS, and apparently it sort of came out when we had our meeting with them, and so that's being looked into.
Okay.
And then they'll also address the putting in place these hardware and software issues that the board approved funding for.
Again, if I know that Michelle or Dr. Heller or somebody will be talking in a moment, but I guess I'm curious because when we last, a few years ago, had some very serious issues arise, and obviously some situations that, got community attention and certainly the attention of this board. And, we had consultants who were here before us, and obviously the CPS Oversight Committee was involved in those as well. But there was recommendations to make sure that we had, in-field devices that would be available, that we'd have, the training in place, we'd have mobile devices, and then that was a bit slow to roll out if I remember right, but it was making sure that the folks in the field had the proper training and had the tools that they needed to help them both back return to the office, but also as they were working cases. And this seems to me to be just a continuation. I understand the online interactive trainings, that may be another piece of this, but I guess either from the committee standpoint or certainly from our staff, I guess I'd like to know, because I remember that time after time in these chambers, we talking about when we were working on policy upgrades, and I even saw that in here as well, that we've done 30 policy revisions and we got 100 and something left to do, and it's taken us X amount of how many years to do those. Maybe it's just been a year, but it seems to me that some of those things have been recommendations that have been on the table for a while. I guess I'd ask you first, Mr. Johnson, kind of what the committee's view of that, and obviously staff will have a chance to respond. But as I was kind of comparing the documents here, the recommendations and the responses, and kind of thinking back historically over the last half dozen years or so, it seemed to me that some of this has been on the docket for many years now.
Well, every year, so that would be a good observation, and that's why it continues to be, because as DHS will mention, they are dealing with it again, and so that'll be a continuation of our work for next year to hold them to the fire, if you will, the feet to the fire to get these things done. And they mentioned in their response, and they should address that, what they are doing, and they do have a timeline now. And and there are issues that came up, such as losing staff that were doing policy and procedures. They had to be taken during the crunch of the, but they can address that. But you're right, it's been an issue every year. So we're hoping that now, this year, things will finally be, you'll see some, by next year's report, we'll hopefully be able to report that things are moving along finally.
Yeah, made some strides. Again, it's not just to do it to be doing it, but I think it certainly helps provide the level of support, and obviously, hopefully the training behind that goes with the experience for folks that are working some very difficult situations all the time. So, okay, thanks.
So 11 is that CPS continue to focus on domestic violence and progressive intervention. It's been, I've been involved with critical incidents almost from the get-go, and a significant number of them, either directly or indirectly, involve domestic violence, and it's hopefully starting to starting to be realized, the severity that domestic violence does to families and to children. And so we want to make sure that this issue of domestic violence is taken very, very, very seriously and dealt with appropriately. And recommendation 12 is the call center issues that That is, we want decreased wait times, we want consistent use of SDM hotline tools, and reviewing evaluated out dispositions. And SDM is structured decision-making. Nothing really has changed with respect to this since our 2014 annual report, and this will be a high priority for the committee in the coming year. The Oversight Committee will monitor progress in decreasing wait times, consistent use of SDM tools, and that there's a more in-depth review of cases that have been in the past evaluated out. So our work plan for 2017, meet with the ombudsman person and review her work, and we've done that already. We are going to continue to receive CPS updates. We're going to continue the critical incident case reviews. We're going to follow up on these 16 annual report recommendations. We're going to meet with the medical neglect review team, and that's scheduled for July. Continue to collaborate with the Child Death Review Team, develop collaborative efforts with agencies that serve children, such as CCS, California Children's Services, etc. And our CCS is going to be integrated with our Medical Neglect Review Team presentation in July. And then possibly investigate around the California Child Welfare Corps practice model, how it's being implemented in the county. Our prime focus for next year, you saw our work plan, but our focus will be a review of the 2016-27 critical incidents. As you'll note, we really don't talk much about them. It has to do with the time frame. We wanted to get our report before the board earlier this year than we did last, so that was less months. And we wanted to focus on collaboration this year. But next year, the majority of our report will deal with the review of our cases, critical incidents from 16 and 17. Also, which isn't on the list, we want to get involved with restarting the report card that Sacramento County used to have. It used to come out annually or biannually, and there hasn't been a report card for several years now. So we are going to at least try to get that started again as best we can with our committee. We also, I know this is a huge topic, but to deal with homelessness, and one of our committee members in education works in the Twin Rivers district, and she says in her district alone, and it depends on how you define the problem or what's a homeless person, but they have 2,500 children that are homeless just in the Twin Rivers district. So we want to get a little bit involved with that. We may not delve into it or have the time, but at least get started. Also, the Sacramento County Medical Society has taken a big interest in homelessness this year, and so it seems like a good time for us to address that. I wanted the committee and not just of the oversight, but of the coalition wants to thank the board and for helping the last couple of years for providing increased funding, which has enabled CPS to reestablish updating the PNPs, authoring of new PNPs, which they'll address when they present, facilitation of these PNPs in a mobile format to make them more easily accessible for social workers, and quite a few other things. Also, the Division of Public Health gained 4 additional public health nurses to assist CPS in child maltreatment and prevention, and 15 additional social workers were able to be hired because of the work of the board. And we've observed progress in these areas, and again wish to thank the board for their support. So, in summary, to be more specific, one is we would like increased funding for more PHN support, to encourage the board to encourage the Sacramento Sheriff's Department to provide for more resources for the investigation of child abuse reports, to form the Blue Ribbon Panel that we've talked about, to support stronger drug and alcohol policies, and ensure there are adequate resources available to CPS to evaluate the caregivers that have abuse problems, training, testing, and consultation. And then regarding recommendation number 8, that is all dependents of CPS have the same level of intervention and attention that is afforded to CSAC kids, this commercially sexually exploited children, and also to officially support all of our other recommendations. So with that, we have our last slide. Questions?
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your presentation and for summarizing, and we'll go to board members for questions, and Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, thank you for another very thorough report, and appreciate all the hard work of the Oversight Committee. I want to dive a little deeper on the recommendation for the Blue Ribbon Panel. There's not much in the way of detail here in the board letter about the time frame of the shelf life of the Blue Ribbon Panel. When we established the Blue Ribbon Commission for disproportionate African American child deaths, we set out for 18 months worth of work, and that culminated with some preliminary recommendations back to the board, but also simultaneously with the establishment of the Blue Ribbon Commission and all of its good work, great work. We also went out and did a roadshow a bit in terms of going out to those parts of the Sacramento community, both the city and the county, where we knew by way of the death reports where the disparities were most pronounced. So is there a similar intent that there would be some direct community outreach, if for no other reason, to deliberately educate the public in their communities, in their neighborhoods about child abuse, neglect? So maybe just put a little more flesh on the bones on this Blue Ribbon Panel idea.
Well, thank you for asking. We would, well, collaboration is very important, so that's one issue that needs to be addressed. There are issues, and we've seen them, I've seen them in the nearly 20 years I've been on the committee, between medical people and CPS and vice versa, between CCS and CPS, between police, law enforcement, and CPS, between police, law enforcement, and the medical community, and all other issues. And so we want to increase the collaborative thing and find out what are the barriers that are preventing a better collaboration and how to make that go away or certainly improve. We want to be out in the community because the police, the CPS, the doctors, all those people can't solve the problem. It has to be involved. The community has to be deeply involved, and CPS is out in the community, so they're already out there. So we just want to find out other ways that we can engage the communities, and so the community be deeply involved in this process. That's the vision, anyway. And we've never sat down to formulate a plan because we would like the board's support, and then if that happened, then we could, I think, move forward with trying to do that and then presenting what we've done to the board and see if that's something that they'd be willing to do. But yeah, the community needs to be involved, and there's certain, just like black deaths from certain zip codes, the CPS deaths are more in certain zip codes, but they're scattered all over the county, you know. So we want all sorts of people involved to try to just improve and then come together with recommendations that everybody, at least that would be on this panel, can agree to. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, sort of.
I know. We're not that specific.
But you are honest. What about the need for resources to carry out the mission of the Blue Ribbon Commission? Is it maybe, I don't know, Michelle wants to address this, or Dr. Heller, but would there, you know, if we're going to do more than just expect to hear about this interest in a Blue Ribbon Commission by this time next year, is there a budgetary request that comes along with that? And maybe it's somewhat nominal, I don't know. But what's it going to take to, from a resource allocation perspective?
Well, I would envision, and that's only my vision, is it's a time issue, not a, I mean, there's places to meet, there's people that are willing to meet, and they just need to be sort of told, if you will, that we're forming this panel and we want them on it. The hospitals and health plans would be more than supportive. And so I'm not, you know, as things get moving, then we might ask for some, I'm just throwing this out, some clerical support possibly. But in the beginning, I don't see we're not asking for money right now. We're asking for support of the idea, and that the Board of Supervisors would feel that such a Blue Ribbon group would be a good thing to do, and that we will support them at least verbally at the present time. Because we're not asking, at least the Oversight Committee is not asking for money for this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions by board members of the report? Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Johnson. We're going to hear from our staffer as a response. We'll call that item, and then stand by. We may have other questions. So, all right. Flo, we want to call the next item, please.
Item 80 is the Department of Health and Human Services response to the Child Protective Systems Oversight Committee 2016 Annual Report.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Heller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Sherry Heller, your Director of the Department of Health and Human Services. Appreciate this opportunity. I think we have had an amazing year of work with the CPS Oversight Committee. An increasing level of engagement and transparency and learning. I think we may have finally met the standards of the Oversight Committee for becoming a learning organization. And I think we're all taking a lot of pride in that. And it's bi-directional. I think we've had a lot of opportunity to teach how we work to the CPS Oversight Committee, and I think the line staff and the management team at CPS also sees that committee now as an asset and insights that help us be more confident in our work. We have, in our written response, responded point by point to each of the recommendations of the CPS Oversight Committee and its report, and it's not my intent to repeat those here, although I'm perfectly happy to answer any questions you have about that. Instead, I'd like to use this time to address three issues that we've talked about quite a bit with regard to CPS. Number one is staffing and vacancy and retention rates. Number 2 is the effectiveness and the response times at the hotline, which has come up. You've asked me questions about that before. And number 3 is where we are in our implementation of a continuous quality improvement process. So I'm going to address those 3 things, and then I'm happy to take questions about specific recommendations if that's where you'd like to go. With regard to staffing, our vacancy rate our monthly vacancy rate was at our worst in August of 2015, when we had a vacancy rate at CPS of about 18%. That was in August of 2015. Our current vacancy rate in April of 2017 is just under 11%, 10.8%. So we are making slow and steady progress. And there's detail that I can provide about how we're doing that. We've had some major hiring events, systematic hiring events, multiple. We've had 6 so far, and we have another one coming up. We have filled more than 100 social worker vacancies since January 2016. Since January 2016. We're conducting a 7th one today, as a matter of fact. I want to hasten to add that we are seeing improvement in retention of our newly hired social workers as well. Of the 112 social workers that we hired between May 2015 and April 2016, so you have that map in your head, that's people who've been here more than a year. Of the 112 we hired during that period, 73 remain, so that's a 65% retention rate for more than a year. And of the 90 social workers we've hired since May of 2016, so that's just a year now, we have an 87% retention rate, which is excellent. We're very pleased with that. A lot of innovation, hiring the social workers in cohort groups, so that they train together, they have some camaraderie. We have them participate in program-specific trainings. Seasoned social workers, by the way, can also participate in those trainings if they like. We have established utilization of peer trainers, seasoned social workers who are paid a differential to help support the new social workers. We're currently piloting alternative work schedules, telework, other kinds of innovations. And the feedback about all this, especially the peer trainers and the cohort approach, has been excellent. In fact, social workers from the original cohort recently on their own hosted a celebration gathering together to say, hey, we made it, and it worked, and we're a team. So all of that I feel really good about, and I think we're making really good progress on staffing.
Sherry, can I just ask you, while you're talking about vacancies, and I don't want to throw you off your script, but
sure.
As it relates to public health nurses, because it was included in the response, and you had kind of 2 groupings, the ones that CPS employs and then the ones that provide resources for case management in foster care. But one of the things that was alluded to, at least as it related to those in the foster care, that of the 15 public health nursing positions there, more than 30% either were vacant or would be anticipated to be vacant through one retirement. Mm-hmm. And so, again, recognizing, what you've done, again, I kind of building off your comments about what you did in the social worker context, recognizing that there were a pool of folks hiring in cohorts, hopefully improving the retention through a combination of things, as you've cited, and probably others as well. What about with public health nurses? I don't know if you intended to address that or not, but it just occurred to me as you were kind of going through the topical areas, that was one where the board made a conscious effort. Obviously, your department supported it, county executive as well. We had the discussion last year, and yet we still are down any number of positions. And so it's great to have authorized positions and salary savings that accrue, but that doesn't get the work done, and not unlike what we've seen in social workers and other positions. And so because all I got out of this is that we're going to work with personnel services, public health, and CPS to work collaboratively to continue to address hiring strategies. But
I'm happy to address the question now rather than taking it later.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I wish I had a whole lot of innovative ideas about how to solve the problem. The problem, I can tell you, is statewide, because I meet with all my colleagues in public health as well as child welfare, and there is a shortage of licensed public health nurses across the state, and the demand for them is growing, in part because the population is aging, in part because I think programs like CPS and others have seen the value. You know, families are more willing to accept advice about how to take care of their babies from a nurse sometimes than other professionals. I can just tell you, for example, that of the 40 candidates on our most recent certification list for public health nurses, and we went after them very aggressively, we only 2 responded with interest in the CPS-related jobs. So it's challenging work. There's a lot of demand and not much supply. It may be a question of enhancing our internship relationships and so forth. We're giving considerable thought to what would make this role more attractive so that we can attract people. And we've had great support from the Department of Personnel Services about reaching out to students at the right time in their careers for internships and so forth. We're continuing. I'm open to innovative ideas.
I appreciate it. I know Supervisor Turner wants to weigh in. I guess I would just, when you're done, but maybe ask Dr. Johnson too, because again, it's one thing for the committee to say that, but maybe there's some ideas, and I trust those would have been communicated already, but again, there are other strategies that, as you said, internships being one, but maybe some other ways to get at this, and recognizing they may be at a premium in the marketplace because of their value, added to obviously the other work and the other complement of the team. But we've got, school nursing right here in Sacramento, and I would hope that we could find folks that were going into the PHN program could want to come and work for this entity and to serve the people of this county and its children. So
I haven't seen a solution yet that I'm willing to propose because I know it's worked elsewhere. Okay. On the other hand, we've had so much success with our innovations in hiring social workers that I'm kind of optimistic that if we put our thoughts together, our heads together, we can come up with a strategy for public health nurses.
I appreciate your point, because that was what made me think about asking this question when you were saying that. So, Supervisor Turner.
Thank you. So, just to follow up on that line of questioning, what are some of the other opportunities for public health nurses? In other words, the 38 that chose not to go to explore an opportunity with CPS, what are the competing opportunities for those public health nurses?
A lot of them are working at schools. A lot of them are working for managed care organizations, hospital systems.
So you're talking about people that are coming directly out of programs.
Yes.
Not those that are someplace at a point in their early careers where they got a fork in the road within our organization. These are folks that are deciding whether or not to even come to work for the county.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll say parenthetically, during the break, during the break this afternoon in the action
the
here,
short break,
I was trying to catch up on reading the what coverage I could find about the new federal budget. And I think there will be significant cuts to some of the programs where those public health nurses are going now. So it may be that we have an opportunity to pick some people up in this program who will be losing support in nurse-family partnership and other kinds of programs.
To what extent have we employed certain instruments to figure out whether maybe is it compensation, is it security that is a competing consideration by folks that are coming out of nursing school that they choose not to, in terms of why they choose not to come work for an agency like us?
I don't have good data on this. It's not like we've done a survey and I can quantify it for you, but I've spent a lot of time talking to the team about the people they tried to reach out to who weren't interested. And anecdotally, I hear two things. One is the salaries. You could just get a lot more in a private healthcare system, a medical sort of a system, and so there is a compensation issue. And then secondly, I think people are feeling a little bit unprepared and frightened by the child welfare work. What they know about it is what they read in the newspapers, and it sounds scary and it sounds lonely. So I think one of the things we need to do is get the word out about our team approach and how much support there is, and the cohort kind of hiring. That's the kind of thing that really turned around our social worker hiring. It didn't seem so lonely and scary. I also think the fact that we're doing good work and we're improving and we're not having the court officials scold us as much, it's more rewarding, and I think we need to get that message out as well.
How early in someone's collegiate experience, someone that's studying nursing, are we reaching out to explain that this is an opportunity for them? It's an option. Do we go to our local universities when young people are juniors, for instance, during career fairs, to let them know that this is a career path that might be very, very satisfying for them?
I don't have a clear answer for you, and I don't want to speculate about when we approach them. What I do know is that we're really aggressive about internship opportunities. So that makes me think we're not waiting until too long. We are getting interns.
One of the contracts you authorized a couple months ago was internship program through Sac State, and the team came, made a presentation to department heads, and they are looking at seniors, juniors that would be interested in any kind of county aspect. We're growing that program. It should be more robust than what we have. So that is on our work plan to grow that.
Maybe after promotion from the 6th grade would be a good place to start. Recruit them early.
Thank you.
Shall I go on, Mr.
Yeah,
Natoli?
please.
Okay. The next topic I wanted to address briefly was data on the hotline. It's been a frustration to me that for 2 years running at budget time, Mr. Cerna asked me for hotline data, and I stumbled through not having answers. And this year we broke the back of that problem, thanks to great support from Rob Schultz and the folks at DTEC, who really traveled with us and spent time in our hotline and understood our needs. We have improved our data collection and are still improving it. And as you might expect, when social workers are presented with data, they change, they make improvements, they change the way they're assigning tasks, they change the way they're organizing, and it is having an immediate effect. So just between December of 2016 through March of 2017, we've seen a 68% reduction in hold times for calls to an intake social worker, going from over 17 minutes to just over 5 minutes of wait time. And now that's calculated over an average over the 24 hours. There are peak times. In our peak period, generally between noon and 2 o'clock, CPS receives an average of 29 calls an hour. So that'll give you an idea of the absolute figures. I hate to just give percentages and you don't really know what that means. But just little improvements are making a huge difference. For example, in April, we updated the hotline greeting menu. When you call and you get the recording, press 1 for this, press 2 for that. And the time to get to speak to our answering receptionist improved from 4.5 minutes to less than a minute, just from changing the cue and the greeting to make it clearer. Mr. Cerna always asked me about dropped calls, and I never had the data before, and now we do. So we know that, for example, in 2016, the average number of dropped calls per month, people who gave up waiting, was 360. And in 2017...
A day?
Per month.
Oh, per month.
Per month. That's a monthly number. And in 2017, the average per month was 194. So it went from 7.5% of our calls down to 5%. Still not where we want to be, and we're still making improvements, but at least we have a handle now. We're working on it. We continue to make improvements, and we're now developing even newer data reports for peak call volume, average call duration, length of time between calls, and so forth, so that we can assign better.
Dr. Heller, I may have asked this question last year, but
probably.
when there's a dropped call, first of all, is there a legal ability for the hotline attendant to call that number back? Is there even the means to do it? Do they have the phone number? Does it appear? Or is there a privacy issue for them to even be proactive to kind of reverse engineer the call?
I'm not certain about the legal issues there, and so I'd prefer, let me get back to you on that. I'll take that as an action item.
Yeah, if it is, I mean, if we are legally able to do something like that, and the right minds got in the right room and decided that that was the right policy, after vetting it, it might be something to consider.
My initial instinct is some reluctance, because if people are placing a call from a home where there's domestic violence or
Right.
something, you don't
why-
want to call that home back and say, "Hi, it's CPS.
Right.
You called."
Right.
That it seems to me that I want to think through how we might accomplish something like that and not lose access to that reporter.
Right. Just,
without.
but that has to be measured as one of the, a big failure, to be able to lose contact with someone that is in that kind of distress concerning the welfare of a child. I think we can all agree it's unacceptable, and we wish it doesn't happen, but
Yeah.
if there are some creative ways to use even dropped calls to somehow navigate access back such that you don't put the caller in danger, you don't put the child in danger, I think it's worth exploring.
In earlier work that I did with call answering services in the child support world, we could allow people to choose, your wait time is now 3 minutes. If that's too long for you, can you leave a message and tell us a safe time and number to call you back at, and we promise not to call at any other time. So, we could explore some options like that. I want to finish up my prepared remarks by talking a little bit about the quality improvement process, because this is the thing I think that's transformed CPS the most, at least among the things I'm talking about today, and made me say how proud we were at the beginning and how I think we've become the learning organization that we were asked to become. Our commitment to continuous quality improvement has permeated our organization. We deal with practice issues, with policy issues, systems issues. We do case reviews. We review critical incidents. We do permanency reviews for kids who've been in foster care too long, and specific concerns that are raised by me or by Michelle Callas. And here's the loop that that we're excited about and that we're proud to report to you. It's not just a question of doing the reviews, but deriving the lessons learned, incorporating lessons learned into training, which is a very fast response now, not long in the future, because of the support this board has provided for our training unit, and then monitoring of the effectiveness of the training to see if it took, and it goes in a continuous loop. Examples, the case reviews have turned up an issue with some of our safety plans, and whether you've heard this before, right? We're acknowledging that there's issues of whether some of our safety plans are as effective as they could be, and also with skills on doing body checks to make sure that our social workers don't miss something when they're visiting with a child. So we did a training, we delivered the training. The staff then conducted safety plan and body check qualitative reviews in November and December of this year. And we had discussions with staff about the results of those reviews. A follow-up review is planned for this August. So there's that continuous learning feedback loop, and that's just one example. There are many others. The Quality Improvement Committee meetings have been extremely effective, and we're very grateful, in fact, that 2 of the CPS Oversight Committee representatives are on the Quality Improvement Committee. Now that's a level of sort of openness and transparency that did not characterize this organization for many years. Examples of that work: a root cause matrix about what the underlying problems are that lead to abuse and neglect, and a QIC, a Quality Improvement Committee recommendation tracking log, so that we make sure that the lessons learned aren't lost. We're seeing them get implemented staff by staff, training by training. And we do that for each unit: intake, emergency response, permanency, adoptions, and so forth. The feedback on this has been extremely positive. One social worker reported to us that it's been the best training I've ever had. So I think this is giving, it is making, I think these things I've talked to you about hook together. In other words, the increasing confidence and system support and the feedback loops and the training make the job less scary and make our staff more confident. And that helps us with our recruitment and retention. So those things kind of hang together. We are very grateful for the support and participation of the line staff, the frontline staff, who contribute to this process. They aren't just implementing what's being given to them, but they contribute ideas, as well as the supervisors.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Please.
So on that point, I was going to ask you, how invested do you think our line staff are? Hotline operators, all our social workers, anyone that's not management per se, are they feeling invested in the good ideas? Are they feeling invested in the evolution of the department? Do they get to enjoy some ownership of the successes? Is there a deliberate means for there to be a welcome mat for those good ideas coming from the very people that are asked to be frontline staff?
I think there are many of those opportunities, and I think also that our relationships with the labor organizations that represent the frontline workers and the supervisors are strong as well. I mean, we take some criticism, for example, for the fact of how long it's taking us to revise the policies and procedures. On the other hand, in part that's due to the fact that we take our meet and confer obligations very seriously. We're not just rolling them out, we're listening to the feedback from the people doing the frontline work and taking their input very seriously. So we have labor management meetings, we have work groups on all of this. And I think the way that the frontline staff are responding to the trainings is an indication that, they're giving us feedback on how to make it better. We're not building the trainings simply out of what's coming down from management. We're building the trainings by what the line workers are telling us, make them more confident that the judgments they're making are correct and that they feel supported. So I'm not saying it's perfect. We come up with conflicts that come up at labor management meetings and so forth. But we have a workload policy board and program-specific work groups that help us manage the workload so that people feel like they can do their best work instead of being overwhelmed. We're not there entirely yet. We're a learning organization. We're not a completely perfect organization. There's work to be done, but I think the reason our recruitment and retention is improved is because people feel heard and it's a better place to work than it was a few years ago. And I give a lot of credit to Michelle Callejas and her management team for that, but also because to the frontline workers and their labor representatives who are very invested in getting this right.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to ask me details about the recommendations, but they're all, we responded to them one by one, and I don't want to just call out everything we said in the memo.
Yeah, thanks for, I think, highlighting some of those areas where we're, showing progress, but also obviously continue to, work not only in response to the Oversight Committee's recommendations, but obviously to what we, understand to be some of the critical aspects of working within the child protective system here in this county. I wanted to ask you, and maybe other board members have questions too, just on one other recommendation. This relates to, it's connected to discussion we had during budget. You gave a report earlier this year, and on the drug testing and substance abuse training, but also the access, not just access to testing, but then if you have adults, parents, or caregivers who do the voluntary drug test, and then they test positive. What about? And I know, Dr. Heller, you certainly have been here, and I think we made some movement in the right direction, trying to secure some additional slots for treatment. But here, where you have a family situation, I don't know, maybe structure or not, and you've got adults in the picture who, and I think this goes in part to those who may not choose to test, and what do we do about that if we have reasonable suspicion or expectation that something else is going on? What about that, though? Is this one of those where it goes only so far, and we have trained social workers, and we're doing a better job of analyzing in the field the risk for the children that are dependent upon the parent or the adults, and voluntary and involuntary, we get drug testing and we find we got a problem. Obviously, you can remove the children, you can do other things, other strategies, but what about access for those who know they got a problem and got an addiction and they want to deal with it, and they want to deal with it now without losing their children, at least more permanently than not. So I guess I'm kind of curious about how that's working out there in the real world, and recognizing that we still have, I think, far more need than what's being met, certainly through county-offered or sanctioned programs or partially funded programs. So could you take a run at that? What's your sense of that is?
First I'm going to answer from a CPS perspective, and then maybe from a behavioral health perspective. I feel very confident about the appropriateness and the attention being given in our training, our CPS training program, to issues of substance abuse. We're doing a lot of it. We're covering a lot of material. The most recent one we did was called Recognizing Drug Abuse in the Home. Just offered that in February and March of this year, mandatory for social workers, supervisors, and even family service workers, who do the transportation, and managers, so that everybody knows what they're looking for. So I feel pretty good about training. In terms of access to testing, we have contracts with Strategies for Change, Bridges Treatment Services STARS program, and the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. So I think we have adequate coverage for drug testing when we need it. I think the issue that the Oversight Committee raises about making it automatically a high-risk feature is fraught with complexity. It is certainly true that we see substance abuse in a lot of the homes where abuse and neglect is confirmed, but there's this issue of we don't want to make people not voluntarily get treatment because they're afraid of the CPS implication. Right? We don't want to create a world in which I'm not going to tell anybody I'm taking these pills, and I'm not going to ask for help because I'm afraid they're going to come and take the kids. So there's the issue of setting up the contingencies so that clients choose to seek help and don't think that there's risk in doing that. And of course, that we don't remove children and pursue custody unless they're in danger. In other words, if we just went to court and said we'd like permission to remove, we'd like authority to remove this child because of the parent's drug abuse, there wouldn't be sufficient evidence. Without the evidence of child endangerment, that would not likely to be succeed. On the issue of access to treatment, I think that we're doing pretty well on outpatient treatment, which is appropriate for some substance abuse problems, and we don't have adequate residential treatment, which is appropriate for some of for meth and other drugs, where a once a week outpatient or twice a week outpatient visit is not going to do it. And we will very shortly be presenting to you the first step in opting into the waiver that will vastly increase potentially the resources available for access to treatment.
And you hit on a critical point. I'll let you finish, but just when it comes to meth, and I think when you were here a few months ago on talking about the work that had been done identifying some of the opioid addiction and some of the rising rates there, that when you've got that, and whether it's by pill or by IV injection or other means, those are types of things where I think that the assessment certainly in the field of what the child's situation is, but then if you don't have the inpatient treatment in a lot of those cases, then well, then the expense mounts, because if you can't help them get help and you've identified the problem, and then you make the call that this is a dangerous situation, then, the children have to be placed somewhere, maybe with another family member or whatever. But, I mean, then, the work, obviously, the social workers do, that all those that, are the team of folks behind it. And I guess I just got to believe that, substance abuse is, one of the main contributors to the situation, certainly the more critical ones we see, but even to the situations we see that may not rise to that level, that there's warning signs and somebody reports an incident, and then we, compelled certainly to follow up, and then we get into it. And I'd be kind of curious to note, and we see this certainly with the child death review team, and and some of the other reports. And I heard Dr. Johnson say they're going to look at critical incidents, but unless I'm way off base, I got to believe that in a preponderance of cases that there's drugs or alcohol that are part of the the whole.
It is clearly a risk factor. I want to say one really positive thing, and then one thing that worries me about this.
Okay.
The really positive thing is that one of the most effective programs I've ever seen anywhere, and certainly one of the most effective in my department, is our early intervention family drug court and dependency drug court program. Right. Demonstrably reduces risk to children. And why is that? I think we've talked before about the fact that drug and alcohol treatment doesn't always work. You've got to have a reward for getting clean that's as rewarding as getting high, and keeping custody of your children meets that standard. It is an astonishingly effective program. So that's my good thing. My thing that worries me is I think that the CPS Oversight Committee was right on when they said we need to pay more attention to those evaluate out analyses. So on the one hand, we don't take custody of children just because their parents use a substance or even abuse a substance. On the other hand, I think we do need some analysis by the QI committee to ensure that we're not
evaluate out? I was going to ask you what
evaluate out is when we get a call to the hotline, but there's not sufficient evidence to justify an investigation. And the question of if there's substance abuse, that's not enough to prove abuse and neglect in a court and to take custody. But are we evaluating out on that basis and assuming there's nothing else there, or should we be checking more? I think the CPS Oversight Committee is right that the QI committee should spend some time looking at that issue. I think that's an unanswered question.
Could I just ask you one follow-on then, recognizing that in certain situations, drug court is the way to go, but that doesn't have unlimited slots either. If I recall right, that's like a couple dozen that folks at any given time can occupy. And when you look at a county of this size, the number of complaints you receive, again, what I got to believe is certainly a fairly substantial number of those that involve drugs or alcohol. The motivation, you said, obviously, keeping your children or getting them back, and getting on the straight and narrow, all being drivers behind hopefully changes in behavior. But is that an area, frankly speaking, that we ought to be looking to find more funding for? Again, we're not the only one that controls that. Obviously, the courts that are involved, and there's probation, and there's CPS, and there's other.
There's two pieces of good news there. Okay. One is you already did. Yeah, this board did vote in September in the final adopted budget for this year to expand access to those dependency and early intervention family drug courts. I think we're serving 100 or 150 additional families as a result of that, so that's great.
Good.
And the second piece of good news, and I keep glancing at Mr. Gill because I kept thinking he's going to interrupt me and bring this up, but I'll take the risk and do it myself, is to say that he shared with the department heads the work plan that he's talking about for the CEO and the board, and a major review of substance abuse and its impact on other programs is on that work plan. He's formed a committee of department heads, and the probation director is on it, and the legislative director is on it, and the homeless director is there. So we're all going to be doing a very systematic and thorough overview in the coming year of what we need to shore up. So I'm quite optimistic about that effort and extremely gratified by Mr. Gill's interest in it.
Okay, thanks. Just one other question. Maybe this is for Nav or for you, Dr. Heller, maybe even for Dr. Johnson. But So cases that fit that critical incident, I assume there's some randomness to that. There are some other alerts, on the file or situation. Are there other ways for critical incidents to come to the attention of the Oversight Committee? And I turn to you, Nav, and Dr. Heller. So in the event that if community members, beyond the, initiating a complaint, but if they're concerned about how things are handled or for improvements, is there a way for folks, say they were in the faith-based community, or they might come to one of us or come to, to you, Nav or Dr. Heller? Are there ways then beyond the immediacy of dealing with any particular situation that those can get to the Oversight Committee in its role to take a look at?
The answer is yes. For example, we have issues raised by other advisory boards, maternal child health and so forth, that come to my attention, and I ask the Oversight Committee. I refer cases, as does Michelle. When issues arise to Michelle Callejas, she refers cases to the Oversight Committee. But then I would also remind you of the structure that the CPS Oversight Committee is a subcommittee of the Children's Coalition. Right. The Children's Coalition also has a policy and advocacy subcommittee that raises issues. And so the Children's Coalition can use its own structure in that, and you folks appoint a wide variety of community members to the Children's Coalition. So that is another mechanism for getting issues looked at.
Okay. I don't have anything else you wanted to add to that?
She described it.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Any other member of the board? Any other questions then for Dr. Heller? Okay. And then I thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I just turn to Dr. Johnson. Anything else you wanted to add on behalf of the committee? We had both the items called. Anything else, Maynard, did you like to? And then we'll bring this item to a close here.
Well, just that we just got the response from the CPS in the last couple of days, so we really haven't had a chance to look at the response. But we're meeting with them in June, so we'll go over their responses and in detail. But I would have to say that the collaboration, all the years that I've been involved, it's always seemed to be wonderful, and yet we still have issues, but the collaboration has never been an issue. They've always, in my opinion, been very forthright, and they've always worked with the Oversight Committee, and they've always taken, there's not ever been a recommendation that we've made ever, that I know of, ever, that they said they would never do. They've always accepted our recommendations, and we put no timelines on our recommendations. We asked them to put a timeline, but we never put a timeline. And if they do put a timeline, then we try to hold them to it. But we never say this is a timeline.
Okay.
So we'll talk. Hopefully, we can get some of these issues addressed by the time we have our next meeting next year.
Okay.
Thank you for all your attention.
Thank you. Now, at our place today, there was, or maybe we came in advance this morning, there was communication from folks, the program specialists for the CPS training team, and I don't know if you got a copy of that. I don't have any time to speak to that, but it relates to, I think, compensation for work that's being performed, and so I'll refer that to you and to Paul for your attention, Dr. Heller, so you may be aware of it, and I don't know how it gets...
We'll get a copy from Flo.
Yeah, all right, very good. Okay, so we have recommendations from both receive and file from the committee as well as from our staff, and thank Dr. Johnson, Dr. Heller, and all those who contributed to those efforts. And again, we'll continue to be kept apprised of progress. I was Supervisor Cerny, you'd ask, did you get sufficient response relative to the blue ribbon discussion? The team?
Not really. I mean,
okay, well, I know. I kind of sense that. So
let me take a shot at it. I think they're still developing, and we'll continue working with them. Next year when we present, or if we need to come prior to that, we'll come back and present something to you, flesh it out if that's acceptable.
Well, It seems to me that it's kind of a binary thing. We're either going to do it or we're not going to do it. So we don't need a whole year to assess that, right?
No, we don't. I just want to respect their time. I want to meet with them or have Paul.
Why don't you align it maybe for the, again, it may or may not be budget related. It didn't sound like initially it's going to be staff, certainly there will be some dedication of time and appointments. Why don't we look at the late August, early September time frame? That gives a time for, obviously there's a lot in this report. That puts it about, 70 to 90 days out, and we can at least know, because if we want to give that direction, and that would get opportunity for our staff, for the committee, and you folks to kind of see where we are and bring that back. So is that acceptable?
It is.
Okay. All right, that's what we'll do. We'll look to that. So get that on your future agenda with everything else. So, all right. Well, so receive and file. Thank you all. I had nobody signed to speak on 80 or 81. Anyone else wish to address this? All right. If not, thank you so much, and we'll see some of you back here in the next few weeks. Budget hearings. Okay, let's call the next item, please.
Okay, for item 82, I do need a motion to drop this from the agenda. It's the Franklin Electric Transmission Project.
Okay, I move that we drop that item.
Second.
Please vote.
Ms. Frost?
We're voting to drop item 82.
Oh,
yeah, it'll return. They had some changes in the project. Okay.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Thanks. Okay, next item.
For item 83, approve residential permit parking plan for Coyle Avenue neighborhood.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Lupe,
Chair
good to see
Natoli,
you.
members of the board. Lupe Rodriguez with the Transportation Department. And so today we're here to consider the inclusion of the Coyle Avenue neighborhood into the residential permit parking program. And so I'll have a short PowerPoint presentation, and we'll go through that quickly since we're a little behind on time today.
We have our youth commission waiting. Go ahead, Libby. It's fine.
So again, we're here to consider the inclusion of the Coyle Avenue neighborhood into the residential permit parking program. To give a little background, in October of 2006, the board adopted an ordinance establishing the residential permit parking program. The permit parking program was created to mitigate the problem of overflow parking into residential streets by adjacent commercial and recreational facilities. The permit program has been effectively implemented on residential streets near community colleges, senior living facilities, the American River Parkway, and other similar locations. So the neighborhood that we're here to talk about specifically is basically a single-family home subdivision adjacent to the Mercy San Juan Medical Center. And so what we're hearing from residents is that hospital staff and visitors park in the neighborhood on a regular basis, and then therefore create additional nuisance issues in the neighborhood. Some folks cannot park in the street in the near their homes. Other visitors parking there, they leave trash, and then there's also some questions about safety issues because of different people parking in the neighborhood. So in response to the request from residents for this parking restrictions, staff did hold a neighborhood meeting to discuss the overflow parking issues and ways to help mitigate that, meeting was very well attended, by the way.
Did you say ways to self-medicate them?
Mitigate.
That's what I thought I heard too.
We're not CPS anymore.
Enunciate.
That's MIT, not MED. Yeah, okay, got it.
So then continuing on then, the neighborhood that we're talking about is just south of the city of Citrus Heights. It's in the area just north of Madison Avenue and west of Dewey Drive. And basically it's just across the street from the Mercy San Juan Medical Center. The neighborhood in question is outlined in red and includes about 4 streets in there. And so, as I mentioned earlier, staff did have a meeting out with the neighborhood to talk about the parking issues. And so one of the things that was discussed was the permit parking and the size of the neighborhood that would be included in the initial part of this program, and 2, the hours and days where the parking restriction would be effective. And so that's generally some kind of a compromise, because you don't want to be too strict, because then all neighborhoods won't really support it. So you have to find a good medium so where you think the whole neighborhood will support. And so in this instance, the neighborhood decided that the restrictions would be Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. because that would help best mitigate the issues regarding the parking from the hospital. And so after this meeting, staff did send out a survey request out to inquire to determine what kind of support we had for the neighborhood. And of the total number of properties in there, we have 75 properties. And of those 75, we received 63 back, which is 84%. And so of the 75, we received 53 in support and then 10 in opposed. So I think we have about 16 that didn't respond. So overall, for this kind of a program, we require a majority of support from the neighborhood that's included in order for the board to be considered for inclusion. And in this case, we have, like I said, 71%. So it's very good support. So therefore, because we have very good support out here, the staff's actually recommending for to approve the resolution establishing the RPP zone for the Cole Avenue neighborhood as shown in attachment 2. And also we're requesting that the board direct SACDOT to proceed with implementation of the residential permit parking program in the Cole Avenue neighborhood. So we're here if you have any questions.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Lupe. I know we have a couple of supervisors, and then we have some speakers as well. So I have Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Peters.
From the day I took office, this was probably the first issue that my office worked on. And I just wanted to thank the Department of Transportation for conducting a very thorough public process. The residents out there were very happy with the way things went. And I would like to, when the time is right, be the one to move this item for approval.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I would just say I'm glad to see this item in front of the board. The parking there has been a problem for a long time, and Mercy Dignity Health now attempted to fix it when they did their expansion, and it didn't, and it's just been a really difficult situation for a long time. So I'm glad to see that they got enough support together to bring this forward. I only say that because I used to represent that area and worked with it constantly.
I remember a discussion when they were coming through for the expansion about some of the impacts and what people anticipated. So. Okay, with that then, Lupe, stand by. We've got 3 people here to speak. They've indicated in support of. I have Frederick Castillo, Margaret Condon, and Marla Simpson, and would invite you to come forward if you'd like to. So Frederick, and then followed by Margaret and Marla. You can speak in any order you wish to. So.
I am Margaret Condon, and I live on Milburn Street, included in this neighborhood program. I really would ask for support to get this program implemented. It's very difficult, especially in my particular situation. I have caregivers that need to park. I have old friends. I'm old, so my friends are old. And so they can't park, anywhere near our home when they come to visit. And then occasionally there's the fire department that comes out and picks my husband up off the floor. So we do need to have a fairly clear street, and I would appreciate your support for this program. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Okay, Frederick.
Thank you for this opportunity.
You bet.
My name is Frederick Castillo. I live on the corner of Rexford and Milburn. And the parking, early in the morning, as early as 7 o'clock when I have to leave for work, going from my block going south, it's really hard to make the left-hand turn. Now, the county was really good enough to extend the line for parking, which really helped out considerably, but still, it's a lot. Like this morning, I happen to be off today, and just the cars to me coil right in front of the hospital. There's no parking. The only thing that I want to bring up is on the west corner of Milburn and Coyle. You'll have 3 or 4 cars parked there, and when you get to the corner trying to make a left-hand turn, especially in the morning with all the school traffic, it's almost impossible to look to the left and to kind of make a clear path to go through. So you might want to consider that corner. It's the west corner of Coyle and Milburn. There should be,
no parking sign?
I'm sorry?
A no parking sign?
Well, either go the 6 to 6 or no parking. Because I know that particular resident, a lot of times he's had to park on his vehicles on the grass because he has no room for it whatsoever. And I know for me the biggest difficulty is when my wife or my kids get home from college or for work, am I going to have a parking space in front of my house? We have 5 vehicles, and having a corner is nice, and sometimes we don't have that opportunity because I'll have 2 cars parked for a house. I'll have 1 car between my neighbor's house, and even talking to my neighbor, he's not sure when he comes home with his big van that he's going to be able to park in front of his house. So those are the difficulties that we run into. Okay, so just in a nutshell, thank you.
Good. Thanks, Freddie. Mr. Stern.
Maybe transportation could talk to you on the phone and work out a detail on that.
Quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quick question about the corner situation there. I'm looking at it on an aerial here, Google Earth. Is that it's a radius corner.
Yeah, it's a radius corner. You have a bus stop right by where they put the new water pumping station. And from where the buses aren't allowed to park, going east towards Milburn, you could have as many as 3 cars. Sometimes the cars park right on that corner.
They're parking on the radius.
Yeah, they're parking on the radius. Even, what was it, yesterday or a couple days ago, and actually it was Monday, there were 2 cars. I had my car in front because, like I said, I'm off this week. There was a car behind mine, and there was 1 car right on the radius. So that's not uncommon to have a car on the radius of that corner.
Oh, that's pretty dangerous. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Frederick. Marla.
My name is Marla Simpson. Basically, I would say there's traffic on almost all the corners on Melbourne and on St. Charles. So that's what makes it very hard for especially the seniors whose reaction time isn't very good to come on to Melbourne or come on to Coyle or to come on to St. Charles. We also live real close to a elementary school. And most of the people with their young kids won't even now take them to school because they can't see around the corners either. So anyways, I'm just going to echo what everybody else said, but those are the main concerns. Visually, you can't see. I mean, there's down Melbourne, there's bumper-to-bumper parking. The only place that you'll find on the other side of Melbourne that there isn't is where people's driveways are, and sometimes they're even parked, encroaching in those. So visually, it's hard to see.
Okay. That's all the folks I had signed to speak. Anyone else wish to address this item? If not, then we'll bring it back to the board, and it sounds like we may have an answer to at least part of the problem. So, Supervisor Frost. Okay. Okay, it's moved and seconded twice to approve the staff recommendation, and again, thank our staff for their work, and if nothing further, please vote.
I would like to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I think transportation needs to talk to these neighbors with those corner parking problems and see if you can work that out.
We will follow up on it.
Make a complete solution.
So make sure there's a sufficient corner visibility. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. Thanks for being down here this afternoon. Have a safe drive back, and hopefully this will be a solution will be put in place pretty shortly. So you'll be out there tomorrow morning, is that right?
Soon.
This afternoon, still got time. Okay, thanks a lot. All right, coming down to our next agenda item, we have some very distinguished guests in our audience today, and we're going to hear from them in just a moment. So you want to call the roll?
Okay, item 84 is the 2017 Sacramento County Youth Commission Annual Report.
All righty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sage Claire. I'm the chair of the Youth Commission from District 5.
Okay.
And this is kind of a recap of what we've done this year since the last meeting where we presented. So the Youth Commission is a 15-member advisory board of youth all from Sacramento County, all around the area. We have 3 commissioners from each district. Each of them are aged anywhere between 12 and 18. And we all serve a 3-year term, and we are able to renew the term at its conclusion with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. And in the past year, we've actually had 5 new commissioners join, and there are 5 seniors leaving this year. So we're going through a lot of change right now.
And how many seniors in your group that are leaving?
5.
I know, but I mean, of those that are here today.
Just the one today.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
All right.
And then, so our purpose is mainly to represent the youth of Sacramento. So we want to advise you guys on what's best for the youth, advocate for youth in the area, enhance the community's awareness of what's going on, coordinate with organizations that deal with issues that we face, as well as encourage other youth to get involved in their communities, involved in local government, stuff like that. And so some of our recent activities, we did a movie night. That was actually last October. Mock hearing, the Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership Conference, the Youth Job Fair, Creek Week, and visiting the Mustard Seed School, which was our most recent. So we'll talk about each one of these. We'll go through the list. So movie night, that was last October, and we worked with Supervisor Peters in District 3. And it was really, really great. There were a ton of families there, a ton of kids, and it was really fun for us too, because we got to interact with the kids, play with them, and there were a lot of teens there as well. So we had a booth there with children's books, candy, like informative brochures, all that kind of fun stuff, a few games as well, snacks, and then we had youth commission applications as well. So any of the events that we do, one of our goals is to advertise for the youth commission, just to give other youth an opportunity to join us and say that they want to be a voice for their community. So we do that at each event that we go to. You'll see that in the leadership fair as well and other events.
You guys get your own shirts?
We got our own shirts, yeah. So those polos in the picture are the old ones, and we've actually ordered new ones this year. So.
And who picked the movie? Supervisor Peters? Did she pick the movie that night?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
We had almost 1,000 people come to the park.
It was incredible.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was really, really fun, too.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun there, so, yeah.
Finding Dory, I think.
Zootopia.
Zootopia?
Yeah.
Oh, Zootopia. We go back and forth between Finding Dory and Zootopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
1,000 people. That's
It was great.
It was just people were flooding in. It was really an interesting experience.
Yeah. So next I'm going to invite up Leah, and she's going to talk to you about the mock hearing that we did.
Were you able to recruit some new candidates for the commission, though, that evening, out of 1,000 people?
I think we were. So there's one boy who's interested in joining, and he actually came and saw one of our meetings, sat in on one of them, and he is potentially joining in the future. So I'm not positive if he came from that event or another one,
Okay,
but
very good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, well, thanks for the presentation. Next.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Leah Rakucci, and I'm from District 4. And now I will be talking about our mock hearing event we had last November at the state capitol. And so at this event, we met with Senator Nielsen, and he gave us a tour of the Capitol. And we met in one of the hearing rooms, and we debated Assembly Bill 216, which regarded the banning of the sale of vapor products to minors, and the bill AB 319, which was providing pupil instruction of CPR in public schools as a form of physical education. And our youth commission was divided up into arguing for and against in each assembly bill. And we stated our facts for the for argument, and then we had the counter come up and give their argument, and then we would go back to in support. And I think the results of AB 216 ended up AB 216 did pass, and AB 319 did not. And it was interesting to talk with Senator Nielsen because he gave his personal experiences of working in politics, and it's inspirational for us on the commission because we have an interest in politics and being active in our community. And overall, it was a rewarding experience.
Great. Well, thank you.
So now I'm going to invite Eleanor Love to talk about another event.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Eleanor Love, and I represent District 1. And I had the privilege of attending the Cesar Chavez Leadership Conference on March 11th at UC Davis. The conference included multiple sessions that informed and inspired young people to take action on the issues they currently face. One session I attended was led by Mindy Romero, director of the California Civic Engagement Project, and she discussed how young people ages 18 to 24 are the most underrepresented voters of all ages. She also mentioned that a new California law has been passed that allows 16-year-olds to register for voting early. Another session I attended was led by teenagers, part of a Brown Issues group, and they discussed how advocacy for issues they face, such as immigration and healthcare, changed their lives. So if you don't have any questions, I'd like to invite Crudy.
Okay, good. Thanks, Elizabeth. And here's our senior.
Yeah. So I'm Kriti, and I represent District 4. So this happened, I believe, in April. We went to the Youth Job and Resource Fair hosted by the City of Sacramento. So we set up a booth and represented like the Youth Commission, and we provided students, we gave them flyers with like research opportunities and like internships from different like government organizations. So for example, the district attorney, the Department of Human and Health Services. So one of the purposes of this was to also spread the word about the Youth Commission. So we did give out all of our applications, and hopefully you guys will hear back from them and appoint people to replace me.
You're irreplaceable.
Thank you. And we also want to see what else was going on in the community, and to like kind of be a part of it. One other activity we did was participate in Creek Week. So as a committee, we created a volunteer subcommittee because we wanted to take part and volunteer in our community more, just instead of meeting once a month. But unfortunately, since we're all very busy middle schoolers and high schoolers, it's really difficult to find one weekend or one event that everyone can attend to. So I was the only one who was able to go to Creek Week, but still, it was like a lot of fun, and hopefully next year, since it's an annual event, more of the Youth Commission can participate in it and set up a booth. So just overall, Creek Week, which I'm guessing all of you have heard of, was just to keep our environment clean and make the public aware about our environment.
Okay.
And next, I'd like to invite Matthew to talk about the mustard seed schools.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Matthew.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Ha, and I'm a representative of District 3. So recently, about last month on March 31st, 3 other youth commissioners and I visited the Mustard Seed School. This is in West Sacramento. And so the main goal of this visit was to personally talk with the director of the school, Miss Casey Nattel, regarding 2 things. One, a possible partnership between the school and the Youth Commission, as well as to get a specific set of needs and problems that the Mustard Seed School was having so that we can fix that. So basically, the main problems and needs that they have is, one, the stuff that you would expect, so new clothes, maybe new books for the younger children, and also a big problem that they pushed was a transportation problem, because what Ms. Nattel said was every morning they needed to transport around 10 kids who did not have a form of transportation to the school. And so what they've been doing for a while is they had one big van, which they use and drive around the town to pick up children along the way. However, Ms. Nattel said that this was very efficient. And so some solutions that she said to fix this problem was to, 1, replace the van with 2 separate minivans to make the route more efficient, or to raise enough funds to distribute gas gift cards so that the children who may have a car but not enough money to get gas can now attend school. So next I'll call up Luke with more needs that the Mustard Seed School discussed with us.
Okay, thanks, Matthew.
Hello, my name is Luke Delcor. So pretty much, hold on. Where do I point this? I'm sorry.
You want to go back?
Yeah, I'm good. This is where I want to be.
Oh, okay.
So pretty much our goals in this with the Mustard Seed School. So through their needs, the basic needs that Matthew talked about, and then their unique transportation needs due to the school that they are, we've kind of singled out, well, tripled out, I guess, 3 things that we'd like to focus on. So one of them would be purchasing gas gift cards for them. For the students with cars but who are unable to purchase gas, we determined that this would be one of the easiest ways to increase attendance for the school, because the school is a resource for these children, and we fear that it may not be getting used enough. Our second goal would be to raise money for minivans, and so our purpose here is to create a lasting difference for the Mustard Seed School, because we can give them money, we can give them food, but it's once and done. If we give them a minivan or 2, I mean that seems rather ambitious, but if we give them a minivan, we'll start there. That's something that we can say we've made a difference on, and of course making a difference could simply be donating food to them, donating them money, but this is something that the community can see and that will make a difference for them for a long time. And the third thing that we've been researching and investigating are food subscriptions. So it's kind of a new thing that's been especially occurring in Sacramento, seeing that it's the farm to fork capital and all that. So they have monthly food subscriptions, and we've looked into any that could be maybe increased to weekly, so that they could be getting foods every week that would be healthy and nutritious and fun for the kids. So how we plan on doing this. So the events that we've considered are having a movie night, and we've been considering this for a few meetings now, and it takes a lot of effort to put all that on and everything. But we've also just created a couple new ideas, including fun runs and restaurant fundraisers. And we've looked into a couple restaurants already, including Starbucks, where if, for example, a drink would cost $5.68, like a Vanovian Frappuccino, you would increase that to $6, and the rest of the proceeds would go to us. We've looked at Applebee's, where the youth commissioners would volunteer our time on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday morning, and we would become the waiters and waitresses for the morning, and then some percentage of the proceeds would go to us. And
including the tips, right? The tips, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe half the tips. I can't remember the other restaurant that we looked into. But, all 3 of these are feasible ideas, and we're excited to get going on them. So for next year, the vast majority of our budget is expected to be dedicated to supplies and event planning for the Mustard Seed School. I would now like to bring back Sage and Leah.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, so we're going to elaborate a bit on what we plan to do next year. So like Luke mentioned, the
Could you stand between the microphones and then we can hear you better? There we go, thanks.
The majority of our funds are going to go to the Mustard Seed School, based on what we're planning right now. So those fund runs potentially, or the restaurant fundraisers, and the movie night is what we plan on allocating that towards. So that's the first item that you see on the list: work with local organizations to bring awareness to children/youth food and health issues. And so that's kind of encapsulated inside of the Mustard Seed School shell. And because of that, because of the Mustard Seed School being what it is, it also affects those who are homeless in Sacramento, which I know is a really big movement right now that's going on. And then we also want to participate and volunteer at more of the community events in our districts, because the ones that we did go to the last year, they were really rewarding for us and for the people we were able to talk to and meet there. And so we want to do more of that in the future.
And as well as our mock hearing last year in November 2016, there's another one coming up in 2017. So we plan on attending that as well. And also we plan to partner with the City of Sacramento Neighborhood Services for the 2018 job fair coming up next spring. And also to elaborate on this movie night event, this is not our main idea, but is one of our most prominent, what we have so far. And we have recently found companies that provide like a blow-up screen and speakers and provide food for around 100 people. And now we're focusing on choosing a date in either late June, July, or early August to choose in like the Arden Park District, Fair Oaks District, or the Cordova District. So right now we're focusing on getting a location, and then from that location we can move forward from there.
Okay.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you.
I hope you get 1,000 people like we did in Foothill Farms.
Well, this is great. I know we got supervisors who want to weigh in, and before you all leave, we'll get a picture with all the supervisors after we get done with the questions and comments here. So Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Frost, I trust Supervisor Peters, and myself will all weigh in here. So.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for your service. You're all very articulate young people and speak very well about your ambitions and your service in the last year. And I know we always appreciate having you here in Chambers to hear firsthand what you're up to. Some of us on this board, I think it's fair to say, during what's called National Night Out, are circulate. This is one night a year. It's the first Tuesday in August, where typically we'll be circulating to various neighborhoods within our districts to meet with our constituents. And this started several years back as a way for communities, neighborhoods to get to know their law enforcement personnel and agencies. It's since expanded to become much more than just limited to law enforcement. It's really, I think, now a celebrated national event on a single day where neighbors come out to meet one another, in addition to law enforcement and the public safety personnel. But one of the things that I'd like to plant a seed with you about is one of the bullets you put up there in terms of community events. I don't go to several neighborhood events any longer on National Night Out. I'm now hosting one. And we do it at Jack Davis Park. It's in the South Oak Park, Ridge Pocket neighborhood of the district I represent. It's in the unincorporated county. And for each of the last 2 years, we've had several of our county agencies represented by various personnel that have information booths, tables, whatnot at the park. Certainly we have our Sheriff's Department, our Probation Department, and the Sacramento Fire Department. But we also have Child Protective Services, and we have Solid Waste and Recycling, and we have Animal Care and Control. I think it would be great, if you're willing to do it, to add to your list of community events to join me and my staff, but certainly several dozen of our county agency staff on August 1st, Tuesday, August 1st. And it's a couple hours. I believe it's 5:30 to 7:30, roughly, to have the Youth Commission actually staff a table there and maybe reach out to the families, and there's always lots of young people at this event, to reach out to them to let them know what you're up to and perhaps inspire their future service on the commission. So that's an open invitation. And if you're interested, you can speak with my staff who would be happy to coordinate with you.
Okay, good. Thanks for that invitation. Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Peters.
I wanted to thank you for your service also and for your leadership. And I have a question, and it relates to your commitment to the Youth Commission. Is there a large time commitment? Do you meet often? Where do you meet? And how do you get there? Do you all drive? Do most of the folks that are on the Youth Commission drive to the meetings? And do you find that to be a challenge with all your school activities as well? I'm curious because I want to see if I can get more people from District 4 to get involved, and I want to promote that. I think it's a huge opportunity to learn more about leadership and about local government. But I wondered if you could tell me a little bit about your activities on the commission?
Sure. So we meet monthly. So we have 12 meetings a year, and then we can call a couple special meetings in between there if we need to for certain events, before certain events. And our meetings are actually here on the 7th floor at 6:15. So it's pretty late, but I don't think it's an inconvenience. I would say that it's sometimes difficult with school and stuff, and other extracurriculars, but I'm the first one to say that I really, really enjoy it when we do meet, and I think they would say the same, because our meetings are pretty fun. So, and they're generally not too long, but yeah, they are kind of late, and we're actually looking right now to see if we can meet more often, whether that's twice a month or even every 3 weeks or something like that, because we are finding it difficult to keep things moving with only meeting once a month, because we do have subcommittees for certain events and that are dedicated to some of our projects that we're doing, but it's hard to keep the ball rolling when we're only meeting once a month. So we're looking into that right now to see if all of us would be in favor of doing that and what that would look like, what it would mean for us, stuff like that. And as for the driving, I got my license yesterday morning. I'm 17, so pretty late to the game, but I think some of us do drive to the meetings. I don't think any of us carpool, but some of us drive to the meetings. Some have our parents drive us. Yeah. Is it difficult for any of you guys? I don't think it's too hard to get there.
That's a commitment. That's a big commitment.
It is, yeah.
Thank you for all you guys do.
Yeah, we enjoy it.
You all can come up too. I mean, if you want to answer the question too, because it's kind of.
So Supervisor Frost, Alma Muniz from County Exec's office coordinates this. She's also responsible for the agenda, but she takes this role on once a month. And one of the things that we've been discussing is that if it's more convenient, we do have facilities at Bradshaw too. If that's more central, 615, less traffic, we can make conference rooms available there too. So as they're looking at the frequency of it, it could be one downtown, one at Bradshaw. So we'll reconfigure that as need be on that.
There's Hazel Avenue. There's other
Hazel,
county facilities.
Hazel, the only thing we worry about is with District 5 with some of the folks coming out of Elk Grove. That is
it's a long ways.
Bradshaw was a little bit more central for all the districts. So that was our thought process. We haven't quite gotten it to a mature point, but we're working on it.
That's really great. Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your year. It sounds like you did, if you want to meet more often. I wanted to ask you all to come up and tell us where you go to school.
So I go to school at Sacramento Country Day School. I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
On Latham?
On Latham, yeah. It's a small private school. Very, very small, but I like it there. So, good.
I'm a sophomore at Rio Americano High School.
Right.
I'm a 7th grader at Sutter Middle School.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, the three of us all go to Mira Loma, but I'm a senior and they're both sophomores.
Very good.
Oh, not that you're rubbing it in. You can come up anyway and say your name and where you go to school.
Okay, I'm Matthew and I'm a sophomore at Mira Loma.
Yeah.
My name is Luke and I'm a sophomore at Mira Loma.
Yeah, we see Mira Loma in here a lot when you're winning science fairs and other academic ventures, so that's nice. And I walk my dog by Sacramento Country Day every day, so, and right where you are. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thanks. Yep, I just wanted to add the comments while you're up there. I said we can get a picture in a moment. Certainly to thank your advisor and person that helps keep things together to glue. Thank Alma Muniz for her work. Alma, you want to stand up and be acknowledged? Thank you so much. Again, you've taken this on very seriously, and I know that you brief. Yeah, I think we give you a round of applause. And again, you young people obviously are very bright and outgoing, and I think certainly bring a lot of energy to your efforts. But having a strong advisor and someone who provides that level of connectivity with the county organization is really important. But I want to just compliment you again. I'm very impressed, as I have been in the past, with our youth commissioners and certainly your interest. And you're very well spoken, but you I think, have captured a variety of things throughout the course of a year, have come together as a group, and it's kind of bittersweet to see some of your members go on, but obviously, you got someone like who's, if you'd asked me if you were in the 7th grade, I'd say, that can be so, and so I think that continuity, though, building that over the course of over several years on the commission, and your interest in doing good for your community is really, really commendable. I would just say too that as you have events, we may be on your mailing list, but as certainly representatives for 5 supervisorial districts, but throughout this county, you can put us on your list when you're having an event. I mean, obviously, we're coordinating a movie night in District 3 or District 4. You would invite the supervisor of that area. But as you're having fundraisers, you're trying to raise money to buy a minivan for Mustard Seed School or get subscriptions for, food baskets and so forth. Again, we're always, available to certainly be coaxed into trying to support it one way or the other, and it may not be financial. Maybe that we know someone and or have connectivity with others who might be of an assist, and I think that's part of the strength that we have with you as young people, but certainly with members of this board, and so I would encourage you to at least keep us on your list as far as it relates to your events and activities, and feel free to invite us to participate as you see fit. So, but I want to just commend you. I mean, it's you've had a busy year, and hard to believe we're zeroing in on June already, but obviously some of you will continue in your efforts, and look forward to hearing more good reports as you go forward in the months to come. So, Supervisor Serna.
Yeah, one last thought, Mr. Chair. It might be good if the commission might give some thought to, if you don't already do this, is to routinely scanning the agendas that for our meetings. For any issues, whether they're on what we call the consent calendar or a time matter that are related or somehow associated with youth in Sacramento County. And if you're doing that, maybe you want to share how you're doing that, or any kind of processes that you've actually implemented for yourself.
Yeah, so in every single month in our meetings, one of us every month go over and we look online and we read through one of the agendas on, so for example, last meeting I looked up on your May 9th meeting, and so we would pick out some of the stuff that you talk about that relates to youth. So for example, I picked out something you talked about gathering funds for children mental health facilities and getting a pool of money for that. And so every month we do look over your agendas and we talk about them and how they relate to us.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you.
And if you see an item that really captures your interest, that you want to tell us what you think about it in advance of us making a decision, that would be good too. So, sorry.
No, I was getting up to go take a picture.
Okay, let's go take a picture. All right, ready for us to take a photo.
Come on over here, up right in front of you.
You were the best hair work. Thank you.
You stand in front of us. Ready? Set. Okay, got a few.
Thank you.
And thanks to the parents. I think maybe we have something here too for your support, and if you're doing some transporting, that's always great too. So we appreciate the support. You bet. Well, that's a very good note to nearly draw the meeting to a close, but we have appointments and I think a couple of adjournments. So
Okay. Item 85 are your nominations. You are continuing to June 6th, the Sacramento County Youth Commission. You're continuing to July 11th, the Assessment Appeals Board, Consumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Disability Advisory Commission, Fair Oaks Cemetery District, and the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. And for your matters today, Adult and Aging Commission. Mr. Natoli?
I left the list. If you have the list, my list, I took it out with my stuff in the afternoon.
Patricia Waite to the general seat? Is that what
That's fine. You go ahead. I don't have it, so I'm going to rely on one of you.
The chiefs recommend Patricia Waite to the general seat and continue the remainder to July 11th.
We'll let the vice chair, she can read them in because I don't have my list in front of me, so go right ahead, Susan.
Okay, for the next matter, Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Roxanne Stillmacher and Nicholas Blosset to be on the CPAC.
Next would be the Children's Coalition.
The chiefs are recommending Chandra Stewart and reappointing Angelina Woodbury to the public consumer seat and continue remainder to July 11th.
And then the Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Supervisor Cerna, show that you're continuing to June 6th.
Yeah, for both the family and public interest vacancies.
And I do have a note for Supervisor Kennedy that they are making that appointment. Does that match your records?
I just haven't, it's a blank. I don't think we know, so.
Okay, I received...
If he sent you a note, then go with it.
I got confirmation from District 2, and I worked with your district chairman.
Okay.
Okay, and then for Supervisor Frost?
Sacramento County Mental Health Board, continue to June 6th.
Okay. And then that concludes your nominations.
Okay, very good. All right, we no other order of business. We continue our closed session to tomorrow. We've got supervisor comments and county executive. I have at least one adjournment, but we have any items that are falling off the agenda tomorrow. We'll have a very full afternoon. All the items are on for tomorrow's agenda, so we are going to have a little bit of a compressed schedule with the addition of the closed session. So.
Correct.
All right. Okay, with that, then let's go to board member comments. Mr. Stern? Oh, I guess we'll go to you first. Well, we'll go to you first.
I'm good. Wait till tomorrow.
All right, Susan.
Yeah, I would like to shout out a special thank you to Officer Sergeant Steve Harding, who is at the Kenneth Royal Firearms Facility in Elk Grove. My District 4 team went on a team building retreat last week, and we spent the day doing some things, and we started out at the firearms facility and we did some simulation activities, and Sergeant Harding helped us along, and it was a lot of fun, and it was very it actually helped us see through the eyes of the officers who are responding on the streets in situations, making split-second decisions on very difficult scenarios, and it gave me a new outlook. I found out I live life through rose-colored eyes, and I don't always see things maybe the same way. And it's not that easy sometimes to make those quick calls. So thank you, Sergeant Harding, and the Sheriff Department for helping us with that fun activity. And that's all I had. I just wanted to thank them for helping us out.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, something else?
No, I'm good.
You didn't change your mind?
No.
Okay. All right. I don't have any comments, but I do have one adjournment that I'd like to call attention to here today. And I know, I think Supervisor Peters and Cerna would recall that a couple of years ago we had a lady by the name of Ruby Lee Allen Graves who was celebrating her 100th birthday, and we recognized her here in these chambers back in 2015. She passed away a couple of weeks ago, so I just want to read from the obituary that appeared in Sacramento Bee. Pretty amazing, and it's abbreviated segment here, but she was the seventh child of 8 children born to Stub Allen and Maddie Munford Allen in Dublin, Georgia, on February 17, 1915. At an early age, she had an urge for reading, was intrigued by world events, and I think she actually commented on that, that she self-taught herself to read, and she followed political goings-on, but certainly events as they unfolded throughout her lifetime, starting obviously when she was a very young child, the conclusion of World War I, and running through the very recent times. She was employed as a housekeeper at the Pick, Ohio Hotel. She moved to Ohio in 1937. Following her retirement, she worked in her community, was very involved in her church, as we heard, and was known affectionately by many as grandmother and certainly a mother. I think one of the things that really was astounding, though, was that her family, her extended family, she had, I believe, 11 or 12 children, and then the numbers go off the charts. And she talked about this a little bit when she was in these chambers. She had 70 grandchildren, 196 great-grandchildren, 163 great-great-grandchildren, and 7 great-great-great-grandchildren. And obviously her family was very much a focal part of her life. We had a chance to meet some of her sons and daughters and some of the grandchildren, and I think even a couple of great-grandchildren that were here in the audience. And I don't know, I was just very impressed in her, said that the, her passion in life and motto was to keep in framework that sometimes people do things they really can't help it, but that you can help others in what you do in your life and how you live it. And she had summed up, and I don't recall her saying this, but it was reported in the paper, that her desire was for her old days to be her best days. And if she lived to be 102 years old, obviously she lived a very long life, a very fruitful life, one that will be remembered by people in this community and throughout the communities in which her children and her large family reside. So at any rate, I just wanted to call attention to that. We had a chance to honor and recognize her one day a couple of years ago, and I wanted to adjourn today in memory of Ruby Graves, who passed away at the age of 102. So with that, any other adjournments? If not, then we will stand adjournment until tomorrow at 1:30. We come into closed session.